Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. Whoopsie daisies, just indulging in my favorite book. Who's here? What's going on? Oh my gosh, I was unprepared for this. I've just been living through the heart of the heart. How do I go live? I don't even know, guys. I don't even, is it live? Thank you, and scene. That is my best Heidi impression that I could come up with. Was it good?
No.
Okay. Just kidding. Welcome to the show. If I unexpectedly go dark and it doesn't involve Dave Ramsey, then that means that the hurricane has come and got me. Thank you, Dave Kelly. Welcome. Not to be confused with Dave Ramsey. So yes, if you are unaware of where I am geographically, I am in the eye of the storm. No, not really. But I am on the pathway of the hurricane. So it's not supposed to hit till later tonight. So I figured, before I get swept away, let me prove that Toiletgate, in my last dying breath, let me prove that Toiletgate was planned. I mean, I'm half joking. But yeah, so thank you for everyone that's concerned. I know there's been a lot of DMs and stuff and messages inside of the community, the membership and such. But we're pretty inland to be fair. Like, I've lived in South Florida before, and it was much more scary when you're like right by the ocean. So not to say it's not scary now, but I feel a little bit more secure on the inside of the state in the middle. So that's that. I will keep everyone updated on Instagram. I'm going to charge my phone. We got water. We don't have any huge trees or anything near us, so we should be fine. But you never know. So pray for me, everybody. Keep me in your thoughts and prayers, and I'm sure I'll be healed from that. Everyone just woman fest that I come out of this on top. But seriously, though, thank you. And I had cut some footage of me reporting, because when I used to be in the news, when there was hurricanes, they would send me out there with those times I got to have a camera friend, a cameraman. Usually, actually, both times I got to do it was with a man. Unfortunately, couldn't say camera woman in those cases, but we would go out and like stand in puddles and report on it. But I exported them, and they weren't. I could show them. Actually, I could show them. Changing it up. I'll show you. Stop forcing me, guys. Stop. I'll show you. God, you guys kill me. Thank you, Blaze Goddess. Thank you. Blaze Goddess says, hit that like button before the hurricane/Dave shuts down our girls live with the tarot cat. Yeah, we got to get Tarot over here. She's been a little spooked out a little bit by the wind and the rain, so she's watching it out the window. So hopefully she comes over. And also, I'm working on a tarot cam. I've done the research. I got the app. I just got to set it up so that she can have her moment of peace, her piece of the moment. For Blaze Goddess's reminder, which thank you very much. I always appreciate people saying that and saying to like it, because I will never say it. So this is what I say to myself when I never say, hey, can you like this video?
Somebody ought to smack you.
And will I do anything? This is what I do when I think about that.
Nothing.
Yeah, so just keep this in mind. All the people who like the video,
their building's bigger than yours, and their furniture's nicer than yours.
So if you want to be in that camp, Dave has the answers. Thank you, Blaze Goddess. Okay, I'm going to show you just as like a fun little thing at the top, and then we'll get right into the juicy goss. God, who am I? Who do I think I am? We're going to talk about Heidi Powell just serving the community by getting her nails done. We're going to talk about Rachel Hollis and the lies that she weaves, in my opinion. And it's just, before I get to my own stuff, it's been on my heart as of late. Not really, I hate that phrase, but it's as Mac said, and it reminded me that I also hate that phrase. I watched his video recently about Toiletgate being a conspiracy, being planned, not like exactly planned, and I don't think it went to plan, but there was a lot more evidence of a brewing marketing idea, in my opinion, than just like an off the cuff, pissed off, person going on TikTok and expressing themselves. But yeah, there's been a lot of explanations from Rachel since Toiletgate happened, a lot of apologies. One Notes app apologies got deleted, then a new one got posted, then she went on the Skinny Confidential, and a lot of the explanations have been all over the place, and it just has been pissing me off. And I feel like my videos are all over the place in the sense of like, there's really no one coherent video. Like when I did the Toiletgate video, which is the first video I ever did about Rachel Hollis, it was right after it happened. So I didn't know any of the background, any of the context, any of the depth that I know now. And now it's like 2 years later, it's like putting the pieces together to have a wider, more clear picture. And I feel like, okay, it's time to do that, because there's been a lot of accusations thrown at the audience, essentially, thrown at the viewers, that we're like making this huge deal out of nothing, and it's all a misconception, and we're all hating on her because we're women and we hate women who get ahead or some shit like that. And it's like, let's put it to rest. So anyways, before that though, the most important hold on. The most important part, you're not gonna be able to hear it very well, but you can see me. Hold on. Taro's not there. This is a lie. Bold-faced lie.
Bold-faced lie.
Taro's not there. She's on the ground. Okay, here. This is not this hurricane. This is a different hurricane.
In a while, but this is where we to use our key cards to go in. Obviously, it's completely blocked off, so that's about the size of a car right here, car length, and it goes all the way down.
That's about the size of a car.
Completely uprooted right over there, so obviously some very powerful damage there, some powerful winds last night.
Some powerful damage there.
As you can see, as last night we were whipping and rain was in our face. Now it's a little bit better. As
Look at that.
Coming out. And I also want Chris, my photographer, to pan down there a little bit. You can see this is Concord.
So this is what I used to do, and now I sit in my house and talk about Rachel Hollis. But I just thought I have a little bit of like hurricane, memories. Here's another one. Hold on. This is what I used to do with my free time. It's not my free time.
We had some flooding there last.
Rocks coming through. We've seen a few.
As you can see, this water here.
I think they don't want to take that risk.
No, probably not.
Walking and wading through the water. And
Blah, 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 blah. I have my hair in a ponytail. There's a person that's just being at their home, and now we're going to put the camera in their face. I was going through memory lane today, and it was interesting, I will say. I'm like a little bit, what is the word? Delayed. Sorry, I should jump back in. Like I said, the internet's a little, it's shut. We had a power outage, probably 20 minutes ago or so. So it restarted everything. And it's not because the weather's so bad. I just think it's like windier than normal. So it got a little bit delayed. But anyways, that's me. I need to admit that I did have experience on camera previous to starting my YouTube channel. Now I will say it's a totally different experience in every sense of the word, because before I couldn't actually say how I felt about anything. It was like, keep it neutral. Keep it as neutral and positive as possible. Cringe. My rating is cringe. I'm just kidding. It's not cringe. It's just like, it's just funny to see that stuff later when you're out of it. You're like, oh, that was me before. Interesting. Anyways, as I start to disassociate and think about the past, let's talk about Heidi. I will soundbite myself. For you, I will soundbite myself. Okay, so this is a wonderful post that I think marketing teams across the United States should put into their case studies. RK Gold, you'd be surprised. For tragedies like that, it's like you're allowed to get a little bit negative, but keep it within reason. That's the goal there. Okay, so this is, I think, such a masterclass in making yourself look bad to rational people, but making yourself look really good to yourself. And not many people can pull this off, but some people just have that special something about them that makes them be able to see life differently. And Heidi's one of those people. Okay, so if you follow Heidi Powell for any amount of time, 5 minutes, 7 years, you probably know that she gets to do a lot of cool, exciting things. She was on TV. She works from home on her own schedule. She has 4 beautiful, healthy, seemingly children. She lives in a nice home. She has a boyfriend, I guess, named Dave Hollis. Now that I could be persuaded that that's not a positive, but whatever.
Unfollow me.
True, fair enough. But, she doesn't think that. She thinks that her life is like something to be not jealous of or not enviable, because she works so hard and she finally has taken time for herself. She didn't have time for herself on her Hawaiian vacation. She didn't have time for herself on her multiple trips to California, where she shares every single minute. That's the only reason I know about all this stuff, is because she shares everything about it. She went to visit Mel Gibson. Oh my God, that'd be a weird thing. Mel Robbins up in the Northeast. She went to somewhere else with Dave. Yes, there is work involved, I'm sure, but a lot of this is leisure, I believe. And I've only really been following her closely for a year. So, so forget all of that. This is the real time that she's taken for herself. So let me read it. So it's just a picture of her finger or her hand. And I think she specifically used this hand to show because it shows her tattoo on her ring that is the wedding rings that her and Chris once had. And I believe Chris got his removed. And she obviously has not gotten hers removed. That's what I think the real purpose of this post is, if you're asking me. But here we go. She goes, I did it. And I'm so proud of me. After months of not being able to find time for myself, I finally decided to create it with a simple mani-pedi. I know it's not much. Humble queen. I know it's not much, but in the game of transformation, we look for and celebrate small wins. Small wins. I need to put on my music. I really need, do I have it? Hold on. Hopefully it's not too distracting. Okay, ready? Small wins repeated consistently over time equals solid habits and real change. Giving myself an hour uninterrupted is far from a habit yet, but it was a thing today. A thing that after a long couple of days, weeks, actually months, felt big to me. These past 365 days have been so damn good to me, I can't even write about them without crying. I've dreamt bigger, achieved more, flown higher, and reached personal peaks I never knew possible in almost every single area of my life. Oh, I feel so bad for her. She's accomplished everything. Oh, poor thing. But this accomplishment hasn't been the result of me just surfing social media. Okay, who said it was? It's come at the price of long days, sleepless nights, back-to-back meetings, endless travels, magically created energy on days when none existed, never-ending calls, and a mind that literally never turns off. Now that I believe. All the while parenting 4 kiddos and trying to care for myself. Everyone just take a second. Thoughts and prayers to Heidi. The imbalance has reared its head, pain has been felt, change has been committed to, and small new habits and daily efforts are currently in practice. Like today's nail salon visit on my way home. Okay, here we go. Now, if you haven't heard this part yet, it's going to sound eerily similar to Toiletgate. This sweet lady who comes to my house twice a week to clean my toilets, she also moonlights at this nail salon that Heidi also frequents. So she's not only a cleaning lady, she's also a nail tech because she is the sweetest. Here we go. I owe a huge thanks to the sweetest woman who helped me today. It was almost as if she knew from the moment she took me back that my happy energy and big smile was hiding a weary heart in need of TLC, not the TV network, tender loving care, in case we didn't know. I do love that channel though, so many amazing shows. Immediately conversation started and conversation was made. Okay. There was a brief moment where I began tearing up watching her put so much genuine care and love into me and the job she was doing. Heidi Powell, you need a timeout from the internet. Let me just say you need a timeout from the internet right now because this is sounding as if you are delusional AF. Because this woman's working, babe. This is her job. Do you think she wants to get fired? No, she probably does not. She needs an income like all of us. We all need that money. None of us want to do it, probably. At least I don't want to do it. I don't want to work. I don't want to have money. I wish I didn't have to have anything. But here we are. And this person is probably the same. Now, she could be very nice. She can be sweet, but it's also kind of part of the customer service experience that someone who is coming in as a customer, you're nice to them. But does she not, know that or what? Or she's just special, like, oh, this woman, like, just really got me. Okay, it gets worse. It was, this part needs to be on her, like, tombstone or something. I don't know. That's mean. That's not mean. I mean, it's like just weird, but like this line is just so, it will never leave me from thinking about Heidi Powell. Okay, ready? It was clear she was experiencing so much joy in serving me the best she could by caring for my overworked hands and nails. Heidi, baby.
No.
No. Don't ever post this again. Don't ever post this again.
It's okay to cry.
It's okay to cry. It's okay to delete this right now. This makes you look so stupid. Who do you think has more worked hands, the nail tech or Heidi Powell? Someone guess. I'm going to guess the nail tech uses her hands much more often than Heidi Powell does. And I don't think she's experiencing joy. I think she's experiencing capitalism. And she's experiencing work. But okay. But Heidi Powell's got the overworked hands. On a day when I thought the last thing I had the time for was a pedicure and a conversation with a stranger, turns out what I needed most was exactly this. I needed to let someone take care of me more than I needed my workout. I needed human connection more than I needed to hit my macros. Why don't you go hang out with a friend, Heidi? This is why parasocial relationships and where every single interaction in your life, every single relationship is transactional. When you're working with your husband, when your boyfriend is your business partner, when your kids are in your stories and they're selling your products for you, when they're involved in content that you're making, when all of your friends are somehow, doing sweepstakes with you, or your friends are also, coaches in your program, you don't have a real friend. That's a problem and something that people should be aware of if they're in this space as influencers. You need people outside of making money. Otherwise, it's not genuine, because she thinks that this nail tech is someone who's like really cares about her. Babe, it's not. And I keep saying babe, I don't know why. I feel like I need to tell her, like, honey buns, honey squirrel buns, come on. This person is working. It's like anywhere at Starbucks, like the barista, they probably are nice people, but they don't give a shit about you, and you don't give a shit about them because you don't know them. It's like this thing that we're doing. It's all theater because we have to. My toes are clean. My nails are pretty. My heart is full. I am happy. Cool. Ma'am, this is a nail salon. Can we stop crying, please?
There's Colleen.
That's for Kimberly. So that's cringe. I'm sorry. And like I said, I think the whole reason she even had this whole soliloquy, this whole rant, positive rant, I suppose, is because she wanted to show that she still has her marriage tattoo on. And that's some sort of like, I don't know, bat signal to Chris, like, someone asked me about this so she can talk about Chris again. That's my personal thoughts. Yikes. And I'm not saying you can't be friendly or have friends with people who are working. Of course not. But to say like, oh, someone's nice to me, it's a power dynamic. And I find this to be a thing that I deal with. Oh, thank you, TabyC34. Like if I have a client or something, like there is an expectation that I want this relationship to go well. So there really is a boundary that needs to be set. Like we cannot become best friends because I want to have free reign to walk out of a relationship if it no longer is a good relationship. If it's a client and a friend, that complicates things so much. So it's important to separate as much as possible. And it's really hard. Look at Rachel and Dave. Look at anyone who works together with their significant other. It's almost impossible. Chip and Joanna are the only ones I've known to do it, and I wonder if they're really thriving or they're, surviving. But anyways, okay, so that's just to kick us off. And then now I want to go backwards for a second to the end, or the clip that I was talking about last stream about Dave Hollis. It's one of my most cringe moments of Dave Hollis that I've remembered through these years. I remember watching this interview in full and I was like, whoa, that is a fucked up thing to say. And it's sort of relevant to that boring ass podcast we listened to him about, talk about PancakeGate in a very vague way, where he was like, I really messed up. I was the one who needed to get a life. That's as far as he went. He didn't go into detail about what he did specifically. He said that he was, a different person, overworked. He just was so, wrapped up in becoming a New York Times bestseller for the second time that it got him all riled up and whatever. And he's like, I need to be in integrity. I need to prove to myself that I can, stick to something, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so that's what he's saying in 2022, after being canceled, after being, going through this whole thing. But he was saying the same shit in 2020 with an even more smug take on it. Like now he's more like humble king, but not really. But I think he's trying to take the humility road because people just absolutely despise him at this point. And in this clip that I'm about to show, it's not the whole thing, but just the one part, he's definitely got the I'm better than you, but I care about myself more than the average person. So that's what makes me a good person, if that makes sense. So here we go. Without further ado, this is not my this is my favorite clip because it really shows who I think he is as a person, but it's pretty insulting, I think, to his own fan base. But I'll let you decide. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit here. Okay.
Have a furnace of motivation burning inside of her every day. And
okay, she's talking about Rachel.
Like, it's long, and it's one of 2 movies. And I can stay connected to people not caring about the 45 minutes that play because of me having wasted the rest of my life.
Okay, let me go back a little bit. It's not the important part, but I think it sets it up what the heck he's talking about.
Very well, too. And I talk to people about, like, there's power in the darkness. And I think there actually is power in the negative visualization. And sometimes looking at the beautiful things you want to do, sitting in gratitude, they are really powerful tools, but they're not the only tools. Have you used negative visualization in other ways? Like, is that still something that you lean on?
Yeah. I mean, there's a 45-minute montage at my funeral. Like, it's long, and it's one of 2 movies. And I can stay connected to people not caring about the 45 minutes that play because of me having wasted the rest of my life. Because I just don't have this, like, my wife happens to have a furnace of motivation burning inside of her every day. And I don't relate to it. I can't connect to it. And so when I wake up in the morning and I don't want to do it, I have to stay connected to wanting to have the movie play the right thing. I had this opportunity to take a few days to just get...
Can you imagine living your life for your 45-minute, which is a long time, I think, for a funeral slideshow? Can you imagine living your whole life just to have a good, replay of your funeral? Like, you're literally living so that when you're dead, people can look back at you and go, wow, what a good guy. That sounds miserable to me.
Get clear. And it was right around the new year. And I went back and thought of every time in the last 2 years, 5 years.
And this was posted, just so you know, in 2020. So that's the time frame we're talking about. So yeah, he looks like a different person completely physically, I would say, in 2 years. But his mental state is similar, I think.
That I was at a low point. And I wanted to try and find the common denominator of what it was at that low point so that I could, every time it maybe started to present itself, keep it from happening. And I found that there was unbelievable consistency in each of my low points. And that is, I had either proclaimed to myself, my family, my employees, or the world that I was a certain thing. And then I showed up as something that was disconnected from that thing. And the dissonance between who I said I was and who I knew myself to be in the privacy of my own head as my head hit the pillow, that dissonance was pain, was shame, was unfulfilled potential and regret. And so I am on a mission to close that gap. Like every day my alarm goes off, it is an if-then statement, right? If you say that you want to be this thing, if you are legitimate in your claim that this is who you are now, then you better get your ass out of bed, get your shoes on, and get out in that garage gym. right? Like I'm right now getting ready to head out on the road for this tour to support this book. And man, I am excited for it. But I've done the if-then equation. If I want to have the energy that has me fully present and pouring into the audience, then I got to get my health right. I got to get my mind right. I got to get my spirituality right. Like my healths, all of the healths have to be whole. It's if I didn't, right? Because I'm good enough to actually convince them of whatever it is that I want to sell them, but I'd know, right? And the dissonance between them believing that I am actually who I say I am and me knowing that I am that, that's where pain is. And by the way, that's also where the skepticism comes from.
Okay, that's the fucking line I'm talking about right there. I am good enough that I can sell them whatever I want, but I would know that I'm not telling the truth. This is what he was saying back in 2020. And now in 2022, after, thanks to Dwight Schrute. Are you coming live from Scranton? Thank you. 2022, he's like, I needed to learn the lesson of integrity. I never thought about integrity before. I didn't know, what it was, and I had no idea. It's like, how can you say that? He's like, and he was right in this case because he did become a New York Times bestseller through his first book, which is Get Out of Your Own Way, and that's the tour he's talking about in 2020. The second book, which is crazy, I didn't realize they were so back-to-back like that Built Through Courage, which apparently was supposed to be called something else about ships, because I was reading this like Washington Post article about them, the Hollis couple, and it was like, he's coming out with this new book called, or soon to be published book, Built Through Ships or something. I was like, wait, what? So I guess it changed names. But yeah, it's just like, that was very, very, very much eye-opening to me in the sense of, when Dave wrote Built Through Courage, he claims here, like, I didn't think that anyone was going to want to go to a sick doctor, and I just wanted to, like, help people and blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's what he says in 2022. But in reality, I think he thought in 2020, like, oh, I'm so good at selling. Look at Rachel. She's a totally different person behind closed doors, and people believe that she's like such a sweetheart caring about, women's rights or women empowerment. In reality, she's all about herself getting Louis Vuitton bags. So if she can do it, I can do it. And maybe that's where he got it. Maybe he got it from his own brain because he thinks he's so amazing too. Who knows where he got it from or who got it from whom. But I just thought that was extremely bold to say on a podcast or on an interview where the audience also probably watches. So his fans are the ones who is watching this, and they're going to be told, I can sell you whatever I want. Very weird. Very weird indeed. Not my thing. Simi says, Pello. Thank you so much. Are you from Canada?
We have a lot of really great friends from Canada.
Do they say Pello in Canada? I guess Dave acts like he's from Ohio or something. Like he's like a Midwestern dude or, I don't know. What will you consider Ohio? Like Northeast? I don't know. But he's from California. He's from Southern California also. So he's got like the middle America accent, but is also from Southern California. And Rachel's got the Southern twang, even though she's also from Southern California. So thank you, Simi. I appreciate that. And for that, I will say,
you get more handsome by the day.
I think you get more handsome by the day. And also,
you are privileged AF.
That's about me. Who?
Me.
Oh. Well, if that maybe he got the accent from his parents because he sounds like he's from Ohio to me. Or like that's my interpretation of an Ohio boy would say Pello. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so that was just the clip that I wanted to show because I just find it to be so smug, and that's like such an asshole thing to say, in my opinion. I don't think anything else is really popping off in like the world. Dave's, working out and sending Heidi thirst trap photos, but what's new? So let's move on to Toiletgate. We don't have to keep this live super, super long. Actually, I lied. Scratch that. Let's watch, there's a new podcast that just came out. I went through it and I pulled out the best stuff. Now, this is one that I put in the poll in the membership on YouTube for the members to vote on, and what came in like second, and we listened to a podcast that she did with the DJ instead. Now, I didn't watch, I didn't listen or watch in advance, so I didn't know if there's anything juicy in either one. But I went after the stream and watched the second place winner, and there was a couple things that I was like, damn, this is much better. Much more interesting, in my opinion. It gave some interesting new updates about podcast like partnerships and just a couple little snarky things and more lies. And the lies part is what I want to talk about that will transition us into the Toiletgate conversation. So this one was posted like this week because it's in promotion for her tour. Sorry, not her tour, just tour. It's like, and someone pointed it out on Reddit, which I think is so true and funny, that if you watched Arrested Development, when Buster goes to like basic training and he's like, these are the medals I won at Army today. That's what Rachel sounds like, because she's like, at tour, we're doing this, at tour, we're doing that. So this podcast is called PassionStruck. It's hosted by a guy I've never seen in my life. He's got like 14,000. So here's my other thing I'm just going to put out there too. It seems like people who have podcasts, which is suspiciously one of the only platforms where metrics are not open to the public. Like I can go on, and see how many Instagram followers you have. I can go on and see how many YouTube views you have, unless you hide it. On YouTube, you can hide it, I think, or at least how many subs you have. But the rest you can kind of get a pulse on like how popular somebody is. Podcasting is the only, it's not even social media, the only platform that's really popular right now where you can't see, immediately. You have to take someone's word for it. And it just so happens that everyone's got millions of downloads all of a sudden. Like Rachel's got 100 million downloads. Kathy, what's her name? It's like not Kathy Miller. Kathy Heller, sorry, the one who interviewed Rachel, the video that we watched on Monday. She's got 40 million downloads. This guy's got 2 million downloads. But then their other social media, at least in Kathy and this guy's case, don't match that whatsoever. So it's confusing because it's like, how do you have, 11,000 subs on YouTube, but then have 2 million downloads? It's just something's fishy with the whole podcast industry. I'm calling it now. I'm sure I'm not the first one to do it, but there's something with like the numbers being totally inflated or the numbers not translating into their overall brand. But I just wanted to say that because this guy claims he's got 2 million, but his like social following is very low. So in no particular order, these are just some of the clips that I found, some of the parts that I found interesting, and he kind of like sets it up. And he also, the only comment I'll say about him, I don't know him at all. He says perfectionism, like being perfect, the obsession with being perfect, perfectionalism, but he said it twice. So, and he also, I think this is a bigger conversation too, but he's talking about didn't see that coming. And he references it as don't see that coming. And he claims to be such a big fan of hers, and he's like so impressed by her and like, very positive about her brand. It's like, doesn't that also sting a little bit? Like somebody, yes, you want all the positivity, right? You want people to be positive when you're on their platform. But then in reality, like they don't even care about the name of your book. And it's like, at least people who are being critical, like I know this book's back and front, like as much as I'm like hating on it and negative, like at least it's like an attention. I'm paying very close attention to what she says to try to understand her better. And I don't know what I mean by like what I want out of that, but it just makes me feel like, yeah, this obsession with positivity, it lends itself to people who don't really care at the end of the day. They're like, yeah, the easiest, most socially constructed thing is just to go, yeah, amazing. Everything you do is amazing. But then there's no depth past, like, good job. I don't know. I just thought that today when he didn't know the name of the book. I was like, ugh. Do you really like her or are you just lying? Everyone's just lying at all times. Anyways. Okay, here. Oh, JB, you're back. Yes, we're waiting for the storm to roll in, so we're taking this this opportunity to stream before I drowned in the ocean. I won't do that, but you never know. Okay, so like I said, no particular order. These are just some of the questions. So here you go.
But I try not to do it too much. And I was going to ask you about your social media strategy because you have changed it, but I think you just answered that.
Okay. This part I think is the one that it's like a bold-faced lie.
Bold-faced lie.
And in particular, we'll talk about why in a second.
Yeah, I really wanted for a very long time, because there was this big business attached to my name. There were 60 employees that had payroll and insurance and 401ks. And ultimately, we all worked to build this thing, but so much of that was built around me speaking, me writing books. It was a lot of pressure for a very long time. And I think I'm still recovering from the psychological stress of that. I'm really proud of what we did as a company, and I'm really proud of the team and all the things that we did and the women that we served. In order for that machine to run at that pace, there's a certain level of like requirement that people have. And social media was definitely one of those things. There was a time where I just lived on it. And there was so much content and other people ran it, and it would be like, hey, can you do this? Can you do, and you just get used to it. You do this thing. And there's a time for that, right? Like,
this was released last week, I believe. I don't know the exact, I can look up the exact date, but it's very recent. It's I don't know when they recorded it because she still said Omaha. So it must have been before the cities were pulled off, but it was just posted like within 5 days.
When The Rock is launching a new movie, he's all over social media because that's part of his job. But for me, I really want to.
Her shirt is also a Shawn Mendes shirt, so wink, wink, nod, nod. Kezi Poo. We love you, Kez. We love you.
Get your hearts ready.
For
my boyfriend.
Who?
Boo Thing.
Okay.
Have a good real life. This is my real life, and it's really good. And I find that when I'm required to get on social and I'm required to, I feel a bit like I'm tap dancing or like I'm trying, I can't play that game anymore. I can't like get a blowout and have makeup done and have nails and like, not to say that that's what's required, but because that was my past, it sort of feels like that to me. So part of making a change was I wanted really what you see to truly be a reflection of who I am and what is really happening. And I found, and I believe this and I stand by this forever, that if you do really good work and you focus hard on creating great content and serving your audience is going to find you. And you don't need, at least I don't think that I need to be present constantly like that in order to serve my community. And I haven't found that to be true. I've found that the more I settle into my authentic self and the more I just keep showing up for my community, the bigger the numbers get and the better we do.
Okay, so there was a lot there. That's one of the longer clips. A couple of things. She says that she decided to go, she doesn't want to post social media anymore because that's not her, and she doesn't want to get a blowout anymore, and she doesn't want to put makeup on anymore. It's like she already did that when she did the morning shows, because I just read another article that she said she'll go to the Oscars with Dave and get all glam, but she does the morning show with no makeup, looking like, quote, garbage, to show people she's just a regular girl. So that's not a new strategy. The strategy shifted when she got literally like, not bullied off, but like criticized off the internet because she had, kept up the Toiletgate video for so many days. She posted an apology that no one accepted because it was bullshit. And then she took a break because she was her Rise conference got delayed several months. I think her PR team, she finally listened to them, just like cool it off, like get off. That was her change in strategy. And then ever since she started coming back, she's It's never hit again the same. So, I mean, she doesn't post as much. I will give her that. That's a change, but I don't think that's because she decided she wanted to live her life happily. I think it's because she doesn't want the criticism anymore. That's my take on it. And then the second part at the end, she said, you know, it's never been better. Like, it's my brand has never been, you know, higher numbers. Apparently, according again to another article I read, back when I think like Girl Wash Your Face had just come out, and maybe even Girl Stop Apologizing had come out. Apparently she had like 2.5 million people on Instagram. That means she lost 1 million followers. That's incredible. Now, I don't know if that's true or if it was a misprint, because she has like 1.5 now. But if that's true, oh my God, like that's insane. And I think would also prompt a get off of online, keep your followers while you have them, and don't let them know that you're posting again, because that's like people will just forget that you're there. So that was one. Okay, this is just an announcement one about a big deal that she just made through her podcast. Let's see. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, so I don't know about her history with like Iran and all that, but apparently Rachel posted like she stands with her Iranian sisters. Now, let me show that actually, since we're talking about that for a second. Hold on. I did want to talk about that. I don't really, you know what her relationship is to the movement, or, you know, I know she had her book translated into a lot of languages, so maybe she has some supporters there, but I know for the last couple days she's been getting a lot of comments about it, like, hey, we need you, we need you, we need you. Now and I have no criticism about it. I'm as supportive of it as well. I think that, you know, women, men, anyone standing up for rights and standing up for freedoms is A-okay with me. So I think that's pretty cool that she is taking a stand. My one bit of criticism for it is that it looks just like it's on a table, like a arts and crafts table, you know, but it almost looks like blood, and I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but it's just sort of like, is that, like, what does that mean? I'm not sure. And I don't think she wrote this herself, perhaps. It seems like she might have gotten help to write it, which I think is a good idea, because, you know, I don't know how much she understands about what's going on. Like, I would need help too. It just sounds different. Her voice sounds much more professional. But this came out 3 hours ago, and it's got almost 50,000 likes compared to like this post that has 4,500 likes. So, you know, seems to have worked. It's a good thing. I really have no complaints about it, but that's the post that that was referenced. Anyways, back to the big announcement about podcast. We don't use the full grammar. Okay, here we go.
You and I are both high achievers. And I have this big issue where I have had success, different types of success than you, but I never celebrate it. I mean, if it lasts for 5-10 minutes, I would say that's a long time, and I'm on to the next thing. And you've also had massive success. And I wanted to ask, I think a lot of people feel this way. What have you found over time is your secret for enjoying the moments of success and progress when they come?
Well, I definitely have had to work on this as well. This was a really hard thing for me. I know you said you listened to my Ben Hardy interview. For you, if you haven't, or listeners, if they haven't, reading The Gap versus the Gain by Ben Hardy is one of the most profound written pieces on this exact problem. How do we stop this mentality of like, I achieved it and it's done. Like, I don't even feel the moment, or I feel the moment for 2 seconds. Essentially, the idea is that we teach ourselves to measure backwards, not forwards. So good. And everyone should go get it, go buy it, go support him. He's an incredible author. For me, this definitely was something that I had to work on. And I don't know that I ever would have worked on it from a place of, oh, I should celebrate more. I should feel this more. I really only started working on it because I was very, very burnout. It was just running and hustling and working endlessly for years, and none of it mattered. And I used to say all the time, I would say to my friends,
I don't know if this is a religious podcast. She says, "Oh golly," like 4 times. So I'm going to assume so. And she talks about God, like God, not like she is, you know how she has been lately, like she, God, the universe, my spirit angel. She spoke about God more plainly. So I think she knows her audience. And the oh golly thing caught me off guard a couple times. So I'm assuming so, but not sure exactly.
I don't feel this. I'd stand on a stage, 18,000 people in an arena, or I'd open for Oprah, or I just have these like incredible moments that were like lifetime achievements for me. I would be almost numb to them. And for a long time, I sort of would tell myself that that was like healthy, because I was like, well, I've got to be humble, because if I feel this too much, then maybe I'm going to get a big head. But what I actually understand I was doing in retrospect was I was being dismissive. I was sort of sloughing off anything that would have given me some like sense of purpose in that, or allowed me to feel that in a different way. So actually I think it was really unhealthy, and I just didn't know better. So I feel like, one, recognize that you've got a problem, recognize that it is a problem, recognize that if you were going to work this freaking hard, that
I thought she wrote down every single day how grateful she was in her journal about all the goals that she was achieving and stuff. And like, I don't know, like, so all that's bullshit. Like, you weren't actually grateful. You were just pretending and writing it down in your journal performatively, because that's what it sounds like. And that's what I've always thought. But it doesn't like kind of take away from your whole brand's messaging. Like, if you write this down, like, you will feel how great it feels. And the more gratitude you have, the more the universe will deliver more things to you to be grateful for. It's just like, again, like the whole principle of the methodology or the philosophy of life, which is, you know, hers right now is like the law of attraction or manifesting. And before it was like, you are in control of your life and no one else but you can do anything about it. And I was thinking about that today too. Like, you know, one of the first lines of this book is like, okay, hold on. Like the impetus of this book is, I peed my pants. No, I mean, that is also a big part. But okay, this is the introduction, right? Of Girl Wash Your Face. It says, so, you know, this is the summary essentially. It's like, you and only you are ultimately responsible for who you become and how happy you are. That's the takeaway. Okay, so that was her mentality in 2018. And, you know, she hasn't really denounced Girl Wash Your Face ever. She still is excited about the sales of it. She still, you know, celebrates the success of it. She hasn't said like, oh, I'm embarrassed that it did so well because I'm totally different now. She'll say she's evolved, but she hasn't said like specifically, I no longer align with this, and this. So you're just like left to guess like what's changed. But, you know, with all this talk about spirit guides and being guided and, you know, intuition, doesn't that take away from you and only you are responsible for your happiness? Aren't you now taking away the responsibility and putting it onto your supernatural guides and ancestors? Like, doesn't that completely change the entire takeaway of the book and the whole brand? Right? Like, oh, now I'm just, no, it's no longer in my control, really. It's all about being guided. It's like, okay, so then what's the point of everything you've said? Anyways, okay.
You need to celebrate it and you need to acknowledge it. And it doesn't have to be a massive party, though. I mean, that's cool too. I think it's about having little moments of something that you can do that is an acknowledgement for you. So I really love a celebratory glass of champagne. I'm not like going to drink champagne on the average Tuesday, but I feel like there's something that feels very special about a glass of champagne. So if it's a big moment, I want to just acknowledge it in a simple way. It doesn't have to be that second, but I do want to have a moment where like I sit down and I like give myself that moment. I signed a contract.
Okay, so she's going to talk about right now about her contract, but you know, we just did a whole episode where she talked about eating and how, you know, with Lisa Bilyeu, like, you know, I used to celebrate, you know, by having a piece of cake, and I used to have an Oreo because I had a bad day, and we choose, or she was accusing this mother which I think the whole story was fake, but she said that she was at the, phlebotomist and was giving blood, and this little girl was, screaming because she was scared, and they gaslit her, and then to make the little girl feel better, they bought her a candy bar, and that was a lesson, like, this is how we do it. We learn that, like, if we have something hard, we get rewarded with food. It's like, okay, so you're rewarding yourself with alcohol. In this case, is that not the same exact thing, if not even more dangerous? Like, she'll say, like, oh, if you have a hard day, take a box of wine. If you have a rough, whatever, drink some vodka. And it's like, okay, so that's the same toxic mentality that you're saying, but it's only applicable to food now. She can still have her alcohol, even though her ex-husband has been in rehab for alcohol. Like, it just seems a little bit disconnected for me. Like, that if you really believed in the philosophy of, like, I cannot reward myself with bad things, then you would have seen this by now, that champagne is, like, probably not the way to reward yourself. If you truly thought that, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying the way that she claims to think, you think she would have already gone, oh, actually, alcohol is probably not good for me either. But no. Okay, now she's going to talk about her podcasting.
Myself that moment. I signed a contract yesterday for a new podcast partner, and it's one of the biggest deals I've ever had in my career.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I was here by myself. There was like no one to celebrate with. I'm obviously not going to have a glass of champagne in the middle of like a Wednesday. I got to go do carpool later. But I just sat with that for a minute. Like, holy crap, Rach. Like, these last 2 years have been brutal and this has been hard, but you need to acknowledge, like, my podcast a few weeks ago just passed 100 million downloads. That's a number that my brain can't even hold, right? But if I just rush past that stuff, if I don't take a second and like soak that in, what are we doing? Like, what is any of this for? And also for anybody listening who has children.
It's for your audience to help them, I thought. It's not for you to be celebrated, even though that's what it really is about. It's supposed to be, in your own words, to serve your people, to be in community, in relationship with. I thought that was the point, and the riches were just the bonus. But if you really read between the lines with Rachel, you find out very quickly that it's not about that. It's about, by any means necessary, get to the top of the mountain and make the most money, because money equals power. She's not wrong there, but I just don't think that's like gonna make you ultimately a well-rounded, happy person, which I think is what we all are kind of aiming for. And I'm not happy, but like content, I guess is the word. Someone who's not like all over the place all the time, I guess. I don't know.
Celebrate your wins with your kids.
Okay, that's basically the end of that. So the big news there was that she got a big contract. She signed a new podcast partner. It's the biggest deal of her career. I cannot believe that. I'm not saying she's not telling the truth. I just find it to be completely insane that she couldn't sell out a Rise, back in a year ago for Labor Day in Austin. And you could argue, well, COVID was still going on and whatever. Okay, fine. She's barely selling any tickets here. I mean, yes, more than 2,000 possibly, which I think is more than I would ever imagine her selling at this day and age. But okay, but still, like, these venues are not selling out. It's not really showing me she's bigger and better than ever. She hasn't come out with a book since, when did this one come out? 2021? Like, didn't see that coming. I think it was a New York Times bestseller. But much less sold for sure than her other two books. So she's on the downward decline. Why would a podcast partner all of a sudden be like, let's pay you more money? So I don't know. I'm confused. I guess I have more faith in humanity. Like, oh, everything, almost, maybe it's my own toxic like karma. Like, oh, people get what they deserve at some point, but maybe not. Maybe that's the key to life, that people don't get what they deserve, and that's the problem. That's why I'm so angry. But I don't know. Okay. I mean, her podcast did hit 100 million, but I have a feeling that like a lot of that numbers were before the last year or so, and the last year maybe has pushed it up because she posts so many a week. She posts like 3 episodes a week. So maybe it's just like boosted it up, but I don't know. I don't think that many people are listening all the time. I could be wrong. Okay, let's go. Keep going. Next one.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. And I'm going to follow it up with this in Don't See That Coming. You talk at the end of the book about how to imagine the future version of yourself, and you provide some advice. And I was hoping, because I thought it was such great advice, that you could share some of that with the audience.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's hard to remember exactly what because I've written 10 books, but I'll tell you just my advice, and hopefully it aligns with the book. For me,
Okay, that was the only thing that was really important. It's very low. But what she said there, he said, first of all, he called it the wrong name. Don't see that coming. So I found that to be sort of like embarrassing for him. And it's sort of for her too, that it's like this, you know, whatever. Okay, I've already said my piece about that. But then he says, like, can you tell me like the what your advice was in the book? Like, you know, the overall feeling of the book, what you want people to take away from it. She's like, I don't even remember what I said, and I hope what I'm going to say now aligns. Like, you're that disconnected from the book? Like, you don't even really remember what you said or what the point was? I mean, she wrote it in 10 weeks, to be fair. But that also makes me skeptical even further of like, do you really give a shit? I mean, I know the answer is no, but at least pretend better. Like, this is you being asked a fairly simple question. Give me the synopsis of your book. And she's like, I don't know, but here's some other advice. Like, I think that's what she's good at. She can just bullshit on the spot. Like, I think eventually, you know, people catch on to that, and that's what we're doing right here. But, you know, sort of getting caught in those moments, it's like, eek. Okay, this one's a little longer, but this one has a lot of interesting stuff. This one is like, again, similar to Toiletgate, where she's like, people wanted me to be the Rachel Hollis that they wanted, and that's not me. But then gives no alternative. Like, who are you actually? It's like, well, I would be really, really rich and famous if I just wrote Girl Wash Your Face Again, and I made a conscious choice not to. Which I'm like, okay. Girl Stop Apologizing is literally Girl Wash Your Face with MLM, like, undertones. Honestly. Okay, let's go back.
Well, speaking of communities, I asked my community if they had any questions they might want to ask you, and I told them I'd bring a couple of them up, and this one comes from a gentleman named Eric. I know for myself personally, and I've tried to give my kids this advice, I have had to continually reinvent myself time and time again throughout my career. I've gone from military officer to strategy consultant to Fortune 50 executive, then CEO in private equity world, to now entrepreneur doing what I'm doing. And
I don't know. I'm not here to critique this dude, but like, he's not really made for podcasting, I don't think. It's boring. It's very weird delivery.
And when I look at your life, you started out as a food blogger, you were an event planner, you became this head of a lifestyle business, podcaster. And the question Eric wanted to know is, what have you found are the keys to evolving or reinventing your business and yourself over the last 16 years?
such a good question, Eric. Gosh, the keys. One, to just be open to that's the process. I think we can all look at people in our field or in our area of interest that at one time we were like, holy crap, there is nobody bigger. Like, they are the biggest thing ever. There were a lot of lifestyle bloggers when I started my blog back in 2008, and there were women that I absolutely emulated and wanted to be like, and just thought, oh my gosh, if I could be friends with this person, or if I could ever be on that level. And now you see people and you're like, oh, you're still doing the same thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, everybody gets to choose their path and gets to do what they want to do in life. But if we're looking back 15 years later, a lot of things, especially if we're businesses that in any way are tied to technology or the internet, that is shifting and changing so fast that if you're not willing to evolve with it, you're not going to continue to experience the same level of success that you once did. And I actually think that's one of the scariest things for people. It's very easy to change and adjust and try new stuff when nobody cares about your work. when you are just starting out, when you're throwing things at the wall and hoping someone sticks, it's so easy to try things. When you experience success, though, that's when trying new stuff gets terrifying. That's when I feel like we dig our heels in and we say, this is what I do, and I'm never changing because I know that this works. I've told you my greatest value is growth, right? So for me, I could honestly...
By the way, that was his cut, not mine. Okay, just so we know.
To God, I could have written a different version of Girl Wash Your Face over and over and over again, and I would fly around the world on a golden jet, and I would be super rich, and I would, I don't know, have homes and whatever, and be totally unfulfilled. Because when you have success, like that book was successful, that's all anybody wants you to do. Keep doing this thing, keep being this person, keep making this for us, right? Feed this.
What is she talking about here? You did write the same book. Like, this book is not wildly different than this book. The difference is you wink again against MLMs as opposed to fully embrace them in this book. And you talk about the same trauma that you talked about in this book and all the other, content that you do. So I'm confused as to what big change she's describing. And she's going to talk about in a second, like, I could just do Rise. I could do Rise for 1,000,000 times and it would just be so successful. The last Rise you did not succeed, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know what the metrics were. She said she didn't make any money from her own admission. She made $0. So that's not successful. So I think the reason why she didn't do another Rise is because it looked like it wasn't going to be successful anymore. So instead of doing another one to further embarrass herself, she's like, I'm going to just do something else. And my podcast numbers are really high, so I'll just do my podcast on the road. And then no one bought tickets. And now we're screwed. Now she changed the whole marketing plan from, it's just a fun night out with your girlfriends, I'm going to just shoot the shit with you guys, into, mini Rise. I did this to help people who can't afford to fly and blah, 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 whatever. Okay, you already heard me say it. But it's really not true. It's like and then she, again, like, we're going to listen to the a little bit of the Skinny Confidential again, parts about where she's like, I just want to make cool shit with cool people. I don't want to be a person who gives advice. But everything she's done since has been this. What else does she do other than give people advice, other than talk about herself? Like, you've already written the autobiography. You could write another one, but like you wrote all your life experience already. So it's like, what is left? It's like, this is not your idea. This is like, you aren't willing to give up, which, okay, that has its place in life, and I will always give her credit. She doesn't give up. And that could be a positive quality, possibly. I would argue it could also be a negative quality, but, let's say it's a positive quality. She doesn't give up. She's retained her spot, in relevance somewhat, at least in the negative sense, for sure. But in the positive, she still gets interviews. She still is out there trying. I do give her credit for that. But don't tell it as if like this is all a master plan because you're so much better and don't care about having houses in Hawaii. Because that's literally what you said. I just came across it. It's like, my goal is to own a house in Hawaii before I'm 40 and only fly first class. And, there's like 2 other things on there. It was like, okay, so those were not your goals? You were lying the whole time? Like, you're either lying now or you were lying before. That's why it's just so confusing. So, I don't know, just a lot of, like, what? And I guess she might have a point. Most of the people that are probably watching this random ass podcast that I never heard of before in my life, run by someone I don't know who it is, they probably don't know her. So she doesn't have to tell the truth to everybody, because most people that are going to find value in this will maybe buy a journal without doing massive research. And maybe that's the key also. Like, you don't have to be honest and truthful. I mean, her whole brand is authenticity, but we already know that's bullshit anyways. So maybe that is a better strategy, is just to like change your personality for every single interview you do. Hope you pick up 100 people per, thing, and sell 100 things, and then just keep doing that in perpetuity.
Machine. And what I have discovered is that it just makes me deeply unhappy. And I think the entrepreneur in me is always going to want to try something new, even at the risk that it might not work. So I'm doing this right now. I would argue that I'm probably one of the most successful people at creating conferences for women. I do the Rise conference. I've done it for 5 or 6 years, women from all over the world. I don't know that anybody does things at the level that we do them, or have this many women come, or have this many lives affected. I could keep doing the Rise conference. I could, and it would be awesome and it would be great, but I've done it for a very long time and I feel like it's time to evolve. So for the first time ever this fall, we're doing a tour. Instead of asking people to all come to the same city for 3 days, I'm going into individual cities.
But like that's the same. It's the same content though, and it's also like because the other Rise didn't work, she really tries to paint herself as a martyr, and I think I get really triggered by this. And again, I need to be like more honest about this. Like I think a lot of my frustration with her specifically, because she reminds me of my mother so much. I talk about this with my therapist and she, sort of agrees. And I feel like I, for so long, ignored all of the lies my mom would tell about herself to people in the public, but I knew her so closely and well that it was like, I had to almost write it down after some time and go, no, you said on this day this, and now you said, to make myself not feel insane. And so I catch myself doing it with her, with Rachel, and I think it's cathartic for me. So again, I thank you for allowing me to like do this on a public platform. But yeah, it's just like, this is all rewriting the entire narrative of her life. And again, the only reason I know her life is because it's in all these books. This is like life, like on every page is her life, and every podcast is about her life. So I don't know.
And I'm going into Omaha, I'm going into Charleston, South Carolina, or Detroit, or Chicago. And my intention with that was I wanted to serve people who couldn't afford to fly in for a conference. I thought, well, if I bring this to them, right? And if the ticket's $40 instead of a conference where it's $300, could I serve a different audience? Could I help people that maybe wouldn't normally get to experience community of women coming together, and men too, but like believing in themselves and feeling fired up and trying new stuff and finding people who will be your hype squad? Like, this is an experiment. Is it gonna work? I sure hope so, but I have no idea. We're going to cities where personal development isn't as big of a thing, right? If you go to Birmingham, Alabama, which is an amazing city, but maybe not a space for personal development, you're not only creating a new thing,
again, this is like a nitpick, but I fundamentally do not agree that because you live in a city that is not a big city, that somehow you are unaware or don't participate in personal development. The only reason that there's personal development conferences in like a Vegas or an Austin or Miami or whatever, New York, like she was talking about before, that, if she would have put her conferences there, then that the draw would have been bigger. A conference, usually you're trying to attract people from all over. You give them a location that might be interesting for them to attend and spend time in addition to going to the conference. And they have the capacity for a big group of people. It's not because, there's no, I'm trying to think of a cardiologist in Alabama, so we shouldn't have the cardiologist conference in Birmingham because they just don't know what cardiology is there. It's not. It's just because it's like logistically, like to bring all the cardiologists together, you might as well go to a place where there's like hotels and restaurants and that sort of thing. But she's going into individual cities. I think it's sort of insulting. Again, she's repeated this over and over again. I think to protect her own ego of why she hasn't sold tickets. Like Birmingham, Alabama is no different than New York City when it comes to personal development and their depth of which they are, participating. And she also knows that the web exists, like online internet exists. So that's where most of the shit takes place now anyways. So it's just continually like insulting the people of an entire state. Like, the reason that tickets didn't sell is because they're not ready for me to go. You can do it. It's like, come on, give me a break.
Also asking people to like try something they've never tried before. But if I'm not afraid of failure, because like literally some cities 300 people have bought tickets, some cities 1,000 people have bought tickets, but dude,
Which
if
one?
one person wants to pay to hear me talk, holy crap, let's go. Like I will never forget what it feels like the very first time that someone comes up to my table and asks me if I'll sign their book. I'll never forget what it feels like to have one person want to buy a ticket to my very first conference. So
That's such a good comment, Taylor. It feels like she was selling a piece of bread to her fans, but now she's trying to sell a piece of toast. Exactly. It's like the same thing with like, she thought like, okay, maybe I could, appeal to my final few in these areas where I have the most, podcast downloads geographically, and it didn't work because it's probably just like on auto download still, like we were kind of hypothesizing.
Just think I have a different perception. Like I have experienced really massive success in the eyes of the world, but for me, I'm willing to experiment and try things and see what else is out there because my version of success is very small. So I think for Eric, as long as he stays tied to
her version of success is very small. Wasn't the whole point to dream big, and she's never going to let anyone tell her that her dreams are too big? But now, rewriting history once again, her dreams are so small. Don't judge her. Her dreams are so small. It's like, what?
What does success look like to me? Maybe success to him is like, I want to make sure that I'm home for dinner every night with my kids. Maybe success for him is I want to make $1 million. But if you know what your truth is, what is your North Star, you can iterate in 1 million different ways about how that North Star gets followed, as long as you stay true to what the core is.
I think there's so much value in that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. He's like, I don't know what you just said. I zoned out. Okay.
How do your...
Okay. I gotta... Dang. There's one that I accidentally exported as an MP3, which is a big one. I'll have to find it in the thing. Okay, hold on. We'll watch a different one in between. There's one where she's like, I took my kids off of social media the last 2 years. I decided that I'm no longer putting them on social media. It's like you literally within the last 4 months posted a naked photo of your daughter or a topless photo of your daughter online and then defended how amazing the photo was. Like, stop lying. So maybe we have to listen to just the audio version of that one. But first, wait, this is a short one.
And then reached out. I mean, literally the amount.
Oh yeah, this is just for a soundbite. Hold on.
And then reached out. I mean, literally the amount of publicists that are like, what? Because I just will be like, hi, Rachel Hollis. But I would love to get your author on my show. And they're like, what are you doing? I literally just reach out myself.
She finds it very quirky that she sends her own emails. She basically, the question, I didn't want to play the whole thing because it was like a long answer to get to that, part. But basically he was like, do you book your own guests on your podcast or like, do you get pitches? And she says, I hate pitches. I only want to like talk to people I want to talk to, which fair enough. But then she says, I will reach out to publicists and they're like, oh my God, what are you doing? The Rachel Hollis is like emailing. She's able to email herself. What the heck? It's like, yeah, does anyone think that you don't email? Like your team is Jack, who's a video person, and one other person, like who else is going to be doing it? I don't know. I think she fancies herself a little bit more. She definitely is living in the past for sure about what she used to have and the accolades she did achieve before and is not really focused on what is true today, personally. Okay, this one's short as well.
I wanted to ask you, especially since you're going on to this tour to places where people might not know you as well and haven't had a chance to go to your conferences, what do people get wrong about you?
She's not going to answer this question, just FYI. She never answers this question at all, really. What do people get wrong about you? Okay, get ready for an answer that is not an answer to this question.
Oh gosh, well, I mean, it's the internet. So everything that you could possibly make up. I honestly try not to pay attention because some things are so crazy. You sort of get frustrated and you want to defend yourself. And like, I remember like when I went through my divorce, people like, oh, it's because she's like hooking up with this guy. And I was like, bleh. Like, it was so disgusting. And it was based on nothing other than internet rumor. But the crazy thing about the internet,
I think she's referencing here Jen Hatmaker's husband. I've never actually looked him up. I know Jen Hatmaker, basically that rumor came up because they announced their divorce after, shortly after, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, after Rachel and Dave announced their divorce. So they thought like, oh, is Rachel with Jen Hatmaker's husband and is Dave with Jen? Like, there was speculation and rumor that was, possibly an answer.
is that people will believe it if they see it in writing, or it's just like entertaining, or it's fodder. And I'm sure I'm guilty of that. I'm positive I've seen stuff about celebrities before and been like, oh my gosh, Robert Downey Jr. is half unicorn. Like, that's crazy. Like, you just see something, you're like, oh, that's interesting. We're human, and I'm guilty of it too. I think for me, I don't pay attention, because ultimately, if you don't know someone personally, it's impossible to actually know who they are. I care very little about what people think of me. I care most what I think of myself. I want to be proud of myself, and I want to love myself and feel like I'm doing the very best that I can. And I think we get it twisted when we worry about what other people are thinking or saying or doing, because you can't fight against that, right? There are people who love and adore me, but also probably love and adore me based on their perception of me that isn't real. So either way, it's not something that's really relevant to my life.
It's extremely relevant to your life when you sell yourself as a brand. It's like the most relevant thing. I'm sorry to say, that was a choice you made. So I find it to be very relevant. It's not like you're selling, toilet paper that has nothing to do with you as a person. You're selling your personality on your podcast because you talk about yourself so much. On your books, you talk about yourself and your trauma and your life. It's like, how can you say it's irrelevant? It's like, if no one liked you, then no one would buy the book, and that would be your whole business as an entrepreneur, like your whole existence. It's just so, and it didn't answer the question. What do people get wrong about you? That you didn't hook up with Jen Hatmaker's boyfriend or husband? Like, okay, that's the only thing. Nothing else? Like, it just turned into like a conversation about like, I don't care what anyone says. Okay. I don't know. I sort of want to just play the audio because I don't know how difficult it would be to fix this situation now.
How do your kids feel about having?
I wonder, yeah. Okay, is that okay with everyone just to hear the audio? I swear I didn't doctor it anyway, I just hit the wrong button to export.
How do your kids feel about having two parents who are very much in the public eye?
They don't know another existence, right? So they've always had, even before I had published my first book, anything like that, their dad was a really high level executive at Disney. So they've always had parents that have had pretty big jobs. I think when I was earlier in my career, I know this sounds silly, but it felt to me like the world and social media and all of it was much smaller. I came up, I built a business, building a community, and then telling them, hey, I have this book, or hey, I have this podcast. And back then, my children they are obviously such a huge part of my life. And so I would talk about them a lot. I would show them a lot. And I've made a conscious decision in the last 2 years to stop putting them on social, stop sharing their faces, stop doing those things, because
the last 2 years, she made a decision to stop showing her kids on social, stop showing their faces. That is just not true whatsoever. And we can look at her Instagram now, but the most egregious one recently, like I said, she posted a photo with, I think, 2 of her sons, if not just one of her sons, and her daughter, again, with no shirt on, to the internet, and then defended it on a podcast where she was like, everyone's gross. No one would care if it was a boy with no shirt on. You guys, this is like a beautiful photo. And I took it down because people are disgusting. It's like, or people have a dirty mind and I just don't want to deal with it or whatever. It's like, okay, But then she's going to explain, it wasn't their choice to go on the internet, so I decided to take them off. It's like, that's not even true. Like, it just bothers me. It's like, I'll show you right now. I'll bring up her Instagram right now. We can at least count a couple photos. And then on her vlog, like, her Hawaii vlog, she had her kids like in it, not for long periods of time. Definitely compared to Heidi, she's much, much better. I will give her credit there. Heidi is like, gazillion, trillion times worse than Rachel. But don't say you, in the last 2 years, consciously made a choice to take them off, because that's just bullshit. It's just not true.
Because this was my choice to step into this space, but it wasn't theirs. And any stories that I share about them, I did a podcast, maybe earlier this year. I can't even remember.
Golly.
Everything's smashing together in my mind. But it is a podcast where I talked about my oldest son being gay. And that was something he and I had discussed for a while before he's out publicly in our town. We live in Austin. But it wasn't something I'd ever said on a podcast or anything like that. So those kind of things,
it's May 8th.
That's a discussion that we have. But I think more than anything, for me, it's about how can I do this work in a way that still is protective of their privacy, and that I'm not discussing things that they wouldn't want told or shared. I'm sure Ford doesn't mind that I told you that he gave me the answer to the bus route. But yeah, they don't know another world. And I think that this is a really powerful piece of advice. This could show up in a lot of ways, but I remember when I had my first son and I was going to go back to work, and I had so much shame about going back to work because I had a lot of pressure and a lot of voices telling me that if I was a quote unquote good mom, that I would stay home with him. But I've always really loved my work and been passionate about it. And I didn't want to give up my career. And I was like, well, certainly there's a way I could do both. And I remember a woman telling me, oh, it's fine, because he's not going to know a world where he doesn't have a working mom. And that was so helpful for me. Like, our children will just understand the world that they're inside of. So for them, they're just like, yeah, my mom's an author, right? It's not really something they care that much about or think that much about.
That's it. So I just showed you like at least several examples. It's not like, oh my God, she posts every single day. I don't think that. But I mean, you've made an effort, like I decided to turn off my comments, and you've made this proclamation. I decided I am no longer showing my children. Then you can't post photos of them and go, see, I'm such a good person. I made this conscious choice, because it's just a lie. And then she's like, Ford doesn't care that I said this. She also did a Rach talk where she told the story about Ford getting broken up with from a girl in his class, and that the girl took the Valentine and ripped it up in half and whatever. It's like, that's pretty private. And he cried and he was upset and whatever. And it's like, okay, why do we need all that private information from your son? That was like, I think around Valentine's Day. So that's not that long ago. Like, that's, not okay in my book either. So she's just, lying, delusional. I don't know which one it is. Yeah, exactly. The Ford's breakup thing. It's like, I don't know if he cares as a child, but like looking back as an adult, I don't think any kid's gonna be like, oh my God, that was so funny when you like blasted me on the internet and made fun of me for being rejected in the, fourth grade. I don't know. Okay, this is the last one, and then we'll move on to Toiletgate recap. We're gonna watch the live stream in which she claims that she was defending a woman with depression, and that's why. And maybe we should listen to the podcast first, where she defends herself in regards to Toiletgate. And then we can watch the stream that caused it, because she spends a lot of time explaining the stream and what she was doing there. And it's a lie. It's just, that is a total lie and a misrepresentation of what happened. And again, I don't think she cares that she's lying for these, things that people aren't going to look into, because it does take time to go back and like, wait, what happened? It's like a 40-minute video. I cut out the good parts or the interesting parts. But like, if you don't have time, like, you just take her word for it, because you're like, well, she wouldn't lie about that. It's like, yes, she would. Okay, this is the last one. This is called the perfectionism.
So I have had a number of guests on the show, and this has come up with Gretchen Rubin, Liz Fosling, Susan Cain. I mean, I could go on, but they're all bringing up perfectionism. And we both have kids. I just went through this period with my daughter, especially through her last 2 years, where she was definitely I think, feeling it, that not only did she have to have the grades and do the AP courses, but she had to get the community service, and she had to be in the right clubs, and she had to get the right awards, and she had to play in the right sports, and this and that. And I think there's so many of your kids, my kids, those who are joining the workforce, and even older than that, who are dealing with, whether you call it effortless perfection or perfectionism in general. And I know a lot of women watch and listen to this podcast as well. What is your advice to them on how do you tackle this? And it's not just a female thing. Males go through this as well. So I did want to give that caveat.
Yeah, I feel like we should call bullshit on this. You can bleep me if you need to, but it feels important enough to cuss about. We have to say it. We have to say that it's not okay. We have to say that it's hurting our kids. We have to say these things to...
Okay, so this one deals with her kids again. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Rachel's whole ass message, no one's going to tell me that I can't have a big dream. No one's going to tell me, including my mother-in-law or society or the church or whatever, which I agree with. I'm not just a stay-at-home mom. I want to have a career. I want to do whatever I want to do, and I'm going to go for it, and that's what you should do too, and that's my specialty in life, to have you dream big, right? Okay, so her kid, her son, is saying his dream that he's had since he was little, and she's going to go, no, lessen your dream to what I would like for you. Okay? That's what I hear when she's talking about this.
Normalize it. So it's really interesting. My oldest son is at whatever the highest GPA you could have, he's got it. Whatever the highest level class, whatever, could he take college credit? Could he do? From the time he was a little boy, he's talked about wanting to go to an Ivy League college. And he's a sophomore this year. And this is the first year that we went and met with the school counselor to talk about that. They're mapping it out. And he's like naming colleges, and maybe it's this and maybe it's that. And I'm the mom that's like, I mean, yeah, but like also UT is great. I feel like maybe you take a gap year and like you go to Europe and because we did not give his father and I, we did not give this to him. He really is this kid. But I also don't think that it's a healthy mentality. And what I worry about, I know a lot of parents would probably be super pumped if their kid was like working.
It's like, again, like, it's his dream. She only wants her dream. She wants her dream for her kid to come true. It's not his dream, her supporting his dream. It's her dream of him being, whatever. It's like, I don't think running an events company and, running a blog and doing a book and is necessarily healthy either. But if that's your dream, who are you to, or who is anyone else but you telling you it's not okay? Like, isn't that the whole point of all of this content? And then not to see it so clearly when you're being presented with it on the other side of it. Someone's asking for your support and you're not giving it. It's just weird. I'm not saying that she's wrong. Like, okay, you don't want your kid to be overly stressed and whatever. But if that's what he wants and he's expressed this for years, it's just like, support him.
I wanted to go to Stanford or something. But for me, I care more about his heart. I care more about emotionally, how is he doing? And I've seen with him and his friends that the anxiety has increased as their desire to have a higher GPA has increased. And so I just continue to talk to him and them and lean into this idea. We have like big family dinners once a month, and like the teenagers will bring their friends. And I am like the mom that's to all the teenagers, like, I promise that in 10 years, you will not remember what you won't care what your GPA was sophomore year. And you're stressing yourself out so badly trying to hit a level of perfection that doesn't matter. And I know there are parents who would disagree because they're like, no, my kid's job is to get this GPA and to get into college. But whether it's kids or ourselves, it's like, to what end? Why? Why does that matter? I suppose if I know that there are certain jobs where going to a specific school would make a difference. But if you're just doing it because you want the clout of being able to say that you did it, I just feel like it comes.
Why do you run a marathon, Rachel? Why does anyone do Mount Everest whatever you climb that she didn't finish, but, why does anyone do anything? It's to say that you could complete it, right? In those cases. Now, she's not saying what career he wants or whatever. There might be stuff, mixed in with that about going to school. Like, she's not divulging all those details, and I don't think she should, but, like, it just doesn't, like, because you go to UT versus Harvard doesn't make it less stressful of for you to go to school. If that's what he wants to do, it's none of your business. Anyone else's opinion of you is not your business, right? Like, anyone else, if you, I don't know, it's not like he's asking to go, to cocaine school or something. Like, he's wanting to go to a school. I just don't understand, I'm sure, like, the stress is going to be there. Maybe that's something you can work on with him and, like, get him help somehow or lessen the burden of the stress part. I get that, but just telling him to go to a different school because I don't know, that doesn't seem like a fair solution for him, especially if he's, again, expressed this since he was little. And he's worked for it. Now you're going to say, oh no, you're too stressed. Like, that's something that, like, I feel like her mother-in-law would say to her, you're too stressed. You just need to be a mom. Just be a mom. Like, isn't that the same exact thing that you've fought against your whole life? Yes, I think.
To the detriment of your life experience, whether it's the way that your body's
College is a life experience, though. And no, she did not go to college. She went to 1 year of acting school after high school.
Supposed to look, or how your family's supposed to function. All of this comes back to this idea of failure and other people seeing us fail. Man, maybe you run towards failure. Maybe you purposely do things that you don't think that you should do just to prove to yourself that life keeps spinning on its axis and it is okay. Because I have never met a single person who was a perfectionist and they felt good. I've met a lot of perfectionists who are incredible athletes, musicians, and the perfectionism led to a level of artistry or athleticism that we all idolize, right? But I can also tell you that those people behind the scenes are some of the most emotionally unhealthy people I know because they're drowning in the stress that they've created for themselves. So I guess it really comes back to values. My value in life is not to live a life or to have my kids live a life that looks good from the outside. My value in life is to have a life that feels good on the inside. And if it feels good on the inside to you, there's a really strong chance that somebody else will find it lacking.
Okay, so remember this line when we watched the live stream from right before Toiletgate, the live stream that inspired Toiletgate, because there's a direct opposite reaction and she's sort of shaming the commenter who made a comment. This is separate than the relatable AF comment about her and Dave and, the truth of social media and what, you're actually allowed to see. Because in this one, she's like, I don't want to be just seen on the outside like I'm perfect and good. I want to be real. Okay, great. But then a year before, a year, right? Let me check my timeline that I now have pulled up at all times. A year and a half ago now, was a totally different take. So this is almost done. It's basically running out.
And if you're pursuing perfection, it's someone else's ideal. No baby comes into this world and is trying to be a perfectionist. Those are learned behaviors. And if it's learned, then it's not that still small voice inside of you. It's not your intuition. It's not your soul. It's not your greater source. So I'm just going to keep coming back to calling BS when I see it and hopefully living life in a way.
And I don't know. Okay, whatever. I don't care what she says anymore. Is Pepperdine University an Ivy League? Because that's where Dave went. I think it's a fairly prestigious school. So maybe he does want to follow his dad's path. And I think that might bother her too. Like maybe he wants to go to a school like his dad went or better than his dad went and he can do it. And maybe they can't afford it. Maybe that's what it is. But also it's like, I just highly doubt it. Like in that interview, he claims to her, and maybe he's wrong because he got a few things wrong in that interview. He said, you've sold 10 million books. I mean, if you sell 10 million books, I would imagine your kids have a college fund that you'd be able to afford, any school you want to go to. But who knows? Who knows? We may never know. Okay. Should we listen to the explanation first, or her like future self explaining what happened, or should we actually watch what happened first? Do we have a preference? I think we should watch the live stream. I've changed my mind. I think we should watch the live stream first, personally, because I want to see it again. Okay, so for anyone that is unfamiliar with, this is an infamous Rachel Hollis moment. This is the live stream that caused Toiletgate. Confirmed. There is no debate about that. It is confirmed. Now, this was posted. It's still on her Instagram. You can still look it up. It's still fully there. I'm looking for the date that this was posted so I can... It's like the 2 days before or the day before actually Toiletgate happened. Okay, it was posted March 29th, 2021. Okay, so I'm gonna write that down actually in my March 29th, 2021. And then Toiletgate happened at the beginning. I have it written down as March or April, end of March or April. So it's either like the 30th of March or like April 1st or 2nd. Okay, so it's very important. I wrote this on purpose. And I swear I'm not lying. You can go look it up yourself. It's there on her Instagram. If you go to her like video section, reels section, you scroll down to that date. It's there. I cut stuff out because there was a lot of stuff. It's like 40 minutes or 50 minutes. I cut it way down, but it's important to know the timestamps because in the podcast where she defends Toiletgate and explains her reasoning behind it and kind of tries to rewrite this whole narrative, she references certain things, and it's very clear how that's not true, in my opinion. How many minutes in between things happened, how many different topics were in between that, like, it's just inaccurate. And so I put the timestamps on there for a reason. So let's see, I think I can just full screen this. Haha, okay. Yes, thank you for all the Toiletgate emojis. If you want your own Toiletgate emoji, join the membership. There's a link in the description below. We just hit 100, so as soon as the graphic designer, he has to fix one tiny little thing, and then we'll get 5 new emojis, and then we'll get more when we hit 200, which hopefully will happen at some point. But thank you everyone who joined now, and there's going to be merch and stuff coming up again soon, different merch, and there'll probably be like discounts and things. I don't want to say what they are, like, because I don't know how it works, but I'm trying to figure out how to like do discounted stuff. So for membership, that's another incentive. Not there yet, but working on it. Okay, here we go. So this is Rachel from March 29th, 2021. 10 minutes into the live stream.
Alicia said, I'm healthy. How about you? I'm great. I'm really, really great. I'm feeling so freaking hopeful. Vaccine is rolling out. Like, I'm feeling excited.
Vaccine. Tour. Vaccine. Conference. Vaccine is rolling out.
I'm feeling like vacation is gonna be a thing.
Welcome, Mariette. Thank you.
Off at school this morning, and his teacher was like, "Man, there's only 35 school days left," and I was like, "That's crazy." And to that end, can we just all give me some hearts right now for our teachers? You guys, you have figured out how to teach in a classroom, how to teach virtually. Shout out to the parents who are teaching, even though you never signed up for that. Like, y'all, woo, okay. Grounding yourself in gratitude.
Okay, so that's 10 minutes in. That's how she's feeling. She's feeling good. She's happy. She's never been better, whatever. Okay, now this is 12 and a half minutes in. Okay, very important.
Really meditating on what makes you feel great is going to calm you down. I'm dog sitting for Dave, so I just have to let Jeffrey in. One moment, everybody, one moment.
Okay, I included this part because I was like, this reminds me of like when people say, my husband, asked to babysit, or I'm gonna ask my husband to babysit the kids. It's like, aren't these kids your kids too? It's like, I'm gonna dog sit Jeffrey. It's like, isn't Jeffrey your family dog? Is it considered dog sitting when it's also your dog? I just thought that was an interesting line. I'm like, wait, Jeffrey is Dave's dog specifically? Okay.
So struggling with depression.
Okay, this is the big one, baby. This is the big one. 13 and a half minutes in. This is what sparked it all, according to Rachel. And I'm going to say she's lying.
Changing meds, starting therapy, but still struggling with getting out of bed in the morning and getting the, okay, you said, and struggling to get the cleaning done. What matters most is you taking care of you. Changing medication is so hard. So hard. It's throwing everything off inside of you, and it is a really important step in the work that you're trying to do, but I want you to hear me say it is work. I'm not going to cuss because I know I'm on live, but F the dishes. Screw the dishes. Screw the laundry. Who freaking cares? Who cares? The house is going to be dirty for a minute. What matters is that you are taking care of you. And if you don't feel like you have it in you today to do the dishes, light them on fire. Get some paper plates. Like, who cares? I feel like we as women especially have this like checklist of.
And now I don't disagree with what she's saying here. The premise of what she's saying, and the question was, I'm on new medication, I'm starting therapy, but I'm still upset that my house isn't clean. How do I get past that, I guess? I don't know why you would ask Rachel this, but okay. What she's saying is not bad. It's like, I think it aligns with my beliefs. Like, you're depressed and there's shit to do. Fuck the shit and whatever. Don't do it. That's also my take. It's important though, because she's going to use this as the reason why she was defending this person against Toiletgate happened. It doesn't make any sense. I'll let her explain it, but this is the important part about this.
All the things that we need to do in order to be good, in order to get the job, in order to do it right. And when you ask women to make a list of their priorities, if most women will not even put themselves on the list, like it doesn't even occur to them. They'll be like, my marriage, my kids, my this, my that, my job, da-da-da-da. And it's like, well, where are you? And they're like, oh, great. And then they add their name, but their name is literally the last thing on the list. Self-care is not something for Sunday afternoon. Self-care is not a bubble bath and a face mask when you're feeling down. Self-care is, can you take care of yourself every single day? And that might mean that the house is dirty. Oh, well. Oh, well.
Agreed.
Because you are not going to be able to serve anyone else. You're not.
I agree with her 100%. Tuli Unruly, thank you so much. Okay, Tuli Unruly picked a blue thumbs down with nope written on it. Nope. Well, that's something. Let's see.
I'm more of a hippie than you are. I put out so much crap. Unfollow me.
That's all for you, Tuli Unruly. Actually, hold on.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
That's for you, Tuli. Don't forget it. Okay. Let's continue.
To be able to have anything else you want if you're not feeling okay. And sometimes, especially when we're dealing with depression, anxiety, any of that emotional stuff, and you're trying to do therapy, and be graceful. Be graceful with yourself. Let the dishes sit. They're fine.
I'm with you. Amen. A woman.
What's been your biggest change in 2020, 2021 that you never planned to have to make, but now don't want to ever lose focus on? Thank you. I love this question. I never want to forget like what it felt like to slow down and come back to the person that I want to be.
I was like, that did not make sense. I never want to forget how it felt to slow down to become the person I want to be. It's like, that's not a real sentence that has any meaning to me personally.
I think like so many of us at the beginning of 2020, I was running, I was hustling. You convinced me to hire a house cleaner.
Okay. So that was, when did we start? We were at 13 minutes in when 13 and a half minutes in when she went on the monologue about, give up, don't worry about it, it's all good, no problems. Okay. Now we're at 17 and a half minutes. We've skipped ahead quite a bit.
2020, I was running, I was hustling. You convinced me to hire a house cleaner. Yes, hire a house. The only reason to not have a house cleaner is because you can't afford it yet. And notice I said yet. But if you can afford a house cleaner and you don't have a house cleaner, what are you doing? Unless you like it. Do you like scrubbing your toilet? I don't like scrubbing my toilet. Look, I want to do the things that only I can do. This is the key to success. Because I know y'all follow me. I've got dreamers. I've got entrepreneurs. I know who's in my community. You want to know how you get ahead? You want to know how you can be the most productive and the most effective? Do the things that only you can do. Can someone, could I do the dishes? Yes. Can I scrub the toilet? Absolutely. Can someone else also, so that I could spend my time doing this live stream, writing a book, recording a podcast, which is the stuff that only I can do? Yes. So that's what we do. My girl comes twice a week, and she is the most delightful human ever. We love her, and she, makes sure that mold doesn't grow on the dishes in the sink. Thank you.
I know, that's my thought too. I'm like, she's like, only I can do this. I'm a boss babe, whatever. So are you watching this. But my house cleaner, she's different. It's just actually, she doesn't gender her at all or give her much of a personhood other than she calls her Sherry, which I'm assuming that's a woman. But it's like my house cleaner, the house cleaner. In this case, it gets even worse when it's Toiletgate. It's like the lady or the woman who cleans my toilets, which is even less of a, dignified position. But it's interesting that, she doesn't really connect the dots. You think that Sherry, doesn't, well, she knows Sherry has dreams outside of doing this work for Rachel. She wants to be like a massage therapist or a physical therapist or something like that along those lines. She said in the Kathy Heller interview before Toiletgate as well. So there's already an established and I'm not saying that she doesn't like this person, this house cleaner, but she's using her symbolically and doesn't think this is also your audience could be a Sherry. It's confusing. But yeah, that's the whole point of this. Is more about the logistics of what she's claiming was said in the comments and who she was clapping back about. So she tries to make an argument that she's clapping back at people who are, making fun of depression or are dogpiling on the woman who, didn't want to clean her house. There's no evidence of that, at least in this, documentation. She's answering the question many minutes later, and even more minutes later, she's going to now do her response. So it's only about her. She changes the narrative later, but okay.
You, Sherry, we appreciate you. Let's see. Had to start a group to support mindset and move energy for peace of mind. We've been so uncomfortable. It's real. But just because you're uncomfortable doesn't mean that you are in danger. I'm going to comment on this. I usually don't. Okay, so the original, going back to the NASA analysis, the original person's question was at 13 minutes. Now she's going to be addressing the you're unrelatable comment at 21 minutes. Come on. That is not a response to the dog piling going on. It's so ridiculous. That was even brought up as why I got so mad. I got so mad on behalf of women with depression. It's this is more than 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes later, or she's already gone on to 20 other topics. I don't see these, but I'm going to do it. I assume that you're saying privilege AF about having a housekeeper. Hell yeah, it is. It absolutely is. And I'm super aware of that. I grew up with no money, and I cleaned my house forever. And it is a privilege to have someone who can come in and do that, but I also worked my ass off. to get to the place where I could afford that in my life. And I chose that really early on. Like, I will sacrifice other things in my life to have help with that. It is a privilege, but when you add the words, when someone else has something that maybe you wish you had.
Okay, that part got cut off because her own live stream stopped and like whatever she said got erased in the ether. It's like a 10-second or 15-second like pause. So no one knows what she said there, but then it comes back. So I did cut that part out, but all it was her just like freeze framed and no one, she could have said something gold there.
It doesn't mean that you can't have it. Does that make sense? See, I think when people see someone who have a thing that they want, their reaction is like, screw you. Because if you have that thing, it's a reminder that I don't. And the way I tend to think is if someone has something, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. I can't wait for the day when someone will do that for me. Right? It's pausing. I don't know why. Right? You can choose. Look, you get to control the mindset that you have about anything in life. You get to control your mindset. So you can see something and see it as an example of what you do not have in your life. You can look at it and see scarcity, or you can be like, damn, I want to work to the place where I get to have that thing too. Or you could be like, that's never going to be something I aspire to spend money on. Do you, girl? But I'm so confused by this culture that we have created of like, oh, someone has something, let me crap all over it.
You're just jealous. Jill Christian, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. They say, catching this live is giving me life. Well, for that, we know we have to say this.
It's giving me life.
It's giving me life. What do we think about Dave and Rachel?
They truly have it all.
Also, I'm sorry about the lag. I think it's from the hurricane. I don't know. I'm also hearing the hurricane outside, so we'll try to get this as quickly as possible so I don't go off air too soon. And just for that, we'll put our good juju out in the world. Let's see. Dave, what do you have to say?
You want to tell Tony to shove it up Tony's ass.
I do want to do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. One last good song for the road.
Why do you follow me if you don't already own my book?
Jill Christian, thank you very much. All right, back to Rachie.
Let me attack that thing because that thing makes me feel lack. You are in control of your mindset. So, okay, not relatable to you. Cool. Great. Keep doing you. I'm going to send you so much love and so much light and so much good energy today because I feel like you need it. So, have a good one.
Okay, now here's another thing. She would say, she's like, I'm the most positive person you've ever met. I'm just so optimistic and bubbly, and everyone thinks that I'm like, way too rose-colored glasses, whatever. Okay, but that she is fake positivity. That's not even necessarily toxic positivity. That's not real positivity. She's like, you know what? I think you need some love and light today because that sounds like you need it. That's passive-aggressive negativity. I think she's got those two confused. Like overreaching positivity can also just circle right back into passive-aggressive negative comments. That's what I took from that. All right,
back to this. Back to this idea. I don't remember what I was talking about. Honestly, this is such a good point. Thank you. Someone said so many Instagrammers hide the support that they have and the help that they have. I talked about this in Girl Stop Apologizing so much. I will always tell you guys what I have access to. I have a nanny. I have someone who comes and cleans my toilets twice a week. I absolutely have a team of people at work. Someone gave me this hair color. Clearly no one did my hair and makeup today. But if you see me looking super pretty on Instagram, like full hair and makeup, someone made me look like that. I absolutely have so much help. Because, number one, it takes a team to be able to live life at this level. To run a company, to write these books, to do this podcast, to do these things, there is no way I can do it by myself. And I'm so freaking over a society that tells women that they're supposed to have it all by themselves without complaining and look beautiful and not have stretch marks and have a perfect body and fit into this narrative. I call BS. No. It's garbage. If you see someone on social showing you this idealized life and saying that they do it all on their own, they are lying. And what happens is it makes other...
Now, I'm going to make an accusation that could be easily refuted, but I don't remember ever, thank you, Holly, she said specifically, girls, stop apologizing. She talked about having a nanny and having a house cleaner. That is true. And she also referenced the house cleaner in the same way as someone who scrubs her toilets, for the record. But I don't recall one time hearing about a nanny, hearing about a house cleaner ever in Girl Wash Your Face. And Girl Wash Your Face, to be fair, is the more well-read, the more widely read book of Rachel Hollis. So I think that's why some people criticize this book by saying, oh, you know, you have a nanny. You didn't say that in the book. You sort of alluded that you were doing it all and somehow, you know, keeping up with everything. And one of the lines that I sort of feel is like relevant to this, it's from not even a page, it's from the beginning parts of the introduction. She says, I vowed to be authentic and sincere, and for every glorious styled cupcake picture we produced, I shared a photo of myself with facial paralysis. If I went somewhere fancy like the Oscars, I balanced that with a post about my struggle with weight loss and pictures of me 40 pounds heavier. Okay. I've talked about it all. Struggles in my marriage, postpartum depression, and feeling jealous, scared, angry, ugly, unworthy, unloved. I have tried to be totally real about who I am and where I'm coming from. Seriously, the most famous thing I've ever done was to post a picture of the stretch marks on my saggy tummy on the internet, and yet I still get the notes. Women from all over the world still email me and ask me how I manage to keep it all together while they struggle. I can feel the pain in those emails. I can hear the shame in the words they use to describe their own hardships, and it makes my heart hurt. So I write them back. I tell every single one how beautiful and strong she is. I call them warrior, courageous, fighter. I tell them not to give up. It's what feels appropriate to say to a total stranger. It's like, I don't see anything about, like, I don't do it all myself. I don't keep it all together. I do have a house cleaner. I have a nanny. I have this and that. Like that, I think, is the place that you would say that. And I don't see that. Now, again, I could be wrong, but I think she specifically said, girls, stop apologizing for a reason. That she got called out about not being totally upfront and honest about her help. And then she updated it in the second book. Personally. Okay, back to this.
People feel like crap because they think, why does this influencer have this beautiful everything and I can't even get out of bed? Right? If you see my life and you're like, that looks cool, I wish I had that thing, please no. A team of people helped me accomplish this. Not in the beginning. Not in the beginning because I had no money. But you better believe that the second that I started to work, literally, back when I was making $34,000 a year, one of the first things I splurged on was not going out with my friends, was not dinner, was not alcohol. It was a housekeeper who came on Saturdays and cleaned my house. That is a value for me. Feel great about spending money on it. So I'm going to keep showing up. And if that makes someone feel like it's not relatable, great. Keep doing you. Sending love and light. And the things we go off on live streams, guys.
You hear the wind? It does not sound good. I just think this part too is like she's defending only herself, which is fine. Defend yourself, but don't lie about it later and say you're defending your viewers. It's like you weren't.
All of it. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I feel like it was a good point, but I don't even remember now. Does anyone have one more question? What else can I answer while I'm here? Anything else before I go? I've answered the controversial question of where's the dog.
Yeah, I cut that part out because it's like people were asking, where's your dog? And she sent the dog back to his family, whatever that means. Very Micah Stauffer of her, because she adopted a dog that apparently bit or got rough with her children. So people kept asking, and she addressed it in this, but we've already sort of gotten past that. So here's some stuff about Dave.
Into an argument with someone about the ability to have a housekeeper. Who is my coach? Who's my coach?
Me.
I don't really have a coach. just like the books that I'm reading or friends that I have in the industry, like it's more that I take it based on what I'm kind of going through at the time, and then I'll seek out an answer.
Only sweet house cleaners who clean my toilets need coaches. Ugh, dummy.
For this specific problem that I'm having. What is the best suggestion for creating a morning routine that you can stick to? One thing at a time. Add one thing at a time. Think of one thing that would really help your morning to thrive, that would make you feel more successful, that would set you up for the day ahead, and just incorporate that one thing. So let's say that you always feel stressed kind of getting out of the house, right? So maybe your thing is like, man, if I could just feel less stressed getting the kids into the car, if I could just feel less stressed when I'm getting ready for work, then that's the one thing to change. How can you set yourself up for in advance so that you can feel great? So like, could you lay your clothes out the night before? Could you lay your clothes out? Let's see. Is there ever a time you should give up? Is there ever a time you should give up?
I don't know why I left that part. It was like sort of boring. Okay.
Oh, I love that. Let's see. Is there ever a time you should give up?
When it's with talking about Dave Hollis.
Is there ever a time you should give up? I'm trying to think of when I've given up. Certainly. Yeah. I think there's a time when you have tried and come at it from every angle. And I think like, just super honest with you, if you guys were with me when I got divorced, I mean, that was years and years and years of trying to make something work and doing all the things that I could think of, and it just wasn't ever gonna be fixed. It was never gonna be fixed, and neither one of us were ever gonna be able to be the people that we could be and should be if we kept trying to make this unhealthy thing work. And so I don't know that I would call it giving up so much as choosing the option that is actually like what your spirit needs. In any situation, the dream that you have, the job you want to do, whatever it is, it shouldn't be about giving up, because giving up implies that you let go and then that's the end of that for you, as opposed to choosing a path that is more fit for who you became. And I think probably how that shows up most, and I would go back to like the divorce again, but I also think this is true for like dreams and goals and whatever, how that shows up most is when you've evolved. When you've become someone new.
When you've become sentient, then you don't need Dave Hollis anymore. The last marriage conference was in 2018, from my understanding. So this is 2021. But they said that they had issues, for 5 years, specifically 5 years, which is when they started their adoption stuff, or they adopted Noah.
You have grown and you have changed, and so those desires that your heart had 5 years ago or even 1 year ago, like it's changed, and that's where you have to sort of choose the thing.
Now someone's gonna comment what we're all thinking here, but she ain't gonna like it.
Why did you present yourself as a happy couple? What a sweet question to ask, because we were a happy couple. Because we were best friends and we had so much fun together. But as much as I love you guys and as public as my life is, you don't get to know the behind the scenes stuff. You don't get to know the ugly stuff. You don't get to know the pieces that don't fit. And it's rude, it's wildly rude and disrespectful to attack someone because you didn't get to see.
Asking a question was not an attack, first of all. Second of all, it's a fair question. Third of all, your whole fucking brand is I tell all. I tell you everything so that you can know my stretch marks and everything, all the blemishes. I am not leaving anything on the table. I am Miss Authenticity. That is me. I'm your good friend. Like, yeah, that's what you're telling us. That's the whole brand, baby. And she's acting like, how fucking dare you? It's like, wait, what? I'm confused. This is your whole thing. Don't put this on me like I'm some sort of weirdo that you sold marriage conferences and had Dave speak at all your events, and you did a morning show with your husband, and now you don't like your husband anymore. Now you're going to fucking be mad at me for it? What? Crazy.
Those parts. It's like such an
Yeah, we needed There's Colleen.
You get more handsome by
Oops.
the day.
There's Colleen.
Their thing, like, I'll clap back at you. Do you go show the world the parts of your relationship that are broken? No. And if you're best friends with someone,
Don't speak for the commenter. Maybe they do. Maybe they're more honest than you, Rachel. And also, you said we shared everything, all of our ups and downs and our fights and this and that. So we thought that was it because you told us that was it. Again, don't act like, oh, you obviously, like that commenter probably is not a self-help guru who says, in every single bio and every single intro I've ever heard of her or someone introducing her, it's like she gained millions from her authenticity. It's like, no. That's not authentic. Now you're just saying you're like everyone else. So why are you getting millions of dollars? Why don't we get millions of dollars for hiding our negative selves?
and this is the case with us, if you're best friends with someone, that friendship will always fix the pieces that don't work right. I don't know how else to explain that. Because you could have all this stuff that was like hard and you're working through, but then you could go laugh together. You could watch a movie. You have these beautiful kids. Like, you're so freaking blessed that that's the part that you come back to. And frankly, we could have kept doing that for the rest of our lives. We could have kept doing that for the rest of our lives because the friendship was that strong. So that's what you saw.
Okay, then why did you say he has a double life later on then? Why do you say that he did all these things to you? Like, again, sorry, I keep saying click. I need to clear the likes out of my vocabulary. Hold on.
Clear.
I get it when I get excited. It's another narrative change. Again, we are best friends. That's why it worked for as long as it did, but we needed to follow our spirit guide. Okay, fine, whatever. But then later on, she's, oh no, the marriage was over. I ended it because there was no choice to be had. And it's like, okay, well, that's not what you're saying here.
And not just with me, like with anybody. If you see celebrity couples, if you see influencers, if you see authors, if you see people that you're like, but you were so happy, well, come on, you're smarter than that. You are so much smarter than that. Like,
This is all fake. This is all fake, dumbasses. Well, yeah, but you're living in this reality that you're telling people it's not fake. Like, everyone that's critical knows it's fake. But that's why we're criticizing you because, yeah, we know, but you're selling on the premise that you've actually figured out a way to make it not fake. You're smarter than that. Of course this is all bullshit. And it's like, we should have just listened to, I did, listen to her for her word. Like, stop believing in her. Stop believing in all of these people anyone on the internet who makes it seem like everything's amazing. It's probably not. Choose sadness and be real. Thank you.
showing your friends the real stuff. You showing up at the company holiday party and being like, well, we haven't talked to each other in a whole day. Well, like, no, come on. Why is it that you're allowed to be human, but I'm not?
Because you're making millions of dollars on the premise that you're being authentic with what you're saying and telling people and the books that you write. That's why people are inspired by you, because they thought that you were different and that you could help them be different. That's why, bitch. Come on.
Right?
Love and light.
Come on, y'all. It's so crazy. I'm on my period right now, so let's fight.
Oh, again. Okay, this is sort of, I left this in because it's like her hormones. It's not normal to be mad on your period. But this is before she went on her journey, I guess. This is before she knew it wasn't normal to have emotions.
Normally I just ignore these comments, but today I'm like, let's go. Come on.
Come on.
What would you... Someone said, are you friends with Heidi? I haven't met Heidi yet. She seems lovely. My kids love her. I'm sure she's wonderful. I am positive we're going to meet at some point, because how could we not? But I'm sure she's great. But also that's got to be awkward as hell. Have you met the person that your old person is now? That's just not any weird feeling. Like, I probably like her more than I like him. But like, what that's gotta be, you know me. There's no way I don't make that awkward. There's no way I don't make that awkward. Like, what am I gonna do? I don't know. Like, what? No, just me? Someone tell me, how does that go? Someone tell you how that goes. So awkward. Okay, you guys are saying it is awkward, it is awkward. Yeah, we'll try it. Yeah, I'm sure she'd be down to do a live stream. It's fine. That won't be weird at all. It's awkward, believe me. I love that you just said it will be awkward. Ames, you know it will be. For her too, I hope. Like, come on.
I hope.
Weird. Like, yeah, okay. Everyone's saying it. I'm glad. And then you get over it. Like, that's we're all good.
And she's now going to be like, I love Dave, that he's so happy now. I love it. She doesn't seem as happy later on for him.
Everyone's great. But honestly, like, freaking so happy for him. Live your life, live your dreams, do the thing, get it, live. And that is like the hope, right? When you go
Yeah, that didn't last very long.
through something as hard as what we had to go through, like, if you're gonna have to go through that hell, let it be, because you get to come out of the other side of it and get to live this like beautiful, brilliant new life, right?
With Heidi, brilliant new life. Oh God.
Let it be that. Let it be that. Go freaking A. Do it.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that was the preemptive Toiletgate. What started it all. Then Toiletgate happened, which, if you have not watched it lately, maybe we should just watch it. I love watching Toiletgate. I love it so much. It's so fun to me to be reminded. I think the best thing about Toiletgate was the caption and how she said, "Happy fucking Women's History Month." After saying, like, you think I want to be relatable? Malala Yousafzai, Harriet Tubman, I don't know, Oprah Winfrey. I don't want to be happy fucking Women's History Month. It's like so funny. It's an epic moment in history. Okay, then so a couple days later, I believe she's going to reference the time frame. And thank you for this Simply Imperfect podcast for capturing this for all of our sanity. Then she makes this TikTok.
Okay, yesterday I was doing a live stream and I mentioned that there's this sweet woman who comes to my house twice a week and cleans. She's my house cleaner. She cleans the toilets. Someone commented and said, you are privileged AF. And I was like, you're right. I'm super freaking privileged. But also, I worked my ass off to have the money to have someone come twice a week and clean my toilets. And I told her that. And then she said, well, you're unrelatable. What is it about me that made you think I want to be relatable? No, sis, literally everything I do in my life is to live a life that most people can't relate to. Most people won't work this hard. Most people won't get up at 4 a.m. Most people won't fail publicly again and again just to reach the top of the mountain. Literally every woman I admire in history was unrelatable. If my life is relatable to most people, I'm doing it wrong.
That's the smug face that I think that I was referencing, where it's like, this is going to be viral. I'm going to be on Good Morning America. I am clapping back at people who are taking down influencers and are putting negative comments on Instagram. And this is going to be my movement. Now, whether that's true or not, I can't say, but I have my suspicions and I will continue to work on them. Okay. So that's the big issue, obviously. Love revisiting that at all times. Now we're going to listen to her explanation for all of it. And I think you'll find it funny because we just watched the raw, right? And now we're going to hear a year later, I believe, Toiletgate happened. Yeah, about a year after it happened. So we all had time to forget what happened. And this is when she went on to the Skinny Confidential podcast. It's not a safe space, though. Don't get it twisted. It's not a safe space, as they say at the beginning of the podcast. But it just is a total rewrite of history. And I just wanted to revisit it again. Rachel Hollis on being canceled. Accurate. Oh, and sorry, I wanted to address the delay again. I think it's because the power went out right before I came on. It came back on, obviously, probably like 20, 30 minutes before I went on live. So I think it just never, I don't know if it like something happened. So it's a little slower with the internet than usual. So, but we have power, so that's good. And it sounds like craziness outside, so we hope we stay. Okay. So we don't need to listen to the whole thing. I'm going to jump through it a little bit, so bear with me for a second.
Are coming from. It's something that I'm a very curious person. I'm interested in.
This is the.
And I think my take on, I never listened to a podcast of theirs after this. I never listened to one before, to be fair. And some people were speculating that Dear Media, which is their company that these two people own, they're married, they own this podcast platform called Dear Media. They might have picked up Rachel, and maybe that's what she's referencing as like this big contract that she's signed, which I think would make sense. Hear that? It's thunder. Or something's blowing up. But she really tried to like, anytime Rachel has a thought or says something, she really tried to go, but as a mom, though, like, you should be forgiven for everything because you're a mom, though. It's like, okay. Like, that was her take on everything, I thought.
Teens, a lot
Thanks,
of
Corey.
lots happen for you, to you, with you.
Oh my gosh.
About you.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, wait.
I'll let you kick it off.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Rachel. It's been a minute. What the fuck happened? What is going on? It's been.
How's the
I was
audio?
just literally going back. 2018 is the last time you've been.
Right.
Lots happened for you, to you, with you.
Oh my gosh.
About you.
Yeah, it's honestly.
Hi, Heather. I don't know that about the producers. That would be interesting. It does sound like something's happened because she said she signed a contract. So let us know the tea, please. And welcome.
I mean, it feels like a lifetime from 2018 to where we are today. And I'm trying to remember if had the book come out? Is that why I came on the show last time? The Girl Wash Your Face come out?
It was coming out, right? I think that's like you were promoting it, right? Or like
Okay,
we
got
were
it.
talking about it.
How crazy.
Like a lot's gone on.
Yeah. So that book utterly changed my life, changed my business, all of it, totally unexpectedly. I had been sort of hustling in obscurity for 8 or 9 years. And that book came out. It was my 6th book. So I have 5 books before that nobody really cared about. And then this book just...
I was hustling in obscurity while on Good Morning America talking about my bikini photo. And probably, I don't know the exact amount, but I'm almost positive she had like 100,000 followers like when the bikini photo came out. So it's like, that's pretty significant. If I had that, I would think I was the biggest celebrity.
Some sort of nerve.
Was everywhere.
Was everywhere, sold millions and millions and millions of copies, still sells a shit ton of copies today, and went sort of from like hustling to, oh my God, now I'm overwhelmed and there's so much opportunity and how do you decide? And so it's pretty wild. That was 2018. 2019 was sort of the life I had dreamed of, the most success I could have imagined, the most money I could imagine, speaking opportunities everywhere, which was always what I had dreamed of, podcast explodes, the whole thing. And it was the most miserable year of my entire life because the amount of work required to stay at that pace and to keep producing and all of it was so overwhelming, and I couldn't be the mom I wanted to be. I was on the road constantly, and I remember talking to someone who had experienced something similar and him saying, you're gonna get burnout and your instinct is going to be to take your foot off the gas. And whatever you do, don't take your foot off the gas. And I think that is the most fucked up advice I've ever been given because I listened. And I ended that year completely depleted. And 2020 then, I think, was sort of the fall apart of 2 years of extreme, just working so hard. And not, I'm sure you guys have experienced this at some point of like, the success happens and you don't even really know how to deal with it or what it means. And you sort of need your spirit to catch up to where your brand is.
I think we've experienced it a little bit, but much slower, right? Like it happened. I mean, when I say your book was everywhere, everybody knows the book. I mean, every fucking airport, every bookstore, every news channel, everywhere. And I think that type of success, it's very.
She's like, not good enough. Wasn't good enough for me. Okay.
rarely experience that speed. Like most people, especially what's been in my career, Lauren, where you work long,
Yes.
like you were.
Yes.
And like you have these things, like we always say, there's never been an epiphany, right? Like it's like all of a sudden you look around like, oh, we're a little more further, a little better, a little better.
You can point to an epiphany.
But yours was out of nowhere, mass scale.
Right. And what's crazy too is that the book was not a success right out of the gate. So it came out and like a handful of people cared.
She says it wasn't a success because it wasn't a New York Times bestseller week 1. It was a success. It took like, I don't know, 8 weeks or something, but it was selling. And her other books also were like picked up by a publisher. She just has this extreme level of what is success to her. Because she posted a vlog of her crying because the first week her book came out, Girl Wash Your Face, it didn't hit the bestseller list. She was hysterical. And it always came off as like disingenuous to me because it's like, I mean, I'm glad that you're showing that you're upset about it, but then her whole teaching is like, be grateful, have gratitude, it's fine, you know, like success is different for everybody. It's like, but for her, she wanted to have the, you know, house in Hawaii and all that stuff. So that was like showing like, oh, it might not happen. I don't know. It's interesting. And then why would she be crying that she didn't have huge success, but then when she got the huge success, it was overwhelming for her? I don't know.
Hard fans who had been there forever, they cared. But it took 3 months for it to hit the New York Times list. So it really was this very organic thing. And kind of the fan base took ownership of it, which is beautiful and amazing and did change my life and my family's life. But also when the fan base takes ownership of something, they also sort of take ownership of you.
Really, though, let me tell you about my Skinny Confidential Facebook group that I had to shut down.
Right. Oh, I remember you talking about this last time.
Different scale, but I empathize with what you're saying.
It's pretty crazy. So in the success of the book, the business that I've been doing for a while, which was, you know, I had a lifestyle blog and I did conferences and speaking engagements, all of that exploded with it. And everything since then, it was sort of like rising to the highest point of the mountain. And where I find myself today at the start of 2022 is wanting to get back and have done a pretty good job of getting back to what I actually want to be doing, not what everybody else would like me to do.
Okay, Rachel, if I was on this podcast as an interviewer, like, so what is that? What is it that you actually want to do? Because I want to know what that is too. I'm so confused because she's like, I don't want to give women advice anymore. I'm like, good. No one wants, I mean, people do want to hear it, but I'm fine with you pivoting away from that. What do you want to do? And then there's like no answer. And then all of her content that's come out since this podcast has debuted, which is March 14th of this year, it's been the same garbage with like a spirituality tinge to it. So it's like, okay, is that the big evolution? You went from prosperity gospel Jesus into like the secret and manifestation Bible. Like nothing's different. It's just like a little different, like the toast or the bread into toast. Like who said that? I forget who said it. Sorry, whoever said that earlier was so Taylor, was it? I think so. Let me know if I'm wrong, but whoever said that was like very perfect. Like it's the same product with a little different bow on it.
Sure, you guys have had this too, where something's successful and then all of a sudden every brand, every agent, every manager, every press out, like everybody wants, oh, what if you did? And you're like, oh, I've been working so hard and here's all this opportunity. And you just start saying yes to everything and you sort of get lost in that. So
what is it that you really want to do?
Right. Yeah, make content, create stuff.
You do that. You write and you make content. What the fuck are you talking about? You can't do that. You are doing that. Write what? Like fiction? She said that she doesn't read fiction anymore. She exclusively reads nonfiction. She said that in that Passion podcast that came out this week. So that's, you know, her like, okay, fine. You are doing those things. So.
And the more successful I got as a writer, the further away I got from being able to write. There's no time. I don't have the space or the freedom to think. I'm, just going from one spot to another, whether it's travel or meetings, or I want to make cool shit with cool people. That's my mantra. And I want to make stuff
that's my mantra. Like, what does that mean though? You're going to write jingles for the local car dealership? Are you going to write soup can labels? Like what? You are writing. You are a New York Times best-selling writer. So what's going to change?
I really love and I'm passionate about, even if other people don't get it. And that means that I can't keep only telling women ideas for how to make their life better. Because it was like, you become successful in one way, and then that's all anybody wants from you. Tell us something else. And I'm like, y'all,
so
I give you 3 books.
So walk us through this, like, so I think to contextualize, because like I said, I mean, there's so many things that have happened since 2018. When you first wrote the book, what did your personal life look like and your team look like? Like, I mean, was it a small operation? Was it a big operation?
Yeah.
And at what point do you start like building an operation?
Yeah. So it was 6 people in LA.
Okay.
And I mean, that was like a social media person and a, brand partner and like all of that stuff. And then when we moved to Austin, we moved the business to Austin, and we were a team of 14. So we grew a little bit. And then
this was primarily speaking and books and just that type. Okay.
Yeah. And this is like a before and after moment for me. So the book had come out, it was starting to get really popular, but I just wasn't super conscious of what it was doing. And then we put a conference on sale. I remember standing in this little office here in Austin with our team of 14, and we were putting tickets on sale for our conference. And it was going to be in Dallas. And it was, I lied. It was in Minneapolis, and it was 3,800 seats. And every year I had done a conference and got a little bit bigger and bigger, 3,800 seats. And I was
What was the first year you started doing conferences? And started
2017.
Okay.
Here in Austin, 150 people in the Hyatt ballroom.
Okay.
Just there.
So it started small.
Started very small. And by the way, it was like, we did like buy one, get one tickets. Like 150 people didn't even sell out. It was like we were doing everything we could.
So the reason I'm asking is I think like people look at you now and they think like these massive conference, massive events. And I just want to paint a picture of like the scale and the speed.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So 2017, it was like, do you want to invite your mom? Like literally, we just wanted to fill this.
We want to paint a picture that you're innocent. So let me help you with that. Tell people that it started really small in 2017 and then grew and exploded by 2019. So people feel bad for you and understand that, you are just a helpless entrepreneur who didn't know how fast they were growing. Very much like Elizabeth Holmes, it's just, she's helpless. Like she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't know that blood no working machine. She didn't know that the Edison was not real. She didn't know. It's not her fault. She $1 billion. Psh, $1 billion blood machine. Too hard for girls. She need to get that to the boys. That's me explaining that Elizabeth Holmes scammed people as well.
Because we had already paid for the hotel room. So we're standing in this little office here in town. The book had come out. And we had 3,800 people. It was supposed to be in Minneapolis. And I was like, am I about to go bankrupt? Like, because when you plan an event, you got to put the money up and like hope to God you can sell the tickets. And I remember,
dang, isn't that the opposite of what she said? She has all these partners in all these different cities. And if they didn't sell enough tickets, then like they would lose money. Weird. That's changed in this last 3 months.
Standing around and we put the tickets on sale. And the accountant was the one watching the website. We're all just like celebrating, like, yay, silly, whatever. And she was like, oh, we sold, 30 tickets. And we were like, holy shit, we sold 30 tickets. And then she was like, oh, we sold 300 tickets. And it was so fast. And that conference sold out in 30 minutes.
It's crazy.
And I remember the 14 of us standing around and no one said anything. It wasn't even celebratory because we just didn't know what had happened. So I went from all these years where I was like, barely selling tickets to suddenly we sold 4,000 in 30 minutes. And not only that,
I thought the first event you said was 2017. The second event was 2018. All these years. It's like that was 1 year.
But then the fan base who had saved for a year couldn't get tickets to the, so immediately people were like, have another one. So we planned an event in Dallas for a month later, put those tickets on sale, and that sold out in an hour. And that was 8,000 people. And it was that was like a before and after. I was like, what just happened? I'm still not entirely sure what just happened. But yeah, that was a big deal.
That's a lot of people.
A lot of people.
The pressure and the energy that takes.
Yes.
I don't even know how you had the capacity to have 4 children, a husband. Like that is a lot.
Right. Ask Elon Musk how he does it. He's got like 100 children. Ask him how he does it all.
I think I don't know. To me, there isn't, the energy changes 8,000 people versus speaking to 100.
Yeah.
But I would speak to 100 people the same way I speak to 8,000 people, or I've had the opportunity to speak to 20,000 people. My style doesn't change based on the size of the room.
But don't they want to meet you afterwards and engage?
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Okay. Yeah. So it definitely is a lot more extreme, because when I first did the conference here in Austin, that was one day. Versus,
it's only if you can afford the VIP package, which is exclusively for people with money. So not all of them.
This conference now is a 3-day thing, and I might be on stage for 4 or 5 hours. So it's very intense. But also the audience is giving you so much energy, and you're it's like a symbiotic relationship, and it's fun. So yeah, it was a trip. I don't know. I tend to jump into the deep end and figure that I'll learn how to swim once I get there.
Like, forget it. You should see some of the shoes I wear. They are and they're so uncomfortable. At a matching percent off. When did you start seeing your social media experience hate? Was as your book grew more and more popular?
Immediately, day one. It was just basically a hate page from the beginning. Okay.
You start to see that's going to come with success.
Yeah.
You look at the Kardashians. I was just talking about this the other day, and they've heard every single thing that there is to hear about the way they look, their body, et cetera, et cetera. They got to have tough skin.
Right.
When was there was there a point that you can remember thinking, wow, this is tons of positive, but it's also shifted to negative?
Well, not to the extent that exists today for everybody on social, because social now is fucking wild.
Social.
But I came up with social. So I had a lifestyle blog for the longest time. So I was, back when Facebook was something we all were excited about instead of something we're, ugh. But back on Facebook and having groups and having a page and posting every day, 2010, 2011, really doing the work there. So it ended up being awesome back then because you could interact, just like when you had your Facebook group, right? You could interact with your fans and hear how their life was, and it would inspire content that you would create. It was amazing. But even back then, I think, respectfully to women, because I love women, but groups of women can be catty. And so that back in the day was when I first started to hear.
They're probably just on their period. Give them a break. Come on.
Comments. And back then, it was about motherhood. Always. That was always what women attacked me for. And now, God, it seems so insane in 2022 how much I could be hurt by some stranger on the internet saying that I was a bad mom because I was a working mom. It seems so antiquated and ridiculous.
I think that's because it shifted, right?
Yeah.
It was before, it was a platform, like you said, where you engage. I remember when Lauren used to go in and respond and answer to everyone and do it. And that's that. I think that's how these were envisioned to that's why they were created, was to connect people and to engage and all these things. But over the years, I think it's become more about spectating, right? And people aren't really engaging as much anymore. It's just commenting on people's lives. A lot of times
we're not at SeaWorld. We're not Shamu.
Right. But not even in.
Yeah, but you are though, because you're putting the pictures up, but you're keeping the comments on because you want comments, you want engagement. That's the game. Engagement. Kardashians know that. They do controversial things on purpose to get engagement. Now, you can argue, well, I only want positive engagement, but there's no way to guarantee that, just like there's no way to guarantee every single moment of every single day is positive. Now, you can, do things to try to say things that are safe and, whatever, but those don't usually get engagement. So that's the problem. And I don't know. I just feel like she's really, I forget her name, Lauren. Lauren really goes to the defense of Rachel, and it almost in a bad way, I think. She infantilizes it. Well, we're not Shamu at the, what? It's yeah, you're not. You're choosing to post. Shamu doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice to be in the tank. You're choosing to put yourself in the tank and then have people pay tickets to, watch you. That's not their fault for engaging and being honest about what they feel about the Shamu show that you call your life, right?
It's not even that, just commenting. It's like a hobby. It's a hobby to go and try and find something wrong with what someone said. And true, it could also be a profession as well. And it's not hard to find things that I find
frustrating with her. So it's not like, oh, I gotta really dig deep to find something. Like I can't help it. Like I said, I can't help it. This is what I was doing before I had a YouTube channel, into the, talking to the ether of my, blank wall, or commenting on other, creators who are like anti-MLM or, savvies, and putting my opinion, like, oh my God, this is what I think. So yeah, she's not wrong, but I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily horrible.
Times it is wrong, but others you're like, wow, how did you even get? And the amount of the thought process now, I was talking to Jay Shetty about this on his podcast, that back in the day, social media was how we figured out what content was sticky. So you kind of try a concept like, hey guys, I've been thinking a lot about this. And if you got a big response, lots of people are like, oh, me too, I'm struggling with that. It sort of told you what to write about, or it told you what to make a YouTube video about. Now there's no testing. It's, if you want to post anything, you have to think and think and think, or you do what a lot of celebrities do, where you're like, I'll just put a heart emoji. Like I'll say nothing. I'll post a picture and say nothing, which we're losing something in that. We're losing conversation. We're losing the...
No one is saying don't post something, but you have to be open to critique and criticism. Every idea that comes out of your head, and she has said this, every thought you have is not a good thought. Okay, every thought you've ever come up with is not a flawless thought. And you gotta let people say what they want to say about it, or don't. But don't complain like people didn't love it. It's like, no shit, dummy. Like that's how every thought that it's ever been thought is. There's negatives and positives, even to the most extreme. Okay, this is gonna be a big leap, but like Charles Manson, most people, I believe, think that he is a bad person. He murdered people. But there was people at the courthouse that showed up and were supportive of him. We're like, woo, yay, we love him. Are those people better because they showed up positive than the people who were like, this guy is messed up and he did all these horrible things? I mean, I'm not comparing the two. Like, obviously the severity is totally different, but like, if it's strictly positivity, where does the line get crossed where it's okay to criticize someone bad? Like, we need to be able to critique everything and let the chips fall where they may, personally.
Ability to have a real discourse with people and maybe disagree, but that's okay because that's what you do with people in real life. But it has shifted and changed so much.
Most of the creators that I know, and obviously work with a lot of them here, but then also some bigger names, like you said, it went, people like yourself, people like Lauren, like that used to engage into all these things. It's more now like, hey, I post and then I don't look at what people say.
Oh, not at all. Yeah.
And I think that, like, to your point, I think that is unfortunate, but it's become such a place that...
Like, it's unfortunate for people. It's kind of unfortunate for you that you can't handle anyone saying anything other than, good job, yay, love it, you look so hot, you look so pretty, what you said is perfect.
Honestly, engaging with a lot of, like, there is a, I don't want to shit on everybody, because I think the high majority of people are there for the right reasons. They're positive, they're good, they're living a great life. But the people that are there for the wrong reasons happen to be the loudest people.
Absolutely.
Right? And so it's like, at some point, you're not doing yourself or anyone else a service by engaging with the peanut gallery and going back and forth and fighting online with people hiding anonymously behind a keyboard, right? Like, it's not productive for anybody.
Well, I think, so I have been relatively absent from social. I really only post if it's like in my feed, if it's something that I feel really strongly about, or I really want to make sure that they know about, or I'm just experiencing something where I'm like, this is so great. I went skiing for the first time this weekend with my 15-year-old son for his birthday, and I posted about it. But that's the first time I've posted in 6 weeks, because for me personally, I want to live a really good life. I don't want to just have a life that looks good on Instagram.
So we're going to jump around here. When you posted, and everyone knows the post, and you got all of that flack and all of that pushback.
Yeah.
What was your...
Okay, I really think this is now going to be a critique on how they set up this podcast. And same thing with Dave, and Dave Hollis, when he did his sort of like talking about mentioning Pancakegate. And this is not Rachel Hollis's episode, so I feel like it's fair that they should have played Toiletgate full. They should have said, okay, now we're gonna watch it was only 60 seconds. This podcast is like 40 minutes or something, an hour. Like, they had the 60 seconds to go, we're going to play the clip, the whole entire thing, and let's discuss it. But they don't. They go, everyone knows what we're talking about, right? Everyone sort of knows what crazy thing happened, but not everyone does. So it makes her a much more sympathetic character when you haven't heard it in a while. You may not be looking it up to watch it. So you hear her take on things. You're like, okay, that seems reasonable. Yeah. But why not? It shows that they're biased. I mean, it's obvious that they're biased for her, supportive of her, probably because they wanted a piece of her podcast that has 100 million downloads. So now they're going to try to appeal to her and try to get her into the network. But, it's all business, baby. But, I don't know. It just seems like if this was a real unsafe space podcast, put your feelings at the door, we're adults, play the fucking 60-second clip and let's actually discuss it.
Intention, and I'm sure that factors into a lot of the things you post now and how you think about it. But what was the intention, and how did you feel, obviously, about the response?
Right. So I was doing a live stream. Let's say it was like a Tuesday. I was doing a live stream, and on the live stream, I had this woman who was saying that she was suffering from severe depression, and she was asking me. She had so much guilt and shame because her house was messy, and I was like, okay, a couple of things that you could do. Number one, you could just be okay with a messy house. Like, what matters most right now is your health. So you can focus on that, or if you can afford it, get a housekeeper. And during that live stream, I started to get so much flack for saying that, like, oh, you could get someone to come and clean your house once a month. And I got so much crap for saying that in the live stream. And then they started attacking me, which I'm very used to, but then they started being mean to her. And so that got me sort of, because I'm like, fuck you, dude. Like, this woman just told you that she has severe depression. She just said that she feels shame about it. Don't dogpile. So I finished that live stream, and even talking about it right now is like making my heart.
That's not what fucking happened.
Bold-faced lie. Bold-faced lie.
Is that what happened, everybody? We just watched that stream, and I just went through, minute 13, she answered the question about, talked about 3 other things. Then at minute 17, she talked about something else. And then at minute 21, then someone said, you're unrelatable, and she freaked out. It has nothing to do with the depression lady at all. Heidi, what do you think?
No.
I mean, it's a bold-faced lie.
Bold-faced lie.
There's not one part of that is true other than the fact that there was a question on the live stream. I had nothing she never said one time, hey guys, come on, quit those comments. Depression is real, and it's something that we need to, take very seriously. And if you want to be here and make fun of this woman who's being, honest, then get off of my stream. That was not the conversation I had. It was like, love and light, bitch, because if you have something to say about me, you're stupid. Do you think that, everyone doesn't lie about their marriage? Are you dumb? That was the conversation I heard. Continue, Rach. Go ahead.
And I finished that live stream. I just kept thinking about that, because when they were saying, they were like, you're so unrelatable, I think. And I was like, I just sat with that for days or 24 hours or something. And I was like, wait, what?
For as much as she can't remember, it was like a Tuesday or something. She said, I'm relatable, I think. Bitch, I'm sorry, I keep cursing at her. That's mean. The context. And if you didn't know the context, play it on the podcast so you can be reminded about your mindset in that moment. But this is calculated. She's like, I am so unaffected by this. I didn't think about it at all, except that I think she said I was unrelatable or something. Maybe it was 24 hours later. I don't know. It's not even a part of my life. I don't think about it. It's come on.
Why would I want to be relatable? Everything I've done.
Let me go back.
About that. Because when they were saying, they were like, you're so unrelatable, I think. And I was like, I just sat with that for days or 24 hours or something. And I was like, wait, why would I want to be relatable? Everything I've done in my life, trying to write a book, trying to have a podcast, all of this stuff is me trying to step outside of a narrative. So I thought, and I'm not the only one who feels like that. So I wanted to make a video about that, and I had TikTok, and so I was like, oh, this is what we're doing on TikTok right now, is making these videos. This is the definition of privilege, is that it never ever occurred to me how it would be taken.
Do you also think that you were so distracted with everything that's going on. You've got kids,
you got a vagina, you have chocolate cravings, you have tampons to buy, you have Spanx to put on. I mean, come on. No one should be forcing you to feel bad about anything.
So you're with your husband.
Yeah.
The book, the six, like it's like so
1,000,000%
much that like maybe you like weren't even along, you mentioned privilege, but you weren't even thinking the ramifications.
No. And so my best friend said something so great. She's like, there's a big difference between your intention and your impact. Your intention was like, oh, I want to speak to other people like me and maybe inspire, whatever. But your impact is what you have to take responsibility for. And I like the amount of therapy, coaching, processing, books, like what has happened because of that experience. I am a different human because of the experience.
It would be strange if you weren't.
Right. But I think what's really interesting is that
I don't think she is.
The internet wanted, I don't know how to say this, like they wanted me to, it's like a math teacher saying, show your work. So they wanted, show us what you're doing. Tell us about, which to me felt like it's performative. You know, those, when people mess up or a celebrity says something or whatever, and then they get on the internet and they're like, look at me.
I was waiting for you to do a song like We Are the World.
Right. They're like, look at me doing the work, or here's the stack of books that I'm reading. And I thought for me to actually do something to really change and understand how I made a mistake and not do it again, I have to actually do the work. And that's not something I'm going to show on social media.
So let me ask you a really blunt and honest.
But then again, it's like you just said you don't regret it, because why would you regret standing up for a person with depression? So what do you regret about it? Nothing. So what did you have to do the work for? Nothing. So I'm confused. Like there's completely contradicting ideas here. You did all the work to process and to understand and to know how it was wrong. Okay. But at the same time, it's like all I did in her explanation was stand up for someone who was, going through depression. What an admirable thing to do. She doesn't care about herself. She only cares about others. So what did you have to process? Actually, you probably, if you did tell a therapist that's the way it happened, they'd probably be like, oh, wow, like that's pretty heroic of you, and process how being a hero could be, affect you. Maybe that's what she's talking about. I don't know.
Question. Do you feel like the punishment fit the crime? Meaning like,
yes, absolutely.
Everyone's aware of the comment and what you did and what you said and all that, but do you feel the way you got dragged was appropriate?
Yeah.
I feel like cancel culture today is, if cancel culture was actually about caring whether or not the person was learning from their mistakes, it would be one thing, but it's not. It's about who can make the comment that gets the most likes or who can say the thing that's the biggest singer. So that sort of circus that happened was crazy and felt crazy to be inside of for me. But I'm not just saying this. If it hadn't been as painful as it was, I wouldn't have done the work that I did, because I never in a million years would never think that I, after being on social media since it started, could have gotten on the internet and said something that made my fan base feel like suddenly this wasn't a safe space. I did that, and I have to own it. And yes, so much stress and so many things behind the scenes and all of it that I think kept me from seeing.
She's like, I need to own it, but I won't, because for the examples and reasons I just gave.
It was, I get it, but what I never understood ever that saying the names of women. So I had said that, just for anybody who doesn't know.
Okay, and maybe I should bring up the actual caption. Hold on. Because she's about to talk about the caption, which I just, I said that was sort of like what crossed the line for a lot of people. And for me as well, like, what she said was one thing, which was bad, but what she captioned made it even worse and out of touch. Okay. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. What is it about me that made you think I want to be like Harriet Tubman? Okay. What you said, Rachel. Okay, it says Harriet Tubman. It's really blurry. Sorry, it says Harriet Tubman, RGB, Marie Curie, Oprah Winfrey, Amelia Earhart, Frida Kahlo, Malala Yousafzai, Wu Zetian. All unrelatable AF. Happy Women's History Month. I thought I said Happy fucking History Women's Month. Maybe I'm adding that for flavor. Sorry. But yeah. So she's like, I don't know how people thought I was comparing myself to them, even though she said in her video, which we just watched, if my life was relatable to most people, I'm doing it wrong. And then stared awkwardly into the camera. And then the caption was, Harriet Tubman, RGB, Marie Curie, Oprah Winfrey, Amelia Earhart, Frida Kahlo, Malala Yousafzai, Wu Zetian, all unrelatable AF. So yeah, that's you comparing yourself to them. I don't think it could be any clearer. This is her explanation for it.
This video saying like, I don't want to be relatable. I have someone who cleans my house and I work really hard and this is what, and I, in the comments or when I wrote about it, I listed women historically who are unrelatable. Like all of these women who had inspired me. I'm a huge history nerd. So I was just naming women who were my heroes. And I never, ever in my life, it never occurred to me that people would say, you're comparing yourself to Frida Kahlo. You're comparing yourself to Harriet Tubman. And again, that's my privilege that it never occurred to me that people would take it that way. But that was the hardest thing for me to wrap my brain around, because in my head, I was paying honor to women that I admire. It never occurred to me that people would say, you're saying that you worked as hard as fill in the blank historical.
I mean, no one said she's working as hard as, but you're comparing yourself. Yes, I am unrelatable. She said that. If my life is relatable to most people, I'm doing it wrong. Here's other women who are also unrelatable. Where's the confusion?
This is a different scale, but I think like as people with public platforms, there is a level of responsibility to think about, at least think about how you say things, which I mean, same thing. Lauren and I go through it all the time. But at the same time, I would push back, and we're all part of this, on the public and say there's also a responsibility to just be a good human, right? Like when I look, we had Sophia Franklin on the show. She was part of that Call Her Daddy controversy when that whole show split up. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Be a good human. This is not a safe space. It's the public's responsibility to be good to celebrities. God, you guys. You guys, stop it. You need to be nice to celebrities, and specifically Rachel Hollis. It's not her fault. It's not her responsibility to say the right thing. It's our responsibility to forgive her for whatever she says. Oh, wait, I went to the wrong one. Sorry. I'm trying to fix my background to be more accurate to the day. You can't really see it that much. It's a hurricane. It's a hurricane. Okay, sorry. Yeah. This is...
The reason I bring it up is...
I 100% now believe that she's going to be a part of Dear Media. I'm calling it now. Prediction made.
It wasn't like a few people attacked her. It was like the internet and the world was attacking
100%.
her. Same thing in your situation. And I think about these situations because people could do something wrong. But it's not like you murdered somebody, right? It's not like you hurt a child, right? You said something wrong, and it's not giving you a pass. But I think the public has to be thoughtful about the impact they have on men and women online. Like certain people can hear things, and like, luckily you're a strong person, this didn't happen. Like people can take those messages the wrong way and go and really like harm themselves or get on a spiral and ruin their life and ruin their children's life and their family. And I think about that stuff all the time because you may think you're doing something noble by going and attacking a public person, but if it gets so visceral to the point where it's the world attacking the person, like you have to think about the ramifications. I don't, like if you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All of a sudden it's a collective movement. Oh, we all need to work together. That's funny because again, in your book, Rachel, and I don't know what this guy, if you ever read her book, probably not. You and only you are ultimately responsible for who you become and how happy you are. I rest my case again. It's like, if the advice was in her book, you need to convince every single person to treat you with respect and beg them every day not to have opinions other than perfect for yourself. Okay, that would be a book, and I'm like, well, that's in line with her, methodology. No, it's up to you to be strong enough to go, this isn't, I did make a mistake or I didn't, and stick by it. And it's like, it's not everyone's responsibility to cater to you. Sorry, this is the life that I wish we didn't have, but we do. So I don't know. Get over it. I don't know.
Did you hear about Caleb from, do you guys hear about this TikTok thing? Do you know about this Caleb from?
Oh God, this is so dated. Okay, this is Caleb from whatever. So she's going to talk about the guy who was dragged. And this is not this person who she's going to talk about. The difference is he was not a public figure. He was just a person from like Hinge or whatever, or Bumble, that he was talking to a lot of girls at the same time, and a lot of people dragged him on TikTok. Okay, I can agree with her stance that it went too far, and people should maybe not out his job and whatever, because all he was doing was like talking to some girls, I guess. I don't know. I don't know the story very well. But this is a different situation for her. She is a public figure who has made a whole career, millions of dollars, about, being this idol for people, a coach, a leader, and you make a mistake, the stakes are higher for you. Sorry.
Oh God, it's like he works at like a homeware store. Oh,
West Elm.
Okay. I'm gonna be a 39-year-old mother of 4 and not know this TikTok reference, but people can look it up. So my girlfriends were just telling me.
She's so unprepared for everything.
I'm probably gonna misquote it.
That there was this huge thing that happened on TikTok where someone made a video and said, I met this guy on Hinge. He wined me, dined me, did like a love bomb when we first met, and then ghosted me. And it sucked. I really thought he liked me because he had made me this playlist on Spotify. And she was like, and here's his profile. And it was like Caleb, and he worked at some, CBT,
West Elm.
some home goods store. And when she posted it, whatever it was about the video, it sort of went viral on TikTok, like how they do. And other women started saying, oh my God, I dated this guy, Caleb. He's like 23 or something. I dated this guy, Caleb. I really want to, real quick, this is not tea, this is loose tea, as my friend would say. I'm telling you what I know, but someone could be listening going, you got the whole story wrong. So just FYI.
So don't tell it.
But other women started saying, oh my God, I had the same experience with this guy and he ghosted me and he gave me that playlist too. He told me he made me a playlist. The internet exploded. Okay. So all of these people on the internet started calling his job and telling this guy is a bad guy. You need to fire him. The internet goes crazy. Bumble took out a billboard that was like, if you don't want to end up in a relationship with someone like Caleb, be the one who makes the first move. Like everything exploded. He's you
don't think he got paid for that? Come on.
23-year-old dude or whatever who ghosted some women. And yeah, that's douchebag, but not enough to get him fired. Not enough to
ruin his life.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is my point in what I'm saying is
but that's just a person who works at a furniture store. You are a person who gets paid for giving people advice about life. You've made a huge social snafu that's going to affect your life. Okay, that's a very different scenario.
As a public, we're starting to play judge and jury, but you're not thinking we all get so protective of our children. If you heard your children were getting bullied on the playground, you lose it. You get so upset. You're so angry with the school. You're so angry with the kids on the playground. Think about how small that scale is, right? You start piling onto people online. This is going to get to a very dark place, right?
What?
And again, I'm not excusing people's behavior. I'm just saying.
I take full responsibility. 100%, but I take full responsibility because the bottom line is if people felt like I had created a space that wasn't welcoming to them, then I'm going against my core values as a person and as a creator. So I did something wrong and I had to learn from it. But the issue with cancel culture is that I don't feel like most people care whether or not the person who made the mistake is actually learning or growing or evolving. They just want to see what they can do to sort of, how far can we take this? And that feels twisted.
Soft music.
Camera in an afford is the best. That's BET. The second that you posted this video to /skinny.
/skinny.
I do not give a fuck
was it like the first week after this? And I want you to walk me through from the second that you posted this video to like when you started to realize maybe this is not what I should have posted to a week later, because that's what I always think about when I see a fellow content creator go through something like this. I always think like, do you turn your phone off? Are you in your room in the dark? Like that to me is the first thing my brain goes to, because
okay, now this time frame, so Toiletgate happened like at the beginning of April. I think, I don't know for sure, but I think she already met Kez by this point. I think they were already together when Toiletgate happened. But let's say that they weren't, because she likes to play with the timelines about when they actually, got together. She, in one podcast that she just did called How to Find Love or Finding Love or something like that, she posted it like on Monday of this week. She's like, I had done all the work on myself. I had, done everything for me, and I became the person I was looking for. And then I attracted Kez into my life, and he's the best person ever. Okay, so Toiletgate happened at the same time or after you met Kez. So he's the type of guy who's attracted to someone who would have made this huge mistake that you now sort of admit as a mistake. I'm confused by that. That's two separate messages too. Like, how can you be fully healed and deserving of a partner that is just as good as you are, but also be so unaware and uninformed and stressed and drinking vodka and all this stuff that she's about to talk about now? It's like, okay, somebody's lying. Some version of you is lying here.
It's not like you can call a friend who can relate to this at all. You kind of just have to just deal with it yourself.
Right. So I posted it and I don't look at stuff after I post. I just sort of think I'll put it out into the world and it does what it does. And then a couple days later, because it wasn't right away that people freaked out, I was at Six Flags with my kids, and my best friend called me. And my best friend is a Black woman. And she called me and she was like, ooh, bitch, your white girl's showing. And I was like, what? I literally had no idea what she was talking about.
You had no idea?
No idea.
Nothing. You didn't even look. You didn't look at DMs, nothing.
I didn't know. I had no idea.
Nothing.
And she was like, I want to check on you. I want to check on you because people are really upset. And I was like, what are you talking about? Because I had no idea. I honestly didn't even know that I was putting something. You know how sometimes you put something out, you're like, this is going to piss people off. I didn't, honest to God, which just shows my ignorance. I just had no idea. So she was the one who called me. And in calling me, she was upset. And I'll tell you what, the internet being mad at you is nothing so I have 3 best friends, 2 of them are Black women. Nothing is worse, nothing, than hurting them.
It's her greatest claim to fame. Claim to innocence is like, you can't ever criticize me. I have 2 Black friends and they're gay, or one of them's gay. So from all sides, I am insulated from all attacks.
Because now their friends are calling them being like, you're friends with this bitch? Like this one and that was horrible. So I'm at the rest of the time that we're at this amusement park, I'm trying to be mom and be hyped up. And I don't really know the full extent of what's happening. So I got the kids back home. It was the weekend. And I had at the time a PR team. I was working with a PR team because I was doing press. They had helped me after the launch of my last book. And I was like, hey, I don't really know, should I take this down? I don't know. I don't really understand, but should I take this down? And they were like, just don't do anything. Don't say anything. Don't comment. Don't do anything. We'll talk about it on Monday. And at this point, it's like, it's been picked up. It's an issue. And so I ended up writing something myself.
Okay, I'm going to call into question that timeline about the PR team. Now, this goes back into my conspiracy theory, so brace yourself. Okay. The book Didn't See That Coming came out in September 2020. Okay. Toiletgate happened April 2021. So why would they still be there? more than a year later, right? September, yeah, or not more than a year, but a year later, working on the book. I'm going to speculate, possibly, maybe an explanation is this post that she's like, oh, I had no idea. It was just a random thing. She was trying to craft a campaign around clapping back at bullies on the internet, and they thought they were going to be asked to be on Good Morning America, and they were going to start sending it out to these outlets so that she could have her viral bikini moment again. I know that sounds crazy, but this is sort of how this stuff works from what I can understand. You know, they create moments that are sort of on the pulse of what's going on. And she already has relationships with Good Morning America, you know, all these news outlets and stuff. And she probably did want to, like, because her Rise conference was coming up soon in May at that point. And she didn't say it was for a Rise conference. She said it was for her book. So I was like, I don't know. I'm not fully convinced of my own theory, but I'm going to still say it because I feel like there is if I ever get to talk to somebody from the PR team that was involved there, I would love to know. Call me.
Just because I felt like I have to say something about this. And then the internet, I remember what I wrote in that, to be totally honest with you. And then that was like, it's not enough. You didn't say, I'm sorry in the right way. You didn't say it to the full extent.
She never remembers anything that makes her look bad. She's like, I have no idea what I said. I didn't even go back to check because if someone disagrees with me, I know that they're wrong.
Don't feel sorry for me for 1 second. But I will tell you that being inside of that,
but
nobody prepares you, nobody trains you, nobody knows how to respond to that. I didn't know how to, I was like, oh, I have apologized and I've said, and it was like, you didn't apologize enough, or you didn't apologize to all of us for all the reasons we were offended.
I think we should look at the apology that she's talking about because it's clearly on purpose, not a good apology. And she has a new apology that she's posted since then. We're gonna have to go back into the depths of my own channel for this one because it's hidden. I wasn't involved at all in her lore at this time when this was all going on. I had read Girl Wash Your Face already, but I wasn't. I didn't know who Dave Hollis was back then, if you can believe it. I mean, I knew of him through her book, but I had no idea what he looked like. Those were better times. Okay. Ignore this beautiful hot babe on the screen. Okay, wait. All I need is the apology. Oh, also, this is just something that I feel like people forget about, that she was selling at the time when she did this, Rosa Parks shirts. She's like, I'm unrelatable. Here's a Rosa Parks t-shirt that you can buy for $30 to put more money in my pocket. Yikes. Okay. Oh, it's time for kitties. It's time for kitty time. Come here. Come on. Right here. Let's go. Oh, no. She don't want to come up? Or you do? Come on. Okay, sorry, we're getting situated. Are you okay? You want to say hello? Thank you. That was very cute. Okay, all I want is an apology. The first apology.
Team failed to do its job correctly.
So I couldn't find the... Okay. Yay! You're just in time. We're dismantling Toiletgate once again. She's like, I've already heard you do this. Okay, so this is the apology that she's like, people just didn't like it because, you know, they thought that, like, it didn't appeal to every single person. They were just nitpicking at me. Okay, let's just hear that part again.
Nobody knows how to respond to that. I didn't know how to, I was like, oh, I have apologized and I've said, and it was like, you didn't apologize enough, or you didn't apologize to all of us for all the reasons we were offended. And then that felt so overwhelming because I was like,
Okay. So that's what she says about that apology, right? So keep that in mind. Oh, where did it go? Oh my God. How many tabs could I possibly have? Are you serious? Sorry, everybody. Got so distracted because I have a kitty. Oh my God. Okay. I got to find I didn't delete it. Okay, sorry. Hold on. I got to do the same thing again. Where did I find my keyboard? Okay, sorry. I hit the X instead of the minimize. Kitty, hello. Okay. On my own channel, go to that. Everyone can take a pee-pee break. You can take a potty. I can't even click it anymore because Kitty's blocking it again. Okay, back to it.
Girl, stop apologizing. Rachel Hollis has been on my nerves for years now. I've read tons of books by different...
Okay, Keila. We get it. All right, here we go.
...to do its job correctly.
So I couldn't find... Okay, here's the apology that she doesn't understand why people didn't like it. It says, someday I'll learn. Not yet, apparently, but someday I'll learn. Okay. Someday I'll learn that my intent and my impact can be wildly different things. I made a post last week that was upsetting to people, and even though that was never my intent, I own that it was, and I apologize. Okay. Fine. We're off to a good start. Now here we go. Here's the part that makes no goddamn sense. Was my post upsetting because I said I have someone who cleans my house twice a week? Notice how she doesn't say toilets specifically. If she didn't know that it was offensive, she would have used toilets in this case. She took it out and replaced it with home, because she knows it's offensive. Okay. You okay, Kitty? Are you scared? I've talked a lot about this over the years. I have a nanny. I have someone who helps with cleaning. I have a team at work who helps to build this business, and I think it's crucial that I keep talking about it. I could very easily pretend that I don't have any assistance, which again is also no. This is not the second apology. This is the first apology. This is the first one, I believe. Really? Yeah. No, it's the first one because I put the second one there too. I think, but don't hold me to that. Which is weird because it's like, okay, I'm just lying. I could just lie. I'm choosing not to lie. That sounds like such a gaslight thing. I could just easily lie to you. You should be happy I'm not lying to you because I could, because you would just believe it. I'm sure it would make my brand more likable and certainly more relatable if I act like I achieve all these things through hard work and organization, but that's bullshit. You don't have to have a clean house or help with your kids or a business with 25 employees, but if you see those things in my life and wonder how they got there, I want you to know that it's a group effort, a whole village, in fact. Okay, once again, not a great thing, and does not address Harriet Tubman or any of the other women that you named, and also doesn't address that you said you want to be unrelatable to your own audience. Was my post upsetting because I mentioned some of my favorite women in history? This one is even harder for me because those women are the most badass I could think of. Someone on my team said, I think people believe you are comparing yourself to them, comparing myself to the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, the first and only female monarch in the history of China. Okay, that she also obtained that from murdering people, apparently. So just keep that in mind. That one. To the most inspiring woman in American history who freed herself and then risked her life repeatedly to lead others out of slavery, there is no comparison. Yeah, we know. We know that. Do you know that? To believe that because I mentioned them, I am comparing myself to them is ludicrous. Do I aspire to be as brave, as fierce, to live life on my own terms and hopefully inspire other women to do the same? Hell yes. But I cannot now or ever compare myself to those women, and I don't want to. I don't want to try and be the next fill in the blank. I like to try and be the first me. That was a joke that I made. That's ludicrous. That was where things started, but because I still haven't learned, I didn't respond to these things on Friday when I heard that people were upset. I listened to my team instead of my gut. So again, she knew better, but her team led her astray. That's their bad. She's apologizing on their behalf. Okay. All right. And then we can look up her actual still posted apology, and maybe I am wrong, but that was the second one. I think this is... Okay, no, here's the second one. So people didn't accept that. How do you guys think that they just wouldn't accept that? How horrible of them to not accept that. A beautifully written apology that definitely looked like and sounded like she really meant it, okay? Okay, so she deletes that. Then she posts this, and this is still on her page today. I am not going to do this perfectly, but I'm going to speak from my heart. I am so deeply sorry for the things I said in my recent posts and the hurt I have caused in the past few days. I know I've caused tremendous pain in mentioning prominent women, including several women. I think she didn't write this. The other one sounds like her writing. This does not sound like her writing, personally. I read it differently. I know I've caused tremendous pain in mentioning prominent women, including several, even with the dashes, it's like, that's not how she writes, including several women of color whose struggles and achievements I can't possibly understand. By talking about my own success, I diminished the struggles and hard work of many people who work tirelessly every day. I disregarded the people whose hard work doesn't afford them financial security, often due to inherently racist and biased systems. I did not allow a space for people to voice their anger, hurt, and disappointment, which caused even more pain. I acknowledge my privilege and the advantage I have as a white woman, no matter how I grew up. She's got to throw that one in there. But don't forget that I was poor when I was a child, even though I married Dave when I was 21 years old. There are many things I would like to say to reiterate just how sorry I am, but the important thing for me to do now, something I should have already done, is honestly be quiet and listen. I know I have disappointed so many people, myself included, and I take full accountability. I am so sorry. So there you go. And then she didn't post, that was April 5th, 2021. She didn't post again till May 28th when she was saying that people were begging her to return. Yeah, that doesn't sound like Rachel's voice. The first one did. Is it because Rachel? No. My gut was to fuck my team over, and I was right. My gut was to blame everyone but myself, and that was the right one. Okay, back to this.
Fuck, I don't know what to do. Yikes. And people are so upset, and I just in the middle of like a shitstorm.
I wonder that too, Weasel Fairy. She never says, she always talks about her. I don't want to diminish her struggle. I'm just saying as like an unknowing person. Her dad apparently has a PhD. And I don't know when he received that, but she really talks about like her grandparents picking cotton and potatoes and like really tries to play up how poor her grandparents were, but then doesn't really talk much about like her parents and what they, I don't know how much a Pentecostal minister makes, but there's some of the things she says that like, I was so poor, we had to go to Costco. I'm like, is that what being poor means? Cause like we didn't go to Costco. Like, because we couldn't have, my mom didn't want to pay for the membership because it was like, that's an extra expense, Like, I don't know, there's different levels, obviously, but you did live in California. That's a higher state. I don't know. I wonder that too sometimes.
You calling your friends? Are you connecting with your family? Are you just siloed? Are you alone?
I'm siloed. If I am going through something hard, I just go into a cave. And I was so embarrassed and I was so ashamed. And I didn't even fully understand at the time what I had done wrong. And I didn't know how to make it right. And like Monday morning, we had a big, like the full PR team, because it was like, well, now you've really fucked up because you apologized, but you didn't apologize right. And I was like, it was one of the craziest experiences of my life. And on that call, I'm sobbing. Like, I'm so embarrassed that my team is having to.
Why are you sobbing if you don't understand? She's like, I didn't understand what I did wrong, but I'm sobbing. Okay, so if you don't understand, why would you be sobbing? Because you got in trouble? Yeah, I guess, but that's just kind of a selfish thing.
With this, I'm so embarrassed that this PR team is having to do
And you're running a sizable company at this stage,
yeah? Yeah. I mean, we still had, like 30 maybe 40 people at that point.
How do you even show up for all those people and your kids?
That honestly was so grueling, was that it was like, oh, you need.
How do you even have a business and have children? Like Lauren, a woman, is more disempowering to women than anyone else I've ever heard of. Like, and I'm sure she probably sees herself as like, you know, a boss babe as well, and like empowering women. Stop asking her how she was able to show up for her staff. Ask Dave the same question, why he could be a Disney exec and have kids. Like, he, you know, at this point, at least, he didn't have a complete meltdown of a career yet. Like, why? It's just so ridiculous. It's like, stop doing this to women. It's like the people who call themselves like leaders of women, whatever, like in the MLM space, in the self-help space, they're putting women further back by reading them fucking children's books on stage during expensive conferences and telling them that getting a downline is going to be a great addition to their life. It's like, women need to empower themselves, not to listen to these idiot people, honestly.
Have, you know, the Monday morning meeting, or you need to have the whatever. And it's like, we need to see you strong, and you need to apologize to the staff. And it's just, I'm not saying that it didn't need to happen, but nothing in my life has ever been harder than that week.
I will say too, with issues that have
which again, it's her own trauma, but like, you know, she's talked about her brother's suicide many times, wrote basically a whole book about it, and, you know, finding him and all that. And it's like, this was worse? You making a mistake? Come on. Be real.
Over COVID too, when something comes up and people want my immediate response, I am the type of person that I need to go inward and meditate and think and write. And I cannot just react right away. It's just not my personality.
Right.
I have to wrap my head around what's going on and think of, you know, the prop.
And Lauren, again, is like, I need time. Okay, Rachel didn't listen to her PR team and didn't say, like, they told her, take a second and think about what you're going to say. Don't respond. And Rachel said, no, I'm going to respond. So the advice that Lauren is now giving is the same advice the PR team was giving her, and she didn't take it. And she's like, right, see, right. It's like, no, you didn't take the advice.
Way to respond eloquently. Like, I just don't want to be so reactive.
Yes. Well, taking this issue aside, I think it's one of the biggest problems in this world right now is people are just constantly reactive. They're not thinking. People don't stop and think about any of their actions. Right? It's like verbal. And I'm talking not even about just your issue. I'm talking about any issue. People just quick. You see it on Twitter. Somebody says something, they don't even actually read what somebody said or listen, or they don't even read a book. Like, it's just headline, respond.
Right. And I think in that instance, all of this had occurred because I didn't think before I acted. So I was just trying to hold it all. And during that time, that whole week, I laid on my couch and I didn't eat. I did drink a lot, and I just cried. I cried and prayed and cried.
Are you on your phone?
No.
So you put your phone, you said, I don't want to look at this. I don't want to do
I have never seen a single comment to that video. Not one.
Did you just...
How could you... I did the work. I did the hard work. I have never once seen a comment on that video. Well, how do you know what you did wrong?
The video?
Eventually. I didn't do it right away because it was like, I don't ever want to like make a mistake publicly and then try and like cover it up. But eventually, like 2 weeks later, I pulled it down because I was like, I don't want this to continue to go on offending people. So I wrote another apology, and then I took the video down when I posted that one. But I was not on my phone. And my two best girlfriends who lived here at the time kept calling, kept reaching out, like, bitch, where are you? We know you're in a cave. We know, like, we're coming. And finally ended up, they have my location on my phone. And they told me later, they tracked me every day because they thought I was just going to like go on a road trip and like leave town. And eventually just showed up at my house with food.
Looking back on this, were you nervous looking back in retrospect about your mental state at that time? Like, do you look back and think I was in a really fragile position, or was this something where you're like, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. No. I'm going to get through this.
No, I could not see light. And I'm the most optimistic person that you've ever met in your life.
And I think that's why I wanted to have you on the podcast.
Okay, wait. she's the most optimistic person you've ever met in your life. Okay, let me read. I highlighted all the other things that she is the most of. Hold on. I'm going to find some of them because I've been waiting for this moment. Because she's not only she's the most everything. Okay, she says she's the most unglamorous person. Okay, technically it says I'm about as unglamorous as you can get. Mm-hmm. She says she's the most organized person you'll ever meet. Let me find it. Okay, I'll keep playing it while I look.
Yes, because you are.
Here's a weird quote. Unrelated. I got a shotgun for my 13th birthday. Okay.
I think of you as motivation, and you're constantly like, I feel like your platform is trying to inspire other women. For you to feel like that, to me, is very a human side of you.
It was, yeah. I have lost my older brother to suicide. I found him. I've now lost a child. I lost a baby actually the day that I was supposed to come and do this podcast the first time.
Ugh.
I had gone for an ultrasound and there was no heartbeat. So that's why I didn't do this with you all the first time. Yeah. But I have gone through the most horrible situations in my life. Nothing was darker than that week.
I can't imagine that.
I just kept thinking, I can't believe I
am an expert in bouncing back from rejection and fighting my own way toward my goal.
This, like, how did you do this? How did you fuck up so badly? How, like, I was trained my whole life to be a good girl and I never offend anybody and never make anybody mad. And I couldn't fathom how I had made a mistake like this. And the idea that so many people were mad at me and that I had hurt so many people, and it just was crazy. And it was the dark.
Girl, wash your face. I know. It's sort of something that I feel like is like undiscussed. That she's a gun person or was a gun person or owned a gun or that, because like, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into it because it's her trauma, but like the fact that there was guns access, like, aren't they in California? Like there was something, I don't know. It's sort of like a random throwaway line, but something I was interested in, the gun thing.
Biggest time of my entire life. And I couldn't, there was no like, in 2 weeks, this will all be okay. This was months. This was months and months of press about it and so much fallout, so much freaking fallout from that. And all of it just felt like this, it was crumbling down around me. So like this horrible experience, right? This was April of 2021.
Okay, found it. I am one of the most organized people I have ever met. Page 92, girl, wash your face. Okay, I'm still finding more.
But because I really do believe that life is happening for you. There was also, I know this is going to sound crazy, but there was also.
Storm update is that it sounds better. It sounds not as windy and the electricity is still on, so we're good. I think it's supposed to be over us like tonight into tomorrow, I believe. So we're getting like some gusty wind, but not the full blown thing. It's supposed to come later tonight. So I'll let you know.
Freedom on the other side of that. Like, okay, your worst nightmare has happened. Literally. You have offended people. You've made this mistake. All of these things have.
Okay, page 109. I am one of the most motivated people you will ever meet. Okay.
And the freaking New York Times has written a giant article about what a piece of shit you are. Like, all of it's happened. Now what? Because for a decade,
I'm
you've been
that
telling
too.
people that it's okay to fail publicly. In fact, in the video, I say, like, I've failed so many times. You'll see me fail again. I didn't know that I was actually manifesting that in real time. But
This is random. I know I'm like sort of going off topic here a little bit because anytime I look at this book, I'm like, oh yeah. This is something I have never heard anyone talk about, I guess, much. In this book, at least, they're talking about the adoption story. So they're like, they were foster parents and they were trying to adopt a child from Ethiopia. And so she's talking about all the issues going on with that. And then somebody called, and this is something that I wonder too. I'm like, I see this from like her perspective in the sense of like, oh, she must be a good, like they're both good parents. This must be an misunderstanding as well. And now I'm like, maybe that's an unfair, like you don't always give every parent that's fostering kids the same benefit of the doubt just because they live in a mansion. But I think that we all did, or I shouldn't say we all, I did, and I think a lot of their fans did too when she told this story. But basically someone called like CPS or the foster care agency on them, and they reported something. Now they claim like, oh, it's some haters or people who, didn't want us to have the babies. They called on us. But then she tells this story in that situation, totally off topic, sorry. This is a couple of years ago when we were getting certified to be foster parents, a social worker had to interview each of our kids. We sat in the living room with them while she asked innocuous questions over iced tea. Okay, she gave them harmless prompts, harmless until she spoke to a barely 4-year-old Ford Hollis. What makes you happy, she asked. He said he liked to go swimming. And what makes you sad, she followed up. Without hesitation, he told her, when daddy scares me in the night. Okay, both Dave and I froze like deer in headlights. What? What the heck was he talking about? And why was he choosing right now with a social worker from Child Protective Services to work through this? What do you mean when daddy scares you in the night? When he comes into my room in the night and he's mad at me. Now she tells the story as like a hilarious, like, oh my God, kids say the darndest things. But I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I see it the same way anymore. Or maybe we should like look into it a little deeper. Just saying.
Still be trying to please everybody. I would still be trying to live into the brand that they had created for me. I would still
Okay, going back to this, they had created the brand. Her fans created the Rachel Hollis brand, not her.
You'll see me fail again. I didn't know that I was actually manifesting that in real time. But I would still be trying to please everybody. I would still be trying to live into the brand that they had created for me. I would still, they would still be in control, the public, of who I am. And now, whatever you think of me, I think I seem, I hope, a lot more human because I fucked up.
Well, that's what when I was younger, and this is not even near the scale and it wasn't public, I had a lot of success, right? I started making more money than I thought I could make. It was fast, it was quick. And I shared this story, during that time, I became a total prick, total asshole. I had like a midlife crisis, but in my 20s.
I can vouch for that.
and the reason being is like, you start, you set out in life and you...
Okay, wait, another one. Page 141. I am the biggest book nerd you've ever met in your whole life.
And like, hopefully what success, at least to you, is going to look like. And then it starts happening and it goes further than what you thought it would be. And you start to feel invincible. You're like, this is going to...
Yeah, that chapter, like, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of red flag chapters in this book. Like, whoa, wait, what? And she kind of like tells it away, or she talks about Dave, leaving her, and their kind of like abusive relationship, or at least unhealthy relationship. And then she's like, it's all good. Like, that's how this book really continues on.
Continue forever. I'm the best person ever. I'm smarter than anyone. Like I have financial means, and you start to kind of like, you become this version of yourself that like is an overinflated ego. It like pushed away a lot of the people that were closest to me, started attracting the wrong type of people that shouldn't have been in my life and that were there for the wrong reasons. And like, I ended up almost completely crashing and burning financially during that. I don't
really care about this guy's story. Okay, I'm going back to the Ford thing since it caused somebody to be interested. Okay. It says, y'all, when you do an interview, this is right after the line that I highlighted, so the line I just read. Y'all, when you do an interview like this, you're already on edge, but when your kids say something crazy, you think that not only are you going to not get approved for foster care, but also you might lose the children you do have. More questions revealed that Ford was talking about the night before when he'd woken up in the middle of the night and tried to sneak in bed with us, which is against the rules. Daddy was grouchy when he had to walk him back to bed 3 times at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's hilarious in hindsight, but at the time, before we'd gotten clarification, I thought I was going to hyperventilate, so push yourself to laugh at hard situations. In fact, the crazier the situation, the more humor you should be able to get from mine. So, there you go. I mean, apparently he was too young to tell the truth, but then he can explain, the entire situation clearly when prompted. I don't know. I'll leave it at that.
Like you're talking about, look at me, look how great my life is. I wonder if any of that's also playing into this as you're posting and as you're going, because you're speaking to 20,000 people.
Right.
Financially, you're going off the charts. Books are everywhere. Like, does that start to be like, it's like an overinflated sense of self because that's the version that everyone thinks of you. It's reinforced.
Any of it because
Okay, skip that guy's question.
As you're posting and as you're going, because you're speaking to 20,000 people.
Right.
Financially, you're going off the charts. Books are everywhere. Like, does that start to be like, it's like an overinflated sense of self because that's the version that everyone thinks of you. It's reinforcing.
So I definitely ego. I don't mean ego in terms of like egomaniac. I mean ego in terms of like whatever we perceive ourselves to be. I never felt like, oh, I'm so cool or like I'm such a badass or any of it, because truthfully, that whole experience, 18 and 19, was very overwhelming for me. So overwhelming. I love getting to work with women. I love doing conferences. It's super badass that many people want to buy a ticket. Like, that makes me feel cool. I love that my kids see that. Like, they're like, wow, look at mom. Like, she does this thing. But mostly I feel overwhelmed by the success or the money or any of it.
Yeah, right.
So that wasn't playing into my head as much. I know exactly why that happened because believe me, I have analyzed this from every angle. I was angry. And whenever you take action.
No shit, Rachel. I've analyzed this from every angle. I was angry. Yeah, that was clear.
This situation is a red flag. Place of anger instead of a place of love.
Angry about?
I was angry about about the people who were making comments on the live stream because I got this idea for this video from that experience. So I was angry about that. And truthfully, I was angry about, there's a lot of therapy coming through, guys. I had held it all together.
So she's now sort of, I guess no one really locked on in this interview to the depression woman. No one really was on board with that. They're like, they didn't look at her the right way. So now she's going to change it to, I was angry because I had to run a company that was actually my dream in life. And because I achieved my dream, I should not be criticized because it was a lot of work.
I had a company of 60 employees at the beginning of 2020, and we did conferences. And that's not something that can happen inside of a pandemic. So I had held it together. Okay, hold that thought. I have another video evidence piece that ties into this about how she's going to say that during the pandemic, okay, she's about to cry here. FYI, it's very cringe crying. I'm sorry, I know we're supposed to be sensitive to crying. I support crying, but she's not only going to cry and say all she had in her whole life was this cleaning woman that comes twice a week and cleans my toilets. And she doesn't say toilets because she knows it's offensive. She says, cleans my house. But she said, it couldn't be done inside a pandemic. We do events. Our events, we couldn't have the event people. So therefore, that's why I had to lay people off, right? Okay, keep that in mind. There's a lot of therapy coming through, guys. I had held it all together. I had a company of 60 employees at the beginning of 2020, and we did conferences. And that's not something that can happen inside of a pandemic. So I had held it together. I worked so hard to make sure people were employed, that our vendors got paid, that we didn't relinquish on anything that we owed. I had gone through this divorce and was destroyed in the world for getting a divorce. I was working to take care of my kids, to pay off my ex-husband, to do all of this stuff. And I felt like I am keeping all of this afloat and there's so much pressure and it's only me. And
it's not only you.
In that moment, I was like,
you just said you had a company. It's not only you. Come on.
This is going to make me emotional. It's so stupid. But I was like, the one thing that I have is this sweet woman who has been with me forever, by the way, who comes to my house twice a week and helps me to clean. I have the kids. I'm by myself. And this is like this one thing that I have. Like, I've made sure that all of these employees have jobs and health insurance and 401ks. And we eventually would end up having to do layoffs because you just can't hold 60 employees when you can't do a conference. But I was so...
Okay, keep that in mind, please. Don't forget it. Not that you would, but...
Angry. Not at the comments, but they were like... Wayne Dyer has this quote that I love. He says, when you squeeze an orange, you never get lemon juice. When something's under pressure, when something's squeezed, what is inside of it will come out. And I realize now, so angry about having to hold all of this. And had held all of this for so many years that it was like someone poked it was the exact right thing of like poking how I had help to be able to do all of these things and take care of 4 kids by myself. And that was just the straw that broke the camel's back. But when we're in pain or when we have those emotions, your ego is going to turn it into like, or my ego turned it into like, well, I'm going to clap back at you. So I was angry when I made the video. And if you put something out from a place of anger, you're going to get anger back.
She really recovered from that cry very quickly.
So I own it all. And I've done all the fucking therapy. But that's the whole picture of what was happening. And I don't say that to make an excuse. But I would argue that there is no human being who's... unless you've lived through it for years, like you're a celebrity and you've done it for 30 years or something, who knows how to process all of those big feelings.
Is I do it in the morning.
No, but I don't.
Keepers Naturals is offering you an exclusive.
I do it in the morning.
Well, we're not made for that. I mean, if you look at our evolution, we're not made for that. It's a lot of opinions chiming in. And then there's groupthink of people who don't even know you chiming in to the fan base. So it's a lot happening.
Right.
What have you done and where do you even start to do the work? Like for me, if that happened to me, I don't know. Like, I guess I would pick up a book.
Pick up a book? Okay. I'm going to get the other clip. We're going to take a break on this because now they're going to go into racism and how she learned from her friend who's, she asked her friend how she could not be racist, but you shouldn't do that. She's allowed to because it's her friend. Hello? We didn't die. It was just an outage with the internet. We had a little hiccup, but the wind is going outside, but we're safe inside. Tara's laying on the desk where she likes to be. We're clear, clear, clear. Hope we'll survive this dream. Ian, you suck. You're windy and you're wet and you are so yuck. And it's really inconvenient this time, but hurricane. Hurricane? We don't prescribe to hurricanes, right? We're all about being the eye of the storm. Me and Ian and Taro. Okay, we're back. Okay, I said hold your thoughts, and everyone did, right? So no one forgot what we were remembering, right? No one forget what I said. Okay, we're gonna play a PBS video, if you can believe it. PBS. PBS is going to, what do you call it? Expose Rachel. All the networks are exposing Rachel Hollis. Okay, so this aired, so I don't know when it was recorded, but this aired February 25th, 2021. Okay, so remember what she said. We had to lay people off because I run an events company, and you can't run events when you have pandemic. Not the pandemic, just the pandemic. Oh yeah, Oklahoma rocks. Oh yeah, Oklahoma rocks. If you know what the heck I'm talking about, Oklahoma rocks. I mean, I don't know what I was talking about either. I have all these home videos of me when I was like 10, 11, 12, just doing these videos in my room. And I'm at the end, I'm like, Oklahoma rocks. Never been to Oklahoma. Don't even rock very hard. Okay, yeah, let's clear the air. Let's clear the air, right? Right, kitty? And here we go.
Clear, clear, clear.
Thank you. Clear, clear, clear. And in case anyone was taking a break.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
Right?
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
That's what people say when they watch PBS. Okay. Click, click, click. Let's go for it. Okay, so we don't have to watch the whole thing, but this lady is even more ass-kissing of Rachel than the other two hosts, if possible. Oh no, Coolio died? I'm sorry. That sucks. Okay, maybe we'll have to have a Coolio moment at the end. Okay, but for now, let's clear the air again.
Clear, clear, clear.
We'll come back to that. Okay, so this was her eyebrows were looking like Toiletgate style time frame. So she, this is more closely. This is before Toiletgate. Okay, happened, and I don't know when she laid people off. I have to figure out where that fits in on the timeline. But this reporter / host, you'll laugh, I think. Okay, but let's get...
This is like have a baby.
Hold on, okay.
Growing up in Weed Patch, and how did your...
Let's just watch it, whatever. Got it, okay. It's not making it complicated. Let's just watch it.
This has been the hardest year of my life, which is saying something. And I still believe that tomorrow is going to be better than today.
She is a self-made success story, paving a way for herself by being herself.
Being herself.
Real, raw, vulnerable.
You want to change your life? Then you...
See? Real, raw, and vulnerable. You don't get to see the behind the scenes.
Need to change your life.
Today, Rachel Hollis is taking me to her favorite restaurant in Austin, Texas, to eat what she loves and find out why she loves it.
Everything you can take a picture of, everything.
Everything is Instagram worthy. And then we're hearing the full story of how this young woman with only a high school education went on to create a media empire that reaches millions of people by book, by video, by social media every single day. The author of 2 #1 New York Times bestselling.
In case you're coming back from the hurricane catastrophe, this is a PBS package, a PBS story that aired in February of 2021 before Toiletgate happened. And she's going to discuss at the end, her actual success when it comes to her being in pandemic. Despite what she will say a year later in the podcast that we have been listening to.
Books preaches the gospel of yes, you can to women everywhere.
I want you to start with just one thing, just this much.
Her life has been filled with difficulty, but she says that's precisely why she is where she is.
I would not be the woman I am today if it wasn't for the things that I've walked through.
We're hearing the inside story of how Rachel built her company and how she pivoted in a pandemic to increase her audience 500.
Oh, you're okay. Yeah. Wait. I guess they say it in the beginning. Damn it.
For the things that I've walked through.
We're hearing the inside story of how Rachel built her company and how she pivoted in a pandemic to increase her audience 500%.
One of the things that I get a lot of.
So, despite what she's saying, she gained 500% of an audience. Now, does that mean paying members? I don't know. But she said that she did her first virtual rise, which was all online, and they did very well financially through that. So the layoffs seem more related to her snafus than anything, because she did Toiletgate and the divorce turned people off, not the pandemic.
Pushback for is how positive I am. People are like,
You get pushback from
oh yeah, like it's fake.
A little too cheery.
Right,
Bring it down.
yeah,
Bring
like
it down.
toxic. You're toxically positive, or like you're too. It's not always. You shouldn't bring that much optimism. And I'm like, oh, if that's what I'm going down for, bring it.
What's better in life than a bottle of wine, great food, and an amazing conversation? My name is Kate Sullivan, and I am the host of To Dine For.
I'm a journalist, a foodie, a traveler with an appetite for the stories of people who are hungry for more. Dreamer.
She has no critical questions. Okay, so now she's going to talk about, I'm going to Austin. This is the restaurant.
Hello, everyone. I'm in Austin, Texas today, on my way into Cafe Noce, known for fresh seasonal ingredients. I am meeting a dynamo of energy and enthusiasm who is on a mission to help others become self-made. I can't wait for you to meet Rachel Hollis.
Rachel Hollis is self-made like Kylie Jenner self-made.
How are you? So nice to meet you. It's so great to be in Austin. This is your favorite spot, huh?
My favorite restaurant.
Austin, Texas, the capital of the state.
Okay, they're going to talk about Austin, Texas. They're going to talk to the chef about what they do at the restaurant. We can skip that part. It does look really... I've actually eaten there before. It's very good.
Yogurt are plated to perfection. It is an Instagram-worthy moment, and it's no wonder Rachel Hollis, a former food blogger, brought me here. So of all the restaurants in Austin, Texas, and there's so many great restaurants.
Right.
You chose this place.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, number one, the aesthetic is a big deal to me because I feel like, I'm going to sound maybe nerdy, but when I was a little girl, this is sort of what I would imagine that like fancy people would come to and have, like brunch.
She's so fancy. She's so nerdy, I mean, sorry. She's so nerdy. Now, okay, listen to this line, all right? She's like, it's so fancy. Okay, this is the voiceover.
Rachel Hollis didn't grow up going to brunch or doing anything fancy for that matter. Born and raised.
Rachel Hollis didn't go to brunch. She didn't do anything fancy. It's like, okay, relax. Jesus.
Is 2 hours north of Los Angeles in Weed Patch, California. Rachel was the fourth child in the family. Her grandfather and father were both Pentecostal ministers. She witnessed firsthand the impact a leader can have on their community, and she took notes. Now this mom of four has quite the audience herself.
She hates her parents.
And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start from a place of gratitude. Because from a place of gratitude, anything is possible.
With more than 1.7 million Instagram followers, 60 million podcast downloads, and thousands flocking to see her speak, Rachel has a community of her own. Her goal to give you the tools you need to make positive changes in your life. What was it like growing up in Weed Patch, and how did your childhood shape who you are?
So much of who I am today is based on that foundation. Grandma and Grandpa both came over from Oklahoma and had not much education. They were farmhands. So they picked cotton, they picked potatoes. Their whole life, that was what they did. And I always think I stand on the shoulders of those giants.
And their hard work.
Oh my gosh.
Their work ethic.
Was unparalleled. I mean, my grandma had 6 kids, and she would...
One thing I have to say about that is, like, she's like, they came over from Oklahoma. Usually you say, like, they came over from, England, they came over from China, they came over from wherever. They came over from Oklahoma.
Would like have a baby, and then a few days later she'd be back out in the field because there was no other option. We lived out in the country. We're sort of like this community of hillbillies. Like, you know, when I was a little girl, I was the Dust Bowl darling. Like, we took our heritage very seriously.
Welcome to Cafe No Six.
Thank you. And I think we know what we're going to order.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's the bowl, but without the menu, I don't know the exact name of it.
Grain bowl?
Yes. Could I also get grilled chicken on that as well?
Great. And I'm going to do the same thing.
Awesome, with the chicken as well?
I'm having what she's having.
Excellent. We'll have that right out.
Cool. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Do you see yourself as not a preacher, but do you see yourself as someone who is...
Oklahoma rocks because of Rachel Hollis's grandparents? Thanks, Crystal, for becoming a member. Am I the only hippie? Are we connected somehow? Oh, God.
As a teacher, in a way.
I don't consider myself an expert in any category. All I am ever doing is telling you what worked for me. And telling you what worked for me in parenting, in business, in health, any sort of category. And my hope is that even if what worked for me doesn't work for you, that if I walk you through the process of how I got to that answer, that maybe even just seeing the roadmap will help you sort of strike out on your own.
This is our yogurt and granola.
Thank you. This is
with a gluten-free granola. We make it in-house, and then all sorts of berries.
Oh, thank you. Isn't it gorgeous? It looks like
They ordered salad with chicken. They got a granola bowl.
Yeah. This is the other thing about this place, is if you have Instagram, everything you can take a picture of. Everything.
Everything is Instagram worthy.
100%.
Yeah, that is gorgeous.
Rachel knows that this lady is eating out of her palm. Like, she's got the control 1,000%. She probably did her research and was like, I want to be interviewed by this lady. Because I'm telling you, there's not one critical thought, question, anything.
Where did that come from, that sense of I can figure it out?
I was the fourth kid, and I was sort of left to my own devices. And so from a very early age, I was trying to figure things out. I was figuring out how to get to school. I was figuring out how to do my homework myself. I would, like those things that should have had an influence from a parent, I didn't have. And I love my parents very much. And I think they did the best they could with what they had. But yeah, I think that's why I have this mentality today, is because I've been doing it my whole life.
I feel like one of the things that's
another thing my mom says. She's like, she'll tell you this like sad story, right? My mom will say she'll be like, yeah, my parents left me alone for like 6 months one time because they just wanted to like party, and they stayed because they had like a house in Canada. You can live on the border, and there's like, you have a summer house in Canada and you have a regular house in New York State. And so they left me in Canada once for like 6 months because I didn't want to leave, and they just said, well, forget it. And she was like 15, and it was, I had to cook for myself, and I had to go to the grocery store. I had to like find a way to like live on my own. But it really made me a good person, and I'm glad that it happened. I'm like, what? Okay. It's the same thing. It's like, yeah, my parents really neglected me, but that made me who I am. So that's a positive thing I'm going to talk about. It's like, huh?
Sets you apart is your ability to have a deep compassion for people's problems, many times because you've lived through.
Okay, sorry. A deep compassion for people's problems. If you just feel like you want to just lay in bed and breathe, that's not good enough.
Some of them. Can you explain what happened to your brother and the impact that it had on you personally?
Sure. So my older brother, Ryan, who's 3 years older than me, was paranoid schizophrenic. And my parents tried everything, doctors, psychologists, medication. And when he was 17, he committed suicide. And I found him. I was 14.
I don't know why we're talking about this specifically at lunch. Kimberly Harris Smiles, thank you so much. Kimberly says, I looked up to her as a Christian around book 1. That makes sense. I mean, it was published under a Christian publishing branch, so that makes sense. That's okay. We'll forgive you. I mean, I liked her too, I guess, enough. Like, I didn't know her as much as I do now as a public figure, but, you know, I didn't think there was anything wrong with her. But when you look closer, that's when you start to see the holes. Christians will say, if you're a believer,
their building's bigger than yours and their furniture's nicer than yours.
And if you're not a Christian,
this is just stupid.
According to Dave Ramsey. Thank you, Kimberly, very much. Okay, this is like the worst audio. Beautiful camera work, horrible audio.
And that obviously is a defining moment in my life. And the fallout that came afterwards is very much a big part of my life. I didn't have the language for it, but I could see how much that moment had shaped me in good ways. Even though it was so hard, I could see goodness in it.
In a way, do you feel like...
Isn't that horrible, sort of? I don't want to be too judgmental here. Again, grieve however you need. I cannot imagine going through that. It's traumatic and horrible, and I do feel bad for her. But it's like almost finding like the silver lining is like, well, I can profit from it because it gives me something that I can use on people to manipulate them into emotionally trusting me because I've gone through something, so they can't judge me for being rich now because I had a hard, thing happen in my past. It's like, that's the good of it, I suppose, but I don't think it has to be a good thing that happened. I don't know. Yeah, find the goodness of it. How about you find the badness in it and come to grips with that first? Perhaps.
Like it helped prepare you for some of the work that you do today?
Absolutely. I would not be the woman I am today if it wasn't for the things that I've walked through.
The woman Rachel is today, a New York Times best-selling author ×2 and owner of a major lifestyle media company, didn't just come out of nowhere. She hustled every day for it. What did you learn in the early days of the events company that you used right now?
I would even go back a little bit further. So my first job out of high school was Miramax. Miramax Films. There was this attitude of don't take no for an answer. Find a way. Like the information for all of us who came up in that system at the time, I feel like made us so strong and so capable of taking on anything else in the future. So when I started my first company, I had that mentality. I didn't know another way. I was like, oh no, if they said no, it just means like not right now. So I'll just keep, trying.
So the experience at Miramax was really a masterclass in make it happen however that has to happen.
Absolutely.
While working at Miramax, Rachel saw opportunity and founded her first company, an event planning company called Chic Events. With just a high school education under her belt, she adopted the fake it till you make it mentality. And did she ever make it?
Entertainment.
Yeah, we're not going to mention Dave, the Disney executive, at all in this scenario. She started at Miramax and then all of a sudden started her own business. And it was so successful, and she focused in the entertainment business. And okay, now she's going to talk about how she's like, I landed this job as the event planner for Sundance. You don't think, I don't know where Dave was in his career at this point, so maybe I could be, persuaded to think like, okay, well, he wasn't as high up as he ended up being. But he was in distribution and film at the end of his reign in Disney. So I would imagine he's like probably doing something similar at the other companies he worked for. So now she's going to like try to make it seem like, oh, I did the event planning for Sundance because of my grit and calling them every day, as opposed to, Dave Hollis is associated with the film industry and film distribution specifically. And maybe if we give his wife this little job or a job or a client, we can get in with Disney or something. I don't know.
Weekly ended up being such a big client for me, and that led to so many other great clients. I had tried forever and ever and ever to be their event planner. and just never got the opportunity. And one year, I don't know if they were sick of hearing from me or I wore them down, but they called and they were like, oh, we have an opportunity for you to do Sundance. And I was like, I'm being called up to the big leagues. Like, this is what I've been waiting for. And they were like, you're a caterer, right? I'm on the phone with them and I'm like, yes, I am.
Today I am.
Sure, of course. Let me get a proposal together for you. And I partnered with a caterer. I like figured out how to staff. I did the whole thing. If they would have said like, you do tax law, right? I would have been like, yes, I do. I sure do. I can find a way to be able to take advantage of the opportunity when it was presented.
You at some point decide to start blogging. And right, so you make that transition to blogging full time.
2008, which was sort of the heyday, and everyone kept saying, oh, you should blog it.
And that's when her son was born. So my suspicion is that she couldn't do event planning because she's, home nursing and taking care of a newborn. So she just started blogging while she was like at home. And she had, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she had someone come in the morning every day when I think it was her first child, if not her second, but she had someone come and help her, take care of the baby so she could still work and do stuff. So that's when she's doing her blog.
It's free marketing. And I didn't know what on earth they were talking about, but I'm like, I'll try this thing. And I had a blog and nobody read it. Like, even my mom was like, this is, Your
mom didn't even read it.
It was okay. I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I didn't understand. I would talk about anything. I would talk about everything.
Nothing was off the table. Rachel delved into everything from her favorite cheese-based recipes to the best loungewear to how do you handle the daily punches life can throw at you. Her blog gave advice and shared personal experiences and inspirations. Rachel's intention was always the same, to give her readers the tools they needed and show what's possible. Your success as a blogger really came from your ability to be raw and vulnerable. That has really been a theme throughout your career as an author and
Yeah, but you guys don't get to see the behind the scenes. And obviously, we're not going to show you the bad parts of our relationship. Are you stupid? Same person. I think, so this was recorded or at least posted February. She did that live stream in March. So her tone has changed quite a bit.
Is your ability to just say it like it is.
Right.
Wow.
Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, it is gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that looks incredible.
If you look at what really started the momentum that I have today, it was this bikini picture that I posted that went viral. And even that at the time was crazy. Like, to post a picture in a bikini and have stretch marks was crazy.
What do you think that did for your audience? How do you think they connected with you because of that?
Well, I think that, number one, for me, it was the first time I realized how desperate women were for realness.
She didn't need that second part. I think that's when I realized how desperate women were. Therefore, I could sell to them. I hate to say it, but it's like, if you show that you're vulnerable in any way, there's people waiting to take advantage of you. It's horrible, but it's true. And if you're not very vigilant about who you're listening to and allowing to, sell to you, people will take advantage.
All of these years of like perfect hair, perfect makeup, filters, trying to aspire to a certain lifestyle. And I love hair and makeup. I love a manicure. I'm here for it all. But I think that I have a responsibility that if you're going to see a picture of me that looks totally made up, you have to also see me with no makeup, with my rosacea popping, with my hair frizzy, and like really who I am.
People see themselves in you when you show a picture of stretch marks.
Yeah.
They say, oh, that's me too.
Well, there's that C.S. Lewis quote that says the most powerful words in the English language are me too. And I feel like when you see someone else do that thing, struggle with that thing, that you're like, oh, I'm not so alone.
I'm not alone.
I'm not alone. And as soon as that picture
went up, which again was not like, I had like 5 followers. I did not think anybody would care. And immediately it just started to go. I mean, within seconds, it just started to go.
With all eyes on her, Rachel transferred her thoughts from a blog.
Wow, so brave. I mean, we've come a long way, at least. We've come so far since 2015. Oh, the one woman, Whitney, whatever her name is, I forget her last name, Whitney something, who's got a full-on show on TLC, literally went viral around that same time period because she dared to dance. You know, she's a bigger girl and danced and posted a video of it. And they're like, oh, we need to put you on TV immediately. It was like, oh my God, that was such a weird time to be in media, especially in social media. Like, that was my job at the time, like social media for a news station. And all those dumbass videos were like hitting up. Woman has Chewbacca mask and laughs. Let's put it on national TV, baby. That's what we need. We need more Chewbacca woman. We need more stretch mark lady. Like, that's our demographic. Katie, thank you. I'm trying to find your, oh, there it is. Katie says, do you believe the bikini pic was authentically viral? It is my personal Toiletgate conspiracy. Ooh, I don't know. Well, I do think that she I had like 5 followers. I do believe that at that time she had more than she's saying. Like, I think at one point I read it was like 30,000 followers or something. So 30,000 followers, the picture, you know, if it does well, will go viral much faster. So it's not quite like she just posted a picture to her 10 friends and then all of a sudden it, like, you know, she was a blogger already with a following and some staff. So I think it was more about the I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I think. I got to think about it. I don't know anything.
What happened to dinosaurs?
Especially that. But that's a good, you know, theory. I could go behind it. And one thing that when I listened to the Maintenance Phase podcast about Rachel, which I love that podcast, by the way. They said, you know, in the post, that stretch mark one with the bikini, the monogram bikini, she says in it on the caption, like, you know, I earned these stripes, her stretch marks, which kind of alienates all the women who have stretch marks that aren't mothers. You know, I have stretch marks and I'm not a mom. So it's like, what am I just fat? You know, like, did I not earn them? You know, because she earned them from being a mother and bringing life into this world. So she's not really standing up for people of all body types. She's sticking up for women who have gone through physical pregnancy and have obtained stretch marks from that, because the way she worded it was like very clearly like, you earn those stripes, baby. Like, okay. Anyways, thank you, Kimberly.
Blog to her first book, Girl, Wash Your Face. The self-help book was a smash hit, selling 4.5 million copies, earning Rachel a spot on the New York Times bestseller list for an incredible 85 weeks. The message of the book,
crazy.
If you're unhappy about something, do something about it. Girl, Wash Your Face was really when you kind of emerged onto the scene and people really began to know who Rachel Hollis is.
Yes, I was an overnight success after working at it for 12 years.
And do you think it's because you had a community already so that they were eager to learn more and to buy a book? Or what was it about that particular book that resonated with people so much?
So I would give this advice to entrepreneurs all of the time. Every single thing that I create is a response to something my community has asked me for. I know her so well. Her, meaning my customer. I've been in relationship with her for over a decade.
My customer.
I am in relationship with her every single day. And so I just wrote to what I knew she was struggling with.
And so at some point with the success of the book, you delved into the live event space. And you really went all in.
Yeah, I did.
What are you willing to give up? Are you willing to give up the pursuit of perfection in exchange for greatness? You want to change?
Carly, the answer is February 2021. I don't know when it was recorded. It was posted in February 2021, so it could be before that, obviously.
Your life
then you need to change your life.
You encourage people to go all in, right? But it's because you, at every turn, are going all in. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that you did is start to do conferences and start to speak. And
the reporter doesn't eat, apparently. She's a foodie that does not like food.
It must have been, you tell me, was it a goal of yours to become a great speaker?
2016. It became popular to do meetups through social media. It would be like, hey, I'm going to go to this pizza place. Who wants, And so people were seeing that on social, and my community started to ask, would you have a meetup? And so I started to have meetups. I would be in New York for press, and I would be like, hey guys, I'm going to go down to this wing store.
I'm going to go down to this wing store. What do you mean, wing store? Yeah, where they sell wings, chicken wings. Yeah, you seem like a real person that loves chicken wings. The wing store. JLB Nerdy, thank you so much. They say, you're a beast, Kia, still live as I can't sleep. Well, it's my cross to bear, as Dave might say. Kitty, I just cannot push the button. You're not helping me push the buttons today.
This person is not okay.
That's my main message and why I'm here. And I'm also avoiding looking outside the hurricane. And Steven's asleep, so I'd rather do this because this is my hobby and job.
I don't know if anybody has worked as hard on this topic as I have.
And by that, I mean Toiletgate conspiracy theories. Thank you, JLB Nerdy. Okay, back to the wing store.
Like chicken wings. And honestly, I have pictures of the 27 women packing out.
Having chicken wings?
Having chicken wings. It was awesome.
Rachel's small meetups turned.
I don't understand why that was a funny thing. Like, women eating chicken wings with you? Amazing. It's like, I don't get it. What's the joke? The wing store? Is that the joke?
Into multi-day events. Thousands of women coming together to celebrate, dance, learn from a lineup of powerful speakers, and spend time in Rachel's world. The conferences tackle topics like taking control of your mental health, staying healthy when you're unmotivated, holding yourself accountable, and creating a plan for lasting change. The conferences led to designing an app called Rise, a health and fitness app to help people find greater.
Okay, isn't that weird that, and someone pointed this out to me before this, but like the Rise app, I think it was Kelsey who messaged me. She got access to it or something. And it's like the same exact location that Heidi filmed like all of her videos in, because it's Dave's house, or at this time their house. But like, couldn't you go to a different location so it's not the same exact app location? It's weird.
Discipline and inspiration in their everyday life. So when you walk on the stage of 8,000 women who have come there specifically to hear Rachel Hollis and to get a fresh word of something new, what is that like for you personally?
A quick word.
Out of body. If me, Rachel, takes in the fact that I'm going to hold space for 3 full days for 8,000 women, and we get deep. I mean, we're talking hard stuff and good stuff and calling a shot and dreaming, and that's too big to hold. And so I just sort of hype myself up to go, and I do.
You are such an ambitious person, and you are someone who does do so much. I mean, most people don't have that level of get up and go.
Everything that I'm doing is for the women in the community that I grew up in. I think that everybody is made for a lot more. But I want you to start with just one thing. Just this much. Just move forward by an inch and see what's possible.
This summer you wrote a book, didn't see that coming, about your divorce.
Well, I didn't write the book about the divorce.
Okay.
I was in the midst of editing the book that was meant to come out this year, which was about health and body image and the way we view ourselves. I'm like, I cannot bring out a book about health when the world is in the middle of a pandemic. And so I put that aside and I just started working on this book, which was a collection of, I've lived through really hard things. I've lived through trauma and grief and loss and bitterness. And so I wrote the first draft, sent it to my editor, and by the time it came back, my marriage was over. And I know it sounds ridiculous to say I didn't see that coming because that's what the book's called. But I don't know how to explain it other than to say that when you have tried to fix something for years and years and years, you just keep thinking you're going to exist in that state. None of us ever would have imagined a future where this would be our reality.
You talk about shame and how you're...
I know, it's like another positive person who's like blowing smoke up their ass didn't read the book. So it's like, what is the point of these interviews? I'm really mad at the media. I really am, because they platform some dumb people who are very dangerous in the sense of they are appealing to, and they get, you know, this super credibility for being on these huge platforms. For example, Medical Medium has been on like ET, and I think the Today Show. Like, why are you giving this guy who is a scammer, who says he hears voices in his head that tells you to drink celery juice, why are you giving him more attention than he deserves? Like, they think it's so quirky and cute, and they don't even do any research. They just book him on the show because they don't care. And it's like they take zero responsibility for platforming and legitimizing these crazy people in the sense of like crazy scammers. And the same thing with this, like, you wrote a book about the divorce, not even about the divorce. Like, isn't this whole thing, I love talking to people about what makes them successful. Okay, but I don't actually do any research. And I know they're busy and stuff, but it's like, this is the problem with everything. It's like, we're not getting, Rachel is controlling this conversation 1000% because she can say whatever she wants. This person doesn't know her at all. They're not going to push back on anything. It's like, this is why everyone doesn't know what the fuck to believe anymore on any platform, because there is no like good journalism anymore. This is PBS, one of the better ones, to be honest. I mean, this is a puff piece, but still, puff pieces should be still fair and balanced, not fully positive. That's my stance.
You feel that your audience is mired in shame for so many things. Did it surprise you that a lot of them sort of shamed you for going through a divorce?
Oh, wait, we got to hear this part. This is the most rich part I heard this whole thing.
Shame for so many things. Did it surprise you that a lot of them sort of shamed you for going through a divorce when your entire existences have been about teaching them not to be in shame?
That was wild for me, honestly, because he didn't get that. I got it. And I didn't get it from men. I got it from other women. And
it's incredibly difficult to hear because they're in a busy ass restaurant. But what she said was, isn't it crazy, or isn't it weird how your whole thing is to be, you know, not for women not to live in shame, but then you got divorced and women shamed you for it? And she's like, yes, of course. And it's crazy that that happened because no one criticized Dave, which again is not true. And at the same time, she's like, I don't go on social. I don't consume social. Okay, so how would you know that no one criticized Dave for getting divorced? I think people criticize Rachel more is because she initiated the divorce. So usually you do kind of blame the person who initiated the divorce more than the person who says, I was going to try to the end of my life to make this work. I mean, whether that's true or not, who knows? But I don't think it's because she's a female, I think, or a woman. Like, I don't think it has anything to do with gender. I think it's because she's the one who was willing to put him up and put him on the business and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden, no, I'm not going to marry, I want to divorce. That's the reason. Again, like, she's choosing to be naive about, like, she's like, yep, women just hate women. What can I say? It's just an old school mentality. I don't know. It's like, you do know.
That was shocking. And felt so hurtful.
Does it change your willingness to be vulnerable? Does it change your willingness to put yourself out there the way you have over the years?
She's not really vulnerable. Rachel has never been really vulnerable. One of the things she's like, I fail, like in Girl Wash Your Face, her failure chapter is about it taking her 8 weeks to get to the New York Times bestseller. Or no, that wouldn't make sense. Let me see, because maybe that's the other book. But she's like, I failed. And then it's like, I don't, hold on. I think it's the other book. Yeah, I think it's this one. But it's like, I shaved my toes and I lied about it. Like, that's not being vulnerable. Being vulnerable is like, I, struggle with, wanting to be so famous and rich that I can't help but do anything to do it. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. But there's one chapter, it's like, I failed. And it's like, I didn't make the New York Times bestseller list like I told people I would. It took me 8 weeks to get there. It's like, oh yeah, very vulnerable of you to share that.
I'm a lot more conscious now of what I will and will not share. But I've learned to put some boundaries in place.
I was just really impressed and amazed that you had the ability to show up every day for your community in a very transparent way. I thought that must have been incredibly hard.
When I did finally step back into the podcast and, my weekly email and those things, I did it as the true version of who I was. Like, guys, I am on the floor. I don't have much to tell you, but I want you to know I'm still alive and it will get better.
Well, it's your ability to find a teachable moment or something good in everything that's happened to you that I think is something that really defines you.
If I get grief for anything, and I get plenty of grief online, one of the things that I get a lot of pushback for is how positive I am. People are like,
you get pushback for
oh that? Yeah, like it's fake.
A little too cheery, bring it down,
yeah,
bring
like
it down.
You're toxically positive, or like it's not always, you shouldn't bring that much optimism. And I'm like, oh, if that's what I...
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying. Stop bringing so much optimism, Rachel. It's too much optimism. You're too positive. Yeah, that's what everyone's saying. Again, like choosing, like Laura said, choosing to miss the point. Instead of choosing joy, it's choosing to misunderstand the basic concept of what people are criticizing for. Melanie Hernquist, thank you so much. Okay, let's see what Melanie says. Get your hearts ready. Kia's Talk is going on tour. I'm rooting for you. Are you rooting for me? Because that would be the correct spelling of that.
Get your hearts ready.
Thank you very much. However,
I do not give a fuck.
I'm just kidding. I do care very much. If I did say that and didn't say I was kidding,
this situation is a red flag.
Then this situation is a red flag. But in reality,
you are privileged AF.
By you, I mean me. Right? What have we learned today, everybody?
Nothing.
True. Thanks, Melanie. Yeah, this is a very loud interview. I'm sorry. It's almost over, and it gets to the part where she's going to talk about how successful she is, actually.
What I'm going down for, bring it. Because I vehemently disagree. I think that we as humans can hold pain and still be hopeful, and still reach for joy, and still try and find moments of sunshine in the midst of a storm. This has been the hardest year of my life, which is saying something. And I still believe.
And Toiletgate hadn't even happened yet. So can you imagine? That was already the hardest year of her life. Then she's going to go through the hardest of the hard. Call Heidi.
That tomorrow is going to be better than today.
Rachel Hollis has come a long way from Weed Patch, California, and she has now found a home in Austin, Texas. And you know what? She fits right in at brunch at Cafe No Say. The pandemic turned her events business upside down, but in true Rachel fashion, she turned it around, pushing through with sky-high optimism. You created a virtual conference that ended up being more successful than any of your live conferences.
Yeah.
What did that teach you?
Well, it taught me that people all over the world want access to this, not just women.
Did you hear that, everybody? So you created a virtual conference that was more successful than any of your live conferences. Yep. So she's literally crying on the other podcast saying, obviously we had to lay everyone off because we can't do events in pandemic. And now she's saying, I increased more than any other conference, this one that we did during pandemic and virtual. Like, I guess, you could say, well, the event staff, people, but I don't think her whole staff was event staff. Personally, I could be wrong, but I think they had extra help during the events. So here we go.
Women here in the US. It was so rad. We had 83 different countries. And I think it's also really inspiring that this idea of growth or reaching for a better version of yourself is universal.
When people hear the name Rachel Hollis, what do you want them to think?
When people hear the name Rachel Hollis, what do you want them to think? Here we go.
The first thing that popped into my head was like, oh, it's just my friend Rach. Because I think I'm only ever trying to tell you what worked for me, and I'm trying to tell it to you in a way that feels accessible. So yeah, I just hope they think I'm their pal.
Rachel Hollis is a study in going for it. With a courage born of, I'll build the plane on the way down, she has managed to create and construct a career of her dreams. Write the #1 New York Times bestselling
This music is annoying.
book twice, and in the middle of a pandemic, switched to a virtual conference model that attracted 500% more people. Who does that? She has the words, "Embrace the suck," tattooed on her wrist, knowing the only way to get there is to start, to begin. No matter your skill or talent, to have the courage to start. Be awful, but begin. Be scared, but begin. Only in the act of starting can we ever get anywhere.
Only if you marry rich can we have a chance to try again and again. And that's the story of our lives. Okay, so the whole point of that, I'm glad we watched the whole thing, but the whole point of that was to basically say, okay, she said the virtual conference was actually 500% more successful, or brought 500% more audience members to her platform, that it was actually more successful than any of the other ones before. So I don't know how that translates into, we had to lay everyone off. I have a feeling that their divorce cost them money, and because CEO Dave, and Rachel, had to now settle their income claims. Dave needs $2 million, millions of dollars for his properties and his Teslas and his, not working since he left Hollis company. And that probably took precedent over the staff that they had hired there. That's my guess. But, what do I know? Okay, we're almost done with this, and we can hear her out until it gets boring, and then we can go and to hurricane together. We can go live through hurricane.
Listen to a podcast.
Right, Kitty? Okay, so now we're going back to her talking about how, the business, we had to lay everyone off.
The fan base, so
Right.
it's a lot happening.
Right.
What have you done, and where do you even start to do the work? For me, if that happened to me, I don't know. I guess I would pick up a book, I'd listen to a podcast.
Books, yeah.
I'd call a friend. What did you do, and what are those tools? And you said you're a completely different person now. What have you been doing?
So the irony is that my best friend, her job is literally teaching white people how to not be assholes. So she does racial reconciliation and awareness. She goes into huge corporations and teaches them.
Can you shout her out, is it private?
Yes. No,
Okay,
Beans.
okay.
And most people know Beans, but Beans Barron, you can find her on Instagram. She's
Also known as Legumes.
author. She's amazing. So the irony of that is pretty extreme, that this is literally my best friend, and we've been doing, we've had her come in.
Honestly, Ginny, no, I don't think she pays them. I think they read her bio and they think it's God's honest truth, and they do no more research than that. They look at her Instagram, go, you have 1.5 million followers. Wow. They go to her YouTube, go, wow, she's got 100,000 subs. They don't look at the video views, because that would be too much work. And then they read her bio, and then they read her media kit that she probably sends them in advance, and they ask no further questions, and they profit somehow. That's the shallowness of which is profitable, I guess. Every podcast, I swear to God, every podcast, every person is like, hi, this is Jay Shetty. He used to be a monk, and then he stopped being a monk, and now he's inspiring many people. It's so boring. Like they don't do any like deep diving, nothing. And they just take the explanation that's given to them and they go, amazing. So tell me about your new book. It sucks.
I'm company twice. Like she's trained, like we can all make mistakes. So she was the first person that I asked, okay, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, what do I need to read or read again? So I got a list of books from her that I worked my way through. And that was the last that I asked other people, because one of the things I was very conscious of, this is a thing that especially white women do a lot, is ask Black women how they can be doing better. So they're like, tell me what I should read. Tell me. It's like
only Rachel is allowed to ask Black people how she can be better.
She's an author. She's amazing. So the irony of that is pretty extreme, that this is literally my best friend, and we've been doing like we've had her come into my company twice. Like she's trained, like we can all make mistakes. So I went back. She was the first person that I asked, okay, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, what do I need to read or read?
Well, Delilah, she used to work at the company, I believe, Beans, at one point. She used to work in some capacity. I don't know if she was just contracted to do the racism stuff or she worked there. I think her partner worked there full time, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure.
So I got a list of books from her that I worked my way through. And that was the last that I asked other people, because one of the things I was very conscious of, this is a thing that especially white women do a lot, is ask Black women how they can be doing better. So they're like, tell me what I should read. Tell me. It's like, fuck you. Google it. Because you're making them.
You're putting the burden on them.
You're putting the burden on them. Like your education. And I only ask because I am in relationship with this person and she is so close to me. So I started reading books. And
is there one that stood out to you, or is there a couple?
Again, I never actually saw anyone's comment, but I heard later, I ended up reading her book, and I heard later that she was one of the people who actually, her comments were like, hey, everyone's a dumbass, like, until they learn. And so she wasn't like, fuck this person. She was like, hey, here's how you did this wrong.
I was thinking too, you're in a very difficult position during all of this, because at the time, at least I think for many women, you're the poster child for a woman who's supposed to have it all together, right? Like you are speaking to women.
Rach, but not Rach. Thank you. Let's do that again.
Rach,
but not
Rach.
Says Taro's emergency treat supply. Oh, did you hear that, kitty? You're gonna get treats. You have emergency treat fund. Yay. She's like, I got my new bag of treats last night at Walmart. Thank you. And she got a little hot dog and a seagull treat, and she really took a liking to the hot dog. We went to the hot dog store and purchased a cat hot dog toy. You know, the wing store. Thank you, Rach. I appreciate that.
I don't regret anything.
Just remember that. Rach. Okay, here we go.
And educating women and inspiring women to be these great versions of themselves, right? And so it's like, if you're not all of those things, I think people are going to be much harsher on you than they would be on somebody who hasn't chosen a career in that lane.
Right. Well, and I also think that there's a preconceived notion, if you don't know my brand, if you're not familiar with the work, that maybe it would be easy to think, oh, it's sort of like a lifestyle influencer or whatever. And really, if you've read my books, listened to podcasts, heard me speak, I'm the queen of like, I suck. Here's all the ways I'm messing up. I'm trying to fix it. Here's what I'm doing. But if you were just looking from the outside in, you maybe would have a different perception. So I do want to say this book because it was really great. I'm Still Here by Austin Channing Brown, Black Dignity in a World Made for Whiteness. So I had that book on my nightstand for months. Someone had sent it to me and I hadn't read it yet. And so it was before I jumped into Beans's books that she told me about, I picked this one up and I started reading it. And more than anything, that book gave me a different perception than I had had about what it felt for, like, what she's experienced in her life, in the workplace, in school, growing up. That as much as I've heard my friends talk about, it just was a different thing and something clicked for me. Like, yeah, if you have been experiencing this your whole life and some dumbass white chick gets on Instagram and says these things, yeah, that's offensive. But it helped me to process what had happened.
Before this happens, you get a divorce.
Right.
Which is like even more pressure because I feel like so many people went to you guys as a couple.
Right.
How do you even deal with that? That's a whole, that's
Like you guys were both front facing.
Right. So,
I mean, I actually because I run a podcast with Michael, that is a lot.
Right. So it's just all these things stack, right? This, COVID and the divorce and then the business changing, just all of it stacking on top of each other.
Like almost happening is just as fast, but in the reverse way.
I had children. Yeah. So that was a wild experience. Going through a divorce is fucking brutal. I don't care. It's so awful and hard. But what was so unbelievable to me was I could not fathom how many women attacked me for like, how dare you? You said till death do us part. You made vows. Nobody was upset with him, but everybody was upset with me.
Don't get any ideas, motherfucker.
Oh, really? But do you think that's also in part because you guys had, created a business where, you're giving relationship advice?
Yeah, but why aren't they mad at him?
Right.
No.
Lauren, shut up. But why aren't they mad at him? Okay. Prove that they were not mad at him. And again, like I said, it's not him versus her. It's she initiated the divorce. Ask her about that. Oh, they probably don't know that part because she's not going to explain it. She's not going to say she was the one that asked for the divorce. So if they don't do their research, which obviously I think she picks her, reporters well, that they don't fucking look up anything.
Listen.
And if you listen to our relationship advice, if you listen to our podcast, we talked about problems all the time. Here's what we are struggling with. Here's this issue. And we had very publicly said for 5 years, we had been working on something that ultimately would be the thing that destroyed us. And
okay, that I haven't heard that line in a while. And actually, I'm like sort of surprised to hear it in that way again. The thing that they were working on publicly was getting Dave to go to Tony Robbins conferences and for him personally to stop drinking alcohol. Okay, but Rachel, we know, is an alcohol fanatic, so she's cool with alcohol. I don't know how she feels about his alcohol consumption, but she seems fine with it for herself. And then she also likes Tony Robbins conferences, so he was like forced to go. And then he did embrace it. From what I could tell, he wrote his own book, The Skeptic's Guide to Self-Help, and it did well. And so he was on board and he was speaking at her conference. He became the fucking CEO of your company. That's the only thing I can think of that's been a public issue. Is there any ones that I'm forgetting? I wouldn't follow them as closely before, but like I remember the last podcast that I listened to that they did before they got divorced, they were like, it's been the hardest year of our marriage and also the best year of our marriage. And we are like such a good team and it's hard. It's really hard, but we love each other so much and it's going so well. And we go on dates every Thursday and that's how to solve your problems. And also we make out all the time and it's amazing sex and it's so good. It's like, okay, that doesn't sound like a divorcing problem. Like, oh wow, they're really dealing with like who they are as people. And Rachel said herself, well, I didn't tell you the bad stuff. I didn't show you the bad stuff. You don't deserve to know the bad stuff, dumbass. Like, that's what she said. So I'm confused again.
Couldn't believe, because I'm managing the pain of my children, all of this happening inside of COVID. So like, how do I move out? I had never, I met him when I was 18. I'd never been an adult by myself. It was so much. And then it was also like, oh, all these people are super pissed because you're not an example of a good wife. And that's what they wanted you to be.
I'm sure there's some people that were pissed about that in her Christian community, but that's not what the overarching criticism was that I saw publicly, like in articles and things. It was more about the deception that was obviously perpetrated at some point to the public.
Interesting thing, and I feel like I can say this. Well, I'm going to say it anyway. I think a lot of men are always surprised at how vicious women can be to each other.
Yeah.
Men don't really do that to each other. And again, this may be like kind of a sexist statement, but it's just from my experience, that's been the experience. Men get in fights and they're like, whatever. You might say
I'm a
somebody
guy's
will fight,
gal.
whatever, and you move on. Women really try to tear down a lot of other women.
Yeah.
And I think that at the same time, there's a lot of women.
How fucking dare she agree with this? Yeah. This man is putting down women as a whole. And Rachel Hollis, the queen of women's empowerment movement, according to every fucking Good Morning America, tease, and I mean a tease, like not like a tease sexually, but like a tease before the commercial break, before an interview with her. That's like the tease. Will say like, oh, she's changing women's lives. And it's like, she's going to let this guy say that all women are vicious to each other and, it holds us back. It's like, oh, that's an interesting thing for someone who's very supportive of women to allow to be said with no pushback whatsoever. And in fact, it's agreeance.
That support, many women, but like it's sometimes the attacks are visceral and they're violent, and it's interesting to observe from an outside because on one hand, you're a brand that's uplifting women and speaking to all these women, but on the other hand, you're now on the receiving end of thousands and thousands of women trying to tear you down.
Right.
And it's almost, I think a lot of men get confused because they're like, what's the message?
Men aren't her audience, so men don't know the fuck who she is. They don't know Dave either because no man has ever been a fan of Dave Hollis as well. So that's their issue. It's only women. So when women are in the know and they've been following you and you've been speaking to women and your primary base is women, when they're angry, it's going to be women. That's not because, everyone in the world had an opinion and all the women had the bad opinion and all the men had the good one. It's like, that's your audience.
Here.
Right. Well, I think what was wild was like, it felt like dogpiling. It felt like people kicking you when you were at your lowest, when I was at one of my lowest points in my life.
Shut the fuck up.
And the crazy thing was
I was living in my mansion, dating my new boyfriend and, drinking vodka and having brunch, and just people were mean to me on the internet. But I didn't read any of the comments though either. So it's like, how can people be dogpiling on you if you don't even read the comments? Who's telling you all this information?
Knew the truth, and still people don't know the truth.
What's
and
the
they
truth?
don't know the truth because I want to protect my children. And so,
But meaning, like, from my experience, meaning like you would think that because so many women have experienced, men and women have experienced divorce,
right,
that it would be a time when women would want to support you, right? But it was almost the opposite.
I also don't think.
I don't give a shit if you got a divorce. Why do I have to support you as a woman? Oh, any woman who goes through divorce, I need to support the woman in it? Why? That's so stupid. I don't wish ill on anybody, but like, just automatically I have to support the woman and think she's right 100%? No, I'm not going to do that. I'll look at every situation with a neutral mind and go, okay, so both people are going through a divorce, not the woman more than the man necessarily. Like, I don't know. This is like old school stupid thinking, in my opinion.
That anyone's owed the truth. The
Right.
truth is your truth.
Right.
And if Michael and I were to get divorced and I'm an oversharer, I don't know. I mean, I didn't want to tell people about my pregnancy for a while. It's you have to have a shred of fucking privacy.
Right. And the other thing was I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to make it this public thing. And it was this really warped situation. I had written a book and the book was coming out. And the book was about living through hard things. And it was like, you have to say that you got divorced. You have to say.
Oh yeah, this is a part where she's going to now contradict herself immediately. She's like, I'm writing a book and my publisher said you have to say something. You have to say something. You're getting divorced. Okay. And then she says, so I owed it to my audience. So I said that I was going to say something. It's like, sounds like you were pushed to say something, not that you wanted to.
Because you're living through a hard thing. This book's coming out. And
yes, they're
so I
married.
wrote the opening of that book. I say like, I'm in the middle of a divorce as I'm doing the edits for this book, and it was one of the hardest things. And that's the reference to divorce in the book. And then,
accurate. That's very accurate, what she's saying. It's one page, and she addresses the divorce. The rest of the book is about her brother, essentially. Honestly, that's the main gist of that book. And she speaks very highly of Dave. The rest of it, as if she wrote it before she decided she wanted to get divorced. So she's telling the truth there. But I think the marketing strategy was to trick people into thinking it was about the divorce, to get them to buy it, to think it was like a tell-all. Because the name, come on, didn't see that coming, come on. And she wrote it in 10 weeks. So I wonder if she asked for the divorce, she said she already had written the book. So she's like, okay, perfect. Now I'll put the book out and people will be more intrigued. They'll think it's about Dave, which is like, intriguing, but it won't be. So I don't look bad by exposing him, but people will buy it and be mistaken. That's my marketing thoughts.
Every single person said, you wrote a book about your divorce. And not only did you write a book about your divorce, but you tried to monetize your divorce. And
so you had already been
done.
The book had already been done. And I will say this, you do write, for me always, I write the beginning and the end last. So the intro is the last thing I wrote.
100%.
And these people didn't read her book either. So again, these positive people who are willing to stand up for her and defend her at all costs, they don't even know the fucking story. So it's also like having a bunch of fans, but no friends. It's not good, I think.
Book. So it's not like you preemptively knew this was happening, wrote a book to capitalize on it.
I was writing about COVID. I was writing about that we were all living through this really hard thing and thought I could be helpful and sort of offer advice for that. So it just was this dog pile of grossness.
Again, 3 times.
I wasn't talking and he was. So he talked a lot and I was silent. And I think that when someone's silent, people assume, oh, you're the one who did something wrong. And no comment. And still, this is the most that I say about it, is just that I won't talk about what happened. And I believe that karma will take care of everyone who needs to be taken care of. So that's that.
Okay, Rachel. And the same thing is it depends on what time frame we're talking about, because she acts like, oh, like we divorced for this very specific reason. But then if you listen to the other stuff, it's like we were best friends and we just I kept trying to fix the problem and we were talking about the problem and we were talking about the problem that caused the divorce very openly, but I'll never say what it is. It's like, wait, what? Like, I want to protect the children, but then she'll drop these little hints in every podcast about how Dave's an asshole. It's like, I just don't buy it. I think, honestly, I already said it a million times. She got sick of him. She was like, I can do this without him. I'm going to divorce him. And it backfired.
I just got a little scared when you said that.
It's true. You don't want to divorce me publicly because you never know what I'll do.
Right.
No, but I think again, this is, listen, I can see how this is, people are going to listen to this and they're going to say, okay, well, if you have a platform, you have a responsibility. But I would put that responsibility back on anyone who's participating on any platforms to also say you have a responsibility to be a decent human, right? And someone's going through a divorce or they're going through something tough in life. I don't want to look back on my life.
This is the guy who said this is not a safe space. Like, this is not to protect your feelings. This is a podcast where we talk about things. So get over it, Snowflake. Okay. Everyone just needs to lay off. Everyone just needs to stop beating up on the celebrities. Anyone going through divorce should not be dealing with comments on your video that you've posted or, you post a photo. Everyone should just like it and shut up unless they love it. It's like, get a grip.
Have any kind of record of me trying to further harm someone, right? Like, I think a lot of, like you say, karma, like there's a lot of people that are going to have to look back and reconcile, like, yeah, that person was shitty, but did I also need to stoop to that level or worse, right?
Yes,
and like
I did.
I think people get mad because we talk about cancel culture. It's not cancel culture that I care so much about. It's about people being shitty people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And like you can fuck up publicly or make mistakes, but I feel like that's the time when society should wrap their arms around people and say, okay, this is not okay. This is
I agree, Jill.
Let us help you get back up to a place where, we can all move forward.
I also think Stassi Schroeder on Vanderpump Rules. Do you watch that show? Mm-hmm. She went through something similar that you went through and they kicked her off the show. And I always say that I would have...
Didn't she do something so insane, this person? Like she did something like very racist or did something crazy. Like I remember looking it up after this and I was like, wait, what? That's what she's talking about? That she wishes she could remain on the show after that? Let me know if anyone knows what it is. I forget.
Liked for her to stay on the show, for her to show how, the process of what it looks like after going through something like that to maybe inspire or I don't know, maybe help someone else out there who's going through it. Like to just axe her off the show, we didn't get to see.
Yeah, there's
Do
no
you know what I'm
evolution.
saying? Yeah.
100%. And I think what I hope for the fans who've been with me for a very long time, I think that if you talk to any of them, they would say that the person I am or the content that I create today feels very different than it did a year ago or 2 years ago or 10 years ago, because what you are watching is my evolution as a human. So you're watching something change and grow and me evolve, and we'll continue to do that. But you can't see that, and people can't learn if they're not allowed to be human and allowed to do the process and do the work and grow in front of you. Because it's sort of like, oh, let's, get rid of this person, kick them off the world. You're never actually going to know what it looks like. And I feel like it's really important for me to talk about it and just, like, hey, we're chatting about this thing that happened, because I want to see specifically for other people.
Okay, just to update about the Stacey Schroeder thing that she was like, we need her on the show. It says, in an interview, Schroeder took responsibility for calling the police in 2018 and reporting fellow castmate Faith Stowers as resembling a woman wanted for theft. Schroeder and castmate Kristen were fired after Stowers talked about the incident this year in an interview that quickly went viral. So I guess, interesting. I guess because she was black and she was reporting her for a crime that she didn't commit. That's good. Yeah, let's keep her on the show for that.
Who hold privilege to see what it looks like to mess up, to say you're sorry, and to take the fear out of admitting that you did something wrong and talking about how you learned. Because honestly, I don't think a lot of people even get this is a privilege. To be able to sit with you guys and talk about this and have people hear the story, that's a privilege in itself, because there's a lot of people who will never get the chance to show the work.
True.
You have to. They click the age. We found this little giving a gift that's going to get thrown away. 80% off. So what would you say to the Rachel who posted that video? What would the Rachel now say to her? What's that evolution look like? How?
She's like, I don't regret anything.
You changed.
I know this sounds like BS, but I wouldn't take it back. Yeah. I wouldn't take the experience back.
Somebody just mentioned some kind of, was it a Harvard or Stanford study?
That's interesting that she just said that.
We just heard this. Somebody said,
I don't regret anything. Told you.
People that go through hardships in life, the professor, what's the term you use
Naomi
about that?
said it from Southern Charm.
But what's the term you use about that?
Loose tea.
Loose tea. Yeah, this is loose tea. But basically the gist of it was, they said, go up there and write all the hardest thing you've ever gone through in your life and put it on the whiteboard and say, okay, now that it's up there, say you can go up there and erase it. But if you erase it, you take away all of the lessons you've learned, all the experience from there.
Okay, another murderer comparison. So you're saying that, okay, again, Charles Manson goes up there and goes, right, he didn't, let's pick a different murderer. Jeffrey Dahmer, I just watched that show. Jeffrey Dahmer goes, I don't regret anything. I wouldn't change. I learned so many lessons about life via these murders. I'm glad that I, the murderer, got to, learn about like life and how precious it is. So you think the families are going to be like, oh, good, I'm glad he didn't have any remorse about it, because remorse means that you didn't learn your lesson. It's like, you can still have remorse about something and learn from it still. Why is it like, I wouldn't change it for a thing? It's like, oh, so you liked hurting people's feelings and offending people. That's something you liked doing. Okay. Because you could still learn the lesson without not taking it back.
And they said not one person in the class actually went and erased that. Right? It's like, these are the types of things that make us who we are and make us hopefully better.
Right. I think too, it really severed whatever emotional connection I had with a social media brand, like with my brand on social media, because I had come up in that world. That's how I built my business. That's how I did all of these things. And so there was this, I know anybody who has a platform on social is going to understand this idea that you feel beholden to the device. I got to post this. I got to talk about it. And when you have a company and there's employees and we really need you to, post more because we have this launch coming up. And that, it was such a severing for me of that mattering. And honestly, like you know how many people, and I mean like friends who are celebrities who hate social media with a passion and have to show up every day.
They don't have
50
to.
million fans or 30 million fans or 1 million fans or 500,000 or 3,000. But their business is built on that and people are counting on them. So they keep showing up even though it's toxic. And one of the things that came out of that for me, besides the learning, was this platform isn't my life. This is not real life. My real life.
What are you talking about? Then what is it? You are literally the authenticity guru. That is your whole thing. If it's not authentic, then what is it? I know it's not authentic, but if you're saying it's not authentic, then what the fuck are we doing here?
What happens when I go home tonight and make dinner for the kids? That's my real life. And my real life is really good.
And you'll put that on Facebook too and social media. So, okay.
You don't really see it on social anymore because I don't ever want to get it twisted again that like if it looks good on social, then it is good in real life. And that's not the reality.
When it comes to your work environment and your children now, how has that changed in the last year? I'm sure there's changes in both.
Totally. I really am focused on the podcast and I'm focused on writing. That's what I do now. I'm not really in the space where I want to do a conference anytime soon. I feel like I've sort of carried that weight for a very long time and it's an incredible experience and it is an honor, but it's just so much. But I'm just focusing on creating things. And
what
it looks like right now is I work from home like most of us do. And I write and I record podcasts mostly by myself And
I'm still filthy ass rich. She's going to say that in a second.
Doing something like this. And it's pretty dreamy because respectfully, I still make a significant amount of money, but I do it from home and I do it in a few hours every week as opposed to...
Well, I'm glad she really faced serious consequences. Her life actually improved greatly from being a problematic person. So I'm glad. We all really win in the end, right? The good people always, or not even good, but the people who try to not cause problems always come out on top, right?
60 hours a week on the road. So life is really good, but it is, I have 4 kids, so it's also chaos.
I think my main goal in life, and I've realized this as I've gotten older, is to protect my peace.
Yes.
And it sounds like that's what you're doing. It's like money or success or social media or followers. Like what I've learned through this whole COVID experience is like, if I don't have my peace and my sanctuary, I can't show up.
Yes.
Like 100%. I can't do it 100%.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm hearing from you too.
No, I keep sort of refining. It's kind of like sifting out and what doesn't matter. And that was the beautiful part. I know it sounds silly, but that was the beautiful part about lockdown and COVID.
Lockdown.
Suddenly all these things that had mattered so much were taken away from us. And you really have to ask, what is the most important? And I'm surrounded, I have a lot of friends who are really successful entrepreneurs and I love them so much. And we had very aligned values for a really long time of like, how much can we make? And what was the revenue this year? And what did we grow? And what brands are we working with? And I know I sound like such a hippie, but I'm not in that. I really believe if I focus in on what I'm creating, then the success will follow because I'm focused on creating good shit that people will like, as opposed to, I'm going to make, who my dream is? You know who I want to be? Jon Favreau. Do you know who Jon Favreau is?
Of course.
Fucking killing it.
The director, right?
Actor, producer, writing, like behind the scenes. Like Jon Favreau started as an actor. He was in a movie called Swingers in like the early 2000s. Classic, so good. And he wrote that and then starred in it. And so he had a little bit of fame. And so he was an actor in different things and then ended up either writing or directing Iron Man.
That, and also he's just did The Mandalorian.
Oh,
Star
he's
Wars,
done it since then. He just keeps, he's not going, he doesn't have social, or if he does, he's not doing anything. He
has more followers than Rachel does. Allison Wonderland 66, thank you so much. You sent 18 stinking dollars. We haven't even heard that one tonight.
It is 18 American
dollars.
18 stinking dollars.
What did you want people to think about you and Rachel?
They truly have it all. I was the one that needed to get a life.
True.
You want to tell Tony to shove it up Tony's ass. I'm sorry that you don't have a job.
There you go. That's all for you, Allison. Thank you very much. Okay, we're almost done for real. Jon Favreau's the last thought.
Have fame. He does, like, if you saw him, you'd be like, holy shit, that's Jon Favreau. But he's just quietly making really cool shit, directing Lion King, killing it, and that's the dream. Like, I used to.
That's why I'm so confused because, okay, this is in March, right? She's like, I want to be Jon Favreau. And what I think happened, probably, she wrote the screenplay. No one was interested. And so now she's got to pivot back to, I put all my eggs in this basket. I wrote this thing that no one actually wants. And it's not like she can just sell it to everybody because not everyone's going to buy a screenplay. It has to be made into something. So she can't sell it to her audience that still exists. So now she's like, okay, back to tour. And then when tour didn't work, she didn't want to do just like Rise again. She didn't want to do Conference. Oh my God. You hear me? I'm becoming her. Conference, Rise again. She didn't want to do a conference again. So she was like, okay, I'm going to do this more fun, laid back thing on tour. And then no one wanted it because no one understood what it was. And then she pivoted and now she's going back to where she started, which is inspiring women to have a community and a hype squad. And we're going to play music. We're going to have the same people there as we had at Rise. It's like, I don't think her plan, whatever her plan was back here in March 2021 or 2022, back in March, has come to fruition. That's my guess. Or maybe she thought she'd be married to her boo thing by now, and that didn't happen either. So now she's back to work.
I was younger. I thought I wanted fame. I thought I wanted to be recognized in the airport. And I just want to be able to make some stuff and do it with people who are cool and go home and make dinner for my kids.
Rachel Hollis, thank you for coming.
Jon Favreau, you would recognize him at the airport. Okay. People are going to recognize Jon Favreau 3% times 1,000% more than they recognize you, Rachel. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to break your bubble there. Jon Favreau has more fame than you will probably potentially ever have. I know it sounds mean, but probably true. Rebecca Romana, thank you. Rebecca Romana, you're not working on your dating Dave Hollis? I don't have a funny joke about marrying Dave Hollis this time, but here, take my money. Obligatory Moon Knight reference because I have a problem. Well, I will play this soundbite for you. That is your exclusive soundbite. Here we go.
You are going to marry Dave Hollis.
My phone's going off that there's an extreme weather warning, so I better get off now. Thank you, Rebecca.
There's Colleen.
There's Rebecca. Will I survive?
No.
I'm just kidding. I shouldn't joke about that. I hope I do. Will I not survive?
No.
I don't know. That means I will or not. Kimberly, thank you so much. Kimberly says, wait, can we bet $18 that she is going to play the guitar on stage? Oh God, probably. Probably not.
18 stinking dollars.
She'll have a backtrack and she'll have a guitar, but it won't be the same. She'll just like strum, but it's actually someone else.
It is 18 American dollars.
Because
I am all about getting a free ride.
Thank you, Kimberly. All right, everybody. Everyone, wish Taro and I luck. I hear the wind out there. It's getting kind of gray, but we still have power, so that's a big positive. Okay, everyone take a collective breath in. Hurricane Ian.
Clear, clear, clear.
Click, click, click. Going to source. Sending to source. Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian. Tara's doing the cutest thing. She's like blocking her little eyes because I think it's bright on here for her. She's blocking it. So cute. I'll put a picture. I will probably be indistinguishable. I have my mask on, my hood on, and will be sleeping in a chair probably. But if you can find me, that will be shocking. Why? Okay, here, say something to the camera. that, please? I want to hear you say something. Please. Come on. He's like, I don't want the microphone right now. And I'll cut a tarot soundbite for everybody so we can have tarot all the time. No matter what. And then it just the end of the show always becomes me just like petting tarot and baby talking. Oh, we need to do a song. Okay, we'll do one final song, then I'll go and post on Instagram. Okay, ready? Tara is the best cat. She is so cute. We watch PBS and they let us down. I'm taking back my donation. 'Cause the lady didn't read the book. She thought it was about the divorce. But we all know it's called Didn't See That Coming, Not Don't. And then we listen to a guy from Passion something. He looks like a guy who works at a grill store. He really didn't have that special something. But Rachel, she is always so entertaining. She made the other couple look less draining. Yeah, they ordered salad. I really do love the song element, and I'm glad that I can bring this in. Oh, Oklahoma rocks! I'm glad I can bring this element into this show. Okay. On that note, goodbye. You can join the membership. I'll put these highlights on sometime. Can't guarantee anything. And I'll post tarot pictures on Instagram. Peace out. Goodbye.